The Hittites, an ancient Anatolian people, emerged as a powerful empire in the late Bronze Age, around the 17th to the 12th centuries BC. Centered at their ancient capital, Hattusa, their empire at its peak covered parts of modern Turkey, Syria, and Lebanon. Known for their advanced skills in metallurgy and military innovation, they were among the first to use iron, and developed a chariot corps that significantly enhanced their warfare capabilities. They are also notable for their complex legal and administrative systems, and the extensive use of cuneiform script, which they adapted from the Mesopotamians to create an official archive of clay tablets. And diplomatically, they were engaged in both conflict and cooperation with neighboring states, including, of course, Egypt, with whom they signed one of the earliest known peace treaties in history, following the Battle of Kadesh around 1274 BC, a treaty that still hangs in the United Nations offices today. It was a treaty with Pharaoh Ramesses II of Egypt, which ended years of hostilities and began a period of mutual cooperation, which included marital alliances. Of course, the Hittite Empire had to go into the pages of history like everyone else, and thus their decline in the 12th century is attributed to internal strife, compounded by invasions, and was part of the larger pattern of collapse observed in several Bronze Age civilizations. But despite their fall, the Hittites left a lasting mark on the region's history, captivating historians to this very day. After all, that is why you're here, isn't it? Welcome to the channel, friend. If you are new here, it's good to finally welcome you. It's great that you found me, and for those returning, it's great to have you back. Off we go on another adventure. If you'd like to support the channel, you're already doing it by just enjoying the content. The like and subscribe is also 2 clicks away, and those who want to go above and beyond may refer to the video description. You'll find a few links that may be relevant to you. And why not say hello in the comments? Tell me where you're watching from. I'm recording this from Melbourne, Australia, and I'd like to know where you are. But without further ado, let's begin. The origins of the Hittites trace back between 4400 and 4100 BC, when the Anatolian language family diverged from the Proto-Indo-European language family. Subsequent genetic and archaeological findings suggest that Proto-Anatolian speakers may have migrated to Anatolia between as early as 5000 and 3000 BC, and thus we may conclude that the evolution of the Proto-Hittite language around 2100 BC led to the emergence of the Hittite language proper, which was prevalent in central Anatolia from the 20th to the 12th centuries BC. The earliest records tie the Hittites to the kingdom of Kusara before 1750. During the Bronze Age, the Hittites, along with the native Hartians and the Hurrians, either conquered or gradually assimilated into one another's cultures. Scholars have examined their links to the Balkan Ezero culture and the Caucasian Maykop culture as part of these migration patterns. Around 4200 to 4000 BC, steppe herders, speakers of early Indo-European dialects, seem to have moved into the lower Danube Valley, possibly triggering or exploiting the collapse of old Europe. And it's suggested that these languages precursors to those found in Anatolia, might have led their speakers to migrate to Anatolia around 3000 BC. Anatolians likely migrated to the Near East from the north, either via the Balkans or the Caucasus, during the 3rd millennium BC. This movement aligns with the modern views of Ascoparpola, connecting the arrival of Indo-European speakers in Anatolia with migrations from the Yamnaya culture into the Danube Valley around 2800 BC. It supports the widely held belief that the Anatolian branch of the Indo-European languages was introduced to Anatolia during the time of the 3rd millennium. Further research indicates that Hittite language incorporated many agricultural terms from neighboring Eastern cultures, which also suggests a migration route through the Caucasus. Now, the primary indigenous groups in central Anatolia during this period were the Hurrians and the Hattians, who spoke non-Indo-European languages. The affiliation of the Hattic language is a subject of debate, with some suggesting it might be related to the Northwest Caucasian languages, while the Hurrian language was part of the small Hurro-Urartian family. The region also hosted Assyrian colonies during the Old Assyrian Empire, 2025 to 1750 BC, from whom the Hittites adopted their cuneiform script, which we are fortunate enough to still be able to have and hold today. While following the collapse of the Old Assyrian Empire in the mid-18th century BC, the Hittites took their time to establish their presence in the region. Initially, Hittite groups were localized around various cities. Eventually, it was only natural that strong rulers came about, and they centralized their power in Hattusa, which is modern-day Bogaskale in Turkey, consolidating these groups and conquering large parts of central Anatolia to form what was recognizable at this point in the mid-18th century as the Hittite Kingdom. The Hittite state emerged during the Middle Bronze Age, which is around 1900 to 1650 BC in north-central Anatolia, particularly around the Kizilirmak River. This region saw the amalgamation of several small polities into what would become a significant Bronze Age empire, a key player that stood up just like the others did, until it eventually fell down, just like the others did. Well, the formation and early history of the Hittite kingdom are documented through several ancient sources, including 4 cushion-shaped tablets, likely originating from Kusara, Nesha, or another Anatolian site rather than Hattusa itself. These tablets, possibly first inscribed in the 18th century BC, were written in the Old Hittite language, using the Old script. Later copies of these documents, mostly in Akkadian, date from the 14th and 13th centuries BC. These early texts outline a rivalry between 2 branches of the royal family, a northern branch initially based in Zalpoa, later moving to Hattusa, and a southern branch in Kusara and the former Assyrian colony of Ganesh. The northern branch retained Hattian names, indicative of the region's indigenous language isolate, while the southern branch adopted Indo-European Hittite and Luwian names. Significant early conflicts included Zalpoa's attack on Ganesh under King Una in 1833 BC, during a time when Ganesh served as a vibrant merchant colony of the old Assyrian Empire. Thankfully, we know all about these events from the tablets that have been left. Turns out when you write on clay, it tends to last a long, long time. Well, several local kings ruled Kadesh during this era, including Hurmili before 1790 BC, Pahanu briefly in 1790, Inar around 1790 to 75, and Warshama circa 1775 to 1750. Now onto a critical text that we have, which is known as the Anita text. It begins by describing Pitana, the king of Kusara, and his conquest of neighboring Nesha, also known as Kadesh, around 1750 BC. Anita, Pitana's son, continued these conquests by taking over several northern cities, including Hattusa, of which he famously cursed, likely as propaganda against the northern branch of the royal family. Anita's reign lasted from roughly 1745 to 1720 BC. Following Anita, Zuzu reigned from around 1720 to 1710, until Kadesh was ultimately destroyed between the years of 1710 and 1705, which will also devastated the Assyrian trading system there. A noble family from Kusara survived the destruction of Kadesh and continued to contest the Zalpawan or Hattusan rulers, although it is unclear if they were direct descendants of Anita. The Zalpa lineage persisted, with Hosea I, a descendant from Zalpa, eventually taking complete control of Hatti. His son-in-law, Labarna I from Hurma, usurped the throne, but ensured his lineage by adopting Hosea's grandson, Hattusa, as his son and heir, setting the stage for the emergence of the powerful Hittite kingdom centered in Hattusa. We are rather fortunate to have an ancient record from a work titled The Edict of Telepinu, dated to the 16th century BC, which vividly portrays the vigorous and expansive nature of Hattusili's reign. And the translation that we have goes like this. Hattusili was king, and his sons, brothers-in-laws, family members, and troops were all united. Wherever he went on campaign, he controlled the enemy land with force. He destroyed the lands, one after the other. He took away their power, and made them borders of the sea. When he came back from campaign, however, each of his sons went somewhere to a country, and in his hand the great cities prospered. But when the later prince's servants became corrupt, they began to devour their properties, conspired constantly against their masters, and began to shed their blood. Well, that's quite a review, don't you think? It's a passage that doesn't only underscore the unity and military success of Hattusili's regime, but it also shows the subsequent internal strife and corruption among his descendants. A tale as old as time, it seems. The apple falls far from the tree. Well, this period of prosperity was marred by the prince's servants' corruption, which led to this significant internal conflict, as pointed out in the Edict of Telepinu we just read. But the details of how these issues were resolved remain a little unclear. Unfortunately, more sources about the resolution to these conflicts are, at the moment, nowhere to be found. But that's the great thing about cuneiform. You never know where the next clay tablets are going to show up. I imagine there's so many more of them, just waiting underground somewhere, waiting to be discovered. One day. Well, as for Hattusa, at the end of his life, he named his grandson Mursili I as his successor, ensuring the continuation of his lineage and the dynastic rule of the Hittite Empire. Mursili, following in the footsteps of Hattusa, expanded the Hittite Empire significantly. Around 1595 BC, or around 1587, depending on whether you're following middle or low middle chronology, he launched a major campaign along the Euphrates River. This campaign was notable for its audacity, bypassing Assyria to sack Mari and even Babylon. That's right, that great old city. The raid resulted in the overthrow of the Amorite rulers of the old Babylonian Empire, marking a high point in Hittite military prowess. But rather than annexing Babylonia into his empire, Mursili handed control over to the Kassites, setting the stage for their 4-century-long rule. Mursili's return to Hatti was urgent, prompted by his concern over potential revolts at home, which reflected the precarious nature of his reign. The long military campaign had also drained Hatti's resources and destabilized the capital to a point of near anarchy. Upon his return, Mursili was not very well welcomed. In fact, they immediately killed him, assassinated, before he could even take a look to see who was doing the revolting. It was either during his journey back, or pretty much as soon as he walked into the city. In fact, as with betrayal in all these great stories is a running theme, his assassin was his own brother-in-law, Antili I, who then took the opportunity to jump into his shoes and ascended the throne, which is more than a bit cheeky if you ask me. Once again, a prevailing theme. While Antili himself survived multiple assassination attempts, as he was not too popular, but his family was less fortunate. His wife, Hattusa, and her son were murdered. It was a period that marked the beginning of a violent sequence of murders within the royal family, culminating in further assassinations involving other royal family members, including Siddhanta I and his son Amunna. Of course, one can imagine that all of this internal turmoil had weakened the Hittite state significantly. It's hard to do anything when you're constantly looking over your shoulder. And the Hurrians noticed. Their opportunity may have just come along. And thus, they capitalized on the Hittite instability to expand their territory, seizing Aleppo and the coastal region of Adenia, which they renamed Kisuatna, later known as Cilicia. Throughout the latter part of the 16th century BC, the Hittites were largely confined to their core territories due to the ongoing dynastic disputes and conflicts with the Hurrians. And thus, they then entered a phase characterized by weak kings and scant historical records, making it rather difficult to reconstruct the events of this period accurately. A very long way from the days of Hattusa and those great victories. Well, the political landscape was inherently unstable due to the nature of Hittite kingship, which, unlike the kingship of Egypt, which was divine, treated kings as merely primus inter pares, or as we know in English, first among equals. Succession was not strictly hereditary, leading to frequent power struggles, quite similar actually to the later Wars of the Roses in England. Many parallels. Well, this pattern of expansion under strong rulers, followed by contraction under weak ones, reported throughout the 500-year history of the Hittite kingdom. The political situation did begin to stabilize somewhat under King Telepinu around 1500 BC. Telepinu managed to secure some military victories by allying with one Hurrian state, Kizzuwatna, against the other Hurrian state, Mitanni. Well, he also took significant steps to stabilize the royal succession and mitigate the internal strife that had plagued his predecessors. Telepinu was the last ruler of the old Hittite kingdom, with his reign ending around 1500 BC. His tenure marked the transition to the Middle Kingdom, a period characterized by a significant decline in power and a paucity of historical records. The 15th century BC in particular remains largely mysterious due to scant surviving evidence. The decline during the Middle Kingdom was exacerbated by constant attacks from the Kaskians, a non-Indo-European group settled along the Black Sea shores. In response to these pressures, the Hittite capital was relocated twice. First to Sapinua, and subsequently to Samuha. Although an archive exists in Sapinua, its contents have not been fully translated or understood. Once again, just throwing more mystery to the era. This period eventually gave way to the Hittite Empire phase, beginning with the reign of Tudalia around 1430 BC. Come on, you didn't think they were going to stay down forever. Well, the early Hittite rulers, including those of preceding periods, are credited with pioneering the practice of forming treaties and alliances, positioning the Hittites as early innovators in international politics and diplomacy. During this time, the Hittite religious pantheon also expanded significantly, incorporating numerous deities and ritual practices from the Hurrian culture, reflecting a broader trend of cultural assimilation and adaptation. With the reign of Tudalia I, who may not have been the first to bear that name, the Hittite kingdom emerged from obscurity and entered what is now known as the Hittite Empire period. This was an era marked by significant transformations, notably the strengthening of the monarchy. During this time, the Hittites primarily settled in the older regions of southern Anatolia, rather than expanding into Aegean lands. It was a period that also saw the consolidation of power as kingship finally became hereditary, and the king was revered with a kind of superhuman aura, and often addressed as "my son" by the Hittite citizens, and that's S-U-N, not S-O-N, by the way. The monarchs of this era not only ruled as sovereigns, but also acted as high priests, annually touring the Hittite holy cities to lead festivals and oversee the maintenance of sanctuaries. These tours once again showed the religious role of the king, intertwining governance and religious duties which helped fortify the king's status within the empire. So, back to Tudalia. During his tenure around 1400 BC, he reinvigorated old alliances, particularly with Kisuatna. He successfully conquered the Hurrian states of Aleppo and Mitanni, and made significant gains to the west, at the expense of Arzawa, a Luwian state. After the reign of Tudalia, the Hittite kingdom entered another period of weakness, during which its enemies advanced all the way to the capital Hattusa, and rather unfortunately destroyed it. Yet, under the leadership of Suppiluliuma around 1350 BC, the kingdom not only recovered, but expanded, and significantly. Suppiluliuma reconquered Aleppo and imposed vassalage on Mitanni, which had already been weakened by the Assyrians. He also achieved victories over Carchemish, an Amorite city-state. Suppiluliuma cleverly installed his sons as rulers over this new territory, solidifying his control. During his reign, Babylonia was also under the allied Kassites, positioning Suppiluliuma as a dominant power alongside Assyria and Egypt. This influence was so significant that Egypt, seeking an alliance, proposed a marriage between one of Suppiluliuma's sons and the widow of Tutankhamun. But tragically, the son was murdered en route to Egypt, and the alliance was never realized. Well, around the same time, the Middle Assyrian Empire began to rise in power, with the ascension of Ashur-uballit I in 1365. He quickly attacked and defeated Matiwazir of Mitanni, despite Suppiluliuma's attempts to support the Mitanni king to counterbalance Assyria's growing influence. The Assyrians expanded their territory, seizing lands from the Mitanni and the Hurrians, and eventually encroaching on Hittite territories in eastern Asia Minor. Adad-nirari I, succeeding Ashur-uballit, further annexed territories including Carchemish and northeast Syria from the Hittites. During the reign of Suppiluliuma, the Hittite Empire was also struck by a devastating epidemic, reportedly of tularemia, which afflicted the kingdom for decades, and even claimed the lives of Suppiluliuma himself and his successor, Arnuanda II. This disease significantly weakened the Hittites, affecting their military and political stability. Well, following Suppiluliuma, that eldest son, Arnuanda, had a brief reign until his death, after which another son, Mursili II, took the throne around 1330 BC. Inheriting a strong eastern front, Mursili II could focus on the western threats. So, he addressed the challenges from Arzawa by deploying an early instance of biological warfare, sending infected rams to their lands. Mursili II also dealt with threats from Milawanda, also known as Miletus, which was influenced by Ahiawa, a term that recent scholarship has linked closely to Mycenaean Greece, or at least a significant part of it, suggesting an active Mycenaean involvement or even interference in that region of Anatolia. The prosperity of the Hittite Empire was heavily reliant on its control of critical trade routes and access to metal resources. A key strategic region was northern Syria, which connected the Cilician gates with Mesopotamia. This area's defense became crucial as the Hittites faced Egyptian expansion under Pharaoh Ramesses II. One of the most significant confrontations between the Hittites and Egyptians was the Battle of Kadesh, which occurred around 1274 BC, during the 5th year of the reign of Ramesses II. Now, the battle's outcome remains unclear, but it appears to have been indecisive. While the Hittites initially had the upper hand, the arrival of Egyptian reinforcements prevented a total Hittite victory. The Egyptians managed to force the Hittites back into the fortress of Kadesh. However, despite this tactical advantage, the Egyptians could not fully capitalize on their position due to their own substantial losses, which made it impossible for them to lay a prolonged siege of the fortress. Thus the battle ended without a definitive victor, serving more as a testament to the resilience and military capabilities of both empires, rather than a conclusive engagement. If you want to learn more about it in detail, I have a video on Ramesses II, and also a video on the Battle of Kadesh. Feel free to go and have a look at them. Well after the Battle of Kadesh around 1274 BC, the geopolitical landscape saw both the Hittites and Egyptians decline in power, completely overshadowed by the rising might of Assyria. The Assyrian king Shalmaneser I capitalized on this regional instability, conquering the Hurrian and Mitanni kingdoms, which had previously been under some Hittite protection, and expanded Assyrian territory up to the head of the Euphrates. Of course, this expansion threatened the crucial Hittite trade routes, previously endangered by Egyptian influence. During this turbulent period, Mu'attali's son, Urhi-Teshub, ascended the Hittite throne as Mursili III and reigned for 7 years. His reign ended following a civil conflict with his uncle Hattusa III, who succeeded him. Recognizing the growing threat from Assyria, Hattusa III sought to stabilize the region through diplomacy. He formed an alliance with Ramesses II of Egypt, who was also concerned about Assyrian ambitions. Old rivalries put to rest to face the greater foe, it seems. This alliance culminated in the Treaty of Kadesh around 1258 BC, which is notable for being one of the oldest surviving treaties. It established defined borders in southern Canaan and included the marriage of a Hittite princess to Ramesses, cementing their diplomatic ties. Hattusa III's successor, Tudalia IV, managed to maintain some resistance against Assyrian advances into Hittite territories, though he ultimately lost significant lands and suffered a major defeat by Tukulti-Ninurta I of Assyria in the Battle of Neriah. Tudalia IV also briefly extended Hittite influence to Cyprus, before it, too, fell to the Assyrian forces. Better luck next time. Now, onto the reign of Suppiluliuma II, the last Hittite king, which saw fleeting military successes, a little spark in the dark in those final days, including a naval victory, actually, which was fought off the coast of Cyprus. However, the Assyrians under Ashur-resh-ishi I continued to encroach on Hittite territories, eventually annexing large portions of their land and overpowering other regional players, like the Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar I. Concurrently, the migration of the Sea Peoples exerted additional pressure on the Hittite Empire. This group moved through the Mediterranean, disrupting trade routes and conquering key regions like Cilicia and Cyprus, previously under Hittite control, and established the state of Philistia in Canaan. By around 1180 BC, multiple threats culminated in the destruction of Hattusa. The Hittite capital was burned down by a coalition of invading forces, including the Kaskians, Phrygians, and Bregers. It was an event that marked the end of the Hittite kingdom, contributing to this broader pattern of chaos seen across the eastern Mediterranean during the Late Bronze Age. Environmental factors, such as a prolonged drought, indicated by tree ring studies around this period, also played a role in the destabilization and eventual decline of the Hittite state. And so, by 1160 BC, significant shifts had transformed the political landscape of Asia Minor. During this period, Tiglath-Pileser I, the king of Assyria, was actively combating Mushki, identified with the Phrygians, who were advancing into southern Anatolia from the Anatolian highlands. Additionally, the Kaska people, long-standing adversaries of the Hittites from the northern regions between Hatti and the Black Sea, aligned with the Mushki. The Phrygians, having migrated from the Balkans, where they were known as the Bregers tribe, displaced the Macedonians and had overrun Cappadocia to the west. Following the collapse of the Hittite kingdom, a series of Syro-Hittite states emerged in Anatolia and northern Syria, which effectively continued the legacy of Hittite civilization. Notably, Carchemish and Melid were prominent among these states, with Carchemish's royal family believed to be a cadet branch of the central Hittite royal line. These Syro-Hittite states were progressively subdued by the expanding Neo-Assyrian Empire, eventually becoming vassal states under Shalmaneser III, who lived from 858 to 823 BC, and were fully integrated eventually into the empire during the reign of Sargon II, 722 to 705 BC. At the same time, a potent entity known as Tabal dominated much of southern Anatolia, referred to by the Greeks as Tibarenoi and by the Romans as Tibareni, and mentioned by Josephus and Thobeles. The people of Tabal possibly spoke Luwian, as suggested by inscriptions in Anatolian hieroglyphs found in the region. This state, like its neighbors, was eventually annexed also by the Neo-Assyrian Empire. This period also marked significant linguistic changes, with the advent of the alphabet overshadowing older writing systems like Luwian hieroglyphs and cuneiform. The alphabet was introduced into Anatolia through two conduits, from the Aegean region by the Byrges, who would also become known as the Phrygians, and the Phoenicians and adjacent groups in Syria. Ever wondered why we call it phonics and the phonetic alphabet? Well, there's your answer. No, we can't leave it there. Such a negative note. I think it's negative, at least, seeing the Hittites crushed into the dustpan of history. Let's talk about a few interesting aspects about their religious practices, because I think that's particularly fun to talk about. I always like the old religions and those old gods, with all their little eccentricities. They're exciting. I think they're pretty cool. Well, the religious beliefs of the Hittites and Luwians, while deeply rooted in ancient Mesopotamian traditions, also show strong ties to reconstructed Proto-Indo-European mythology. This is evident in the figure of Tarhunt, the Hittite god of thunder, whose myth involving the serpent Iluyanka mirrors similar tales from the other Indo-European mythologies. For instance, Tarhunt's struggle with Iluyanka is reminiscent of the Vedic god Indra's battle with the serpent Vritra, as well as Thor's encounters with Jormungandr in Norse mythology. Additionally, this motif parallels the daily battle between Re and Apophis in Egyptian mythology, highlighting a common theme of cosmic struggle across various ancient cultures. Copying the homework, but just changing it up a little bit, I think. Now, Hittite mythology also heavily incorporates elements from their neighbors, the Hurrians. The closeness of their mythologies has led them to being jointly categorized under Hittite Hurrian mythology in scholarly works, such as those published by the Oxford University Press. However, the primary sources on Hittite mythology are mostly artistic in nature, with textual records being scarce and mostly confined to the later periods of the Old Hittite Kingdom. These texts often take the form of cult inventories that provide insights into the integration of mythological figures and narratives into daily religious practices. The pantheon itself is a syncretism of Hattian, Hurrian, and Hittite elements, with additional influences from Mesopotamian and Canaanite through Hurrian intermediaries. The Hittites, you see, lacked a clearly defined creation myth in their recorded texts, leading scholars to speculate about the roles and relationships within their pantheon. It is believed that the Hattian mother goddess, potentially linked to the Neolithic great goddess of Catloiok, might have been considered a consort to the Anatolian storm god, thereby connecting Hittite religious narratives to those of other Indo-European traditions, such as those involving Thor, Indra, and Zeus. A synthesis of mythologies, a complex cultural interaction in ancient Anatolia. It shows the Hittites' role as both recipients and transmitters of religious ideas. And thus their religious practices were characterized by their responsive nature, rather than adherence to a regular ceremonial schedule. They conducted rituals primarily during challenging times, or significant events, closely intertwining myth with ritual by reenacting mythological stories during these ceremonies. These practices were largely focused on pit rituals, believed to foster a connection with the chthonic deities, gods of the underworld. These necromantic rituals aim to summon these gods from the world of the dead to the world of the living, show the Hittites' deep engagement with the divine forces governing death and the earth. Arena, located a day's march from the Hittite capital of Hattusa, was a major cult center, particularly for the worship of the sun goddess Arena, a key deity in the Hittite pantheon. Despite the central role of such major cult centers, local traditions, of course, varied significantly, as evidenced by records from cult inventories. The fluidity of these local practices was due to the absence of standardized national ritual practice, allowing for flexibility in smaller, local festivals and worship activities. Of course, if you've watched my videos about the ancient Greek religious practices, it's generally the same thing. It's not always a standardized form of ritual. Each little village and little city-state has its own opinions on how the gods should be worshipped, and that makes it interesting. Now, the Hittite king, who also served as a high priest, played his own role in maintaining the religious order, making it his duty to visit every cult site and temple within his domain. And upon his death, the king was deified, reflecting his dual role as both a temporal leader and spiritual intermediary. A reciprocal relationship between the gods and the king, which was mirrored in the broader societal expectation that the gods would provide for the people if they were properly worshipped. King Mursili II's plea during a time of agricultural hardships illustrates the practical implications of this belief system. He lamented the devastation of the land and the consequent inability to perform rituals, highlighting a crisis where the gods were seen as holding humans accountable for lapses in worship due to circumstances completely beyond their control. In fact, we have an account from an old tablet of the time that talks about this, and it goes like this. All of the land of Hatti is dying, so that no one prepares for the sacrificial loaf and libation for you gods. The ploughman who used to work the fields of the gods has died, so that no one works or reaps the fields of gods any longer. The miller woman who used to prepare sacrificial loaves of the gods has died, so that they no longer make the sacrificial loaves. As for the corral and the sheepfold from which one used to cull the offerings of sheep and cattle, the cowherds and shepherds have died, and the corral and sheepfold are empty. So it happens that the sacrificial loaves, libations, and animal sacrifices are cut off. And you come to us, O gods, and hold us culpable in this matter. It's within this invocation that we find that it not only underscores the dependency of divine favor on successful harvests, but it also shows the informal yet crucial communication between the Hittites and their gods. You didn't have to do it the same as everybody else, but by God, you better be doing something. The Hittites often interacted with their deities directly through personal appeals that could bypass elaborate rituals or priestly mediation, especially in casual or urgent contexts. Think about how people cross their fingers while they're scratching that lottery ticket. Things like this. This pragmatic and direct approach to divinity also involved using the divine will to justify human actions, much like the ancient Egyptians, integrating religious justification into the fabric of societal and political life. And what about the Hittite pantheon? Well, it was known for its 1,000 gods, and it reflects a complex and frankly fragmented divine landscape, with numerous deities recorded in inscriptions who are today now known only by their names and not their functions. An extensive array of gods, which is partly due to the Hittites' resistance to syncretism, the blending of gods and religious practices into a unified structure. Each Hittite town often revered its own distinct storm god, and local deities were not commonly merged into singular national deities. This practice points to a significant degree of local autonomy and cultural diversity, suggesting a social and political structure that was decentralized and varied across different regions. By the 13th century BC, however, there seem to have been concerted efforts to harmonize this sprawling religious landscape. The queen and priestess Puduhepa played a key role in these efforts, seeking to organize and rationalize the Hittite religious practices. In one of her inscriptions, she illustrates the process of syncretism by aligning the sun goddess of Arena with Hebat, a deity associated with another region, indicating a shift towards creating a more unified religious identity. Hittite mythology often features a broad ensemble of gods and goddesses, with narratives that typically revolve around complex issues affecting the entire cosmos or community. These myths usually involve a collective effort to resolve crises. Unlike simple moral tales, these stories are dynamic and they're action-packed, drawing in multiple characters, each with a vested interest in the outcome. In Hittite mythology, the storm god of Nerik, worshipped in the Bronze Age cold center north of the Hittite capitals Hattusa and Supinua, is considered sacred and a son of Urusemu, the sun goddess of Arena. This deity, connected to Mount Zalianu near Nerik, played a crucial role in controlling the weather and ensuring rainfall for the region's agriculture. And of course, that's pretty damn important. Well, during times when the Kaskar people seized control of Nerik, rituals to appease the storm god were conducted from Hattusa, involving offerings such as thick breads, libations, sheep, and oxen. Kumarbi, another significant figure in Hittite mythology, mirrors the role of Kronos in Greek mythology. Known as the father of Tarhunt, the god of thunder, Kumarbi's narrative includes fathering Ulikumi, a stone monster reminiscent of the Typhon from Hesiod's works. This mythological context shows a complex family of deities, with Tarhunt linked closely to his son Telepinu, the god of agriculture and fertility, and his daughter Inara, a protective deity associated with the Puruli Spring Festival. A major temple at Hattusa likely served as a central worship site for this divine family. Now, the Telepinu myth explores the theme of dereliction when Telepinu's disappearance leads to a catastrophic cessation of all fertility, causing widespread despair across the land. The resolution involves a bee sent by the goddess Hanahana, finding and awakening Telepinu with a sting, though this initially enrages him further. Eventually, the goddess Kamrusepa calms him with a magic restoring balance and fertility. Similarly, the slaying of the dragon myth, recited during New Year rituals aimed at ensuring agricultural prosperity, depicts a battle between the storm god and a malevolent serpent. Inara, a goddess, devises plans involving a human, Hupashia, to overcome the serpent. The story emphasizes the cooperative yet complex relationship between gods and humans, where divine conflicts often require mortal assistance for resolution, and goddesses play crucial roles in strategizing and restoring order, a dynamic that reflects a broader theme in Hittite mythology, where the divine order relies on both inter-god cooperation and human involvement to maintain balance and address crises. The Hyksos were a group of mixed Semitic Asiatic peoples who rose to power in Egypt, establishing the 15th dynasty around 1650 to 1550 BC. Originating from the Near East, they settled in the eastern Nile Delta and brought with them significant technological advancements, such as the horse-drawn chariot and the composite bow. Their rule, often referred to as the Hyksos invasion, is a period known as the Second Intermediate Period in ancient Egyptian history. They governed northern Egypt from their capital, Avaris, and maintained Egyptian customs and administrative practices, which of course helped legitimize their rule and integrate their culture with that of the natives. Their influence extended beyond military innovations, as they also introduced new tools and agricultural techniques. But the end of the Hyksos reign eventually came when Ahmose I, the founder of the 18th dynasty, successfully waged a war against them, eventually driving them out of Egypt and initiating a new era known as the New Kingdom. Well, today we're going to get well and truly into it and learn all about the Hyksos. Welcome to the channel. Is it your first time here? If it is, it's good to meet you, my friend. And if you're coming back, it's good to see you back again. Now, as always, if you'd like to support the channel, surprise, you're already doing it. Just by enjoying the content at your own pace, that's enough support. But if you want to go above and beyond, the like and subscribe button are only one click away, and if you want to go above that, refer to the video description. Now, without further ado, let us begin. Historical interactions between the Semitic peoples and the Egyptians spanned throughout ancient Egypt's history and was never a new idea. An early artifact, the McGregor plaque dating to about 3000 BC, depicts the pharaoh Den in a scene labeled "The First Occasion of Striking the East," where he is shown smiting a Western Asiatic enemy. This tableau represents one of the earliest recorded conflicts between Egypt and its eastern neighbors. Further evidence of these early contacts is found in the tomb paintings from the 12th dynasty, specifically those of the official Khnumhotep II during the reign of Senusret II around 1890 BC. These paintings vividly depict Western Asiatic foreigners, possibly Canaanites or nomadic groups, presenting gifts to the pharaoh. These visitors are identified as Amu, with their leader marked as Abisha the Hyksos, representing the earliest recorded mention of the Hyksos, a group that would later play a more significant role than the Egyptians knew. Additionally, the Sebek-Ku stele from the reign of Senusret III, 1878 to 1839 BC, provides further insights into Egyptian military campaigns in the Levant, marking Egypt's aggressive interactions with its Asiatic neighbors. The stele describes a victorious campaign headed northwards by Senusret III, aiming to overthrow the Asiatics. It mentions the conquest of a foreign land named Sekhmem, now identified as Shechem, and the subjugation of Retenu, associated with ancient Syria. Now, the ancient Hyksos period is primarily chronicled through the works of Manetho, an Egyptian priest and historian from the Hellenistic period. But unfortunately, his original writings have not survived, and our understanding of his accounts comes through citations by later historians, notably the Jewish historian Josephus. Manetho's narrative as recounted by Josephus, vividly describes the sudden and brutal invasion of Egypt by the Hyksos, this mysterious group from the east and of, according to Josephus and Manetho, ignoble origin. Now, according to Manetho's writing, this invasion was unexpected and overwhelmingly successful, achieved without significant resistance or battle. Thus the Hyksos swiftly dominated the Egyptian rulers, leading to a violent occupation characterized by the destruction of cities and religious temples. Manetho's account details the Hyksos' harsh treatment of the Egyptian population, involving mass killings and the enslavement of women and children. The full text, as written in the account, goes like this. A people of ignoble origin from the east, whose coming was unforeseen, had the audacity to invade the country, which they mastered by main force without difficulty or even battle. Having overpowered the chiefs, they then savagely burned the cities, razed the temples of the gods to the ground, and treated the whole native population with utmost cruelty, massacring some and carrying off the wives and children of others into slavery. This traditional narrative of a violent Hyksos invasion, as presented by the ancient Egyptian priest Manetho, has largely been reassessed and therefore rejected by contemporary scholars. You see, Manetho's accounts, which describe this sudden and brutal conquest, are now thought to be influenced by his experiences of later foreign invasions, rather than accurate depictions of Hyksos' ascendancy. Modern archaeological and isotype analyses suggest a more gradual and peaceful integration of the Hyksos into Egyptian society. Archaeological evidence, particularly on the site of Avaris, reveals a continuous presence of Asiatic people in the region for over 150 years prior to the establishment of Hyksos rule, with signs of Canaanite settlement dating back to 1800 BC. That's before Egypt's 12th dynasty. This suggests that the Hyksos' rise to power was a result of a migration and integration, rather than a bloodthirsty war and invasion. Strontium isotype analysis supports this, indicating a higher proportion of non-local females in the population, which contradicts the typical invasion model dominated by male warriors. Some scholars emphasize that the presence of Western Asiatic groups in Egypt was a long-standing phenomenon, driven by Egypt's allure as a land of opportunity, particularly in the fertile Nile Delta. This region, especially in the city of Avaris, became a magnet for immigrants due to its pivotal role in international trade and seafaring. Historical records from Egypt's earlier dynasties, such as the 6th and 12th, show that the Asiatics were integrated into various societal roles, whether they be shipbuilders, soldiers, or temple workers. They were everywhere. Now, the politics of Egypt before the Hyksos ascension was admittedly fragmented, particularly after the decline of the 13th dynasty around 1725 BC. This period saw multiple regional kingdoms, including a West Asian-dominated 14th dynasty based at Avaris. The transition from the 14th to the Hyksos-controlled 15th does not appear to have been marked by any significant conflict at all, contrary to the earlier narrative from Manetho. But the exact nature of the 15th dynasty's rise to power does remain a subject of debate among historians. While some suggest a possible invasion or displacement of the 14th dynasty by the 15th, others simply find the evidence for such an event inconclusive. There are certain archaeological findings, such as the stela of Neferhotep III, which possibly indicates disruptions caused by mercenary activities rather than a structured military campaign. Well, the duration of the Hyksos rule in Egypt is another topic of scholarly debate. Due to the fragmentary nature of the historical records of the 15th dynasty, the Turin king list, a key but incomplete source, indicates that 6 Hyksos kings ruled for a collective total of 108 years. However, recent studies by modern scholars have proposed longer durations, suggesting that the Hyksos may have governed for as much as 149 to 180. These estimates point to a more extended Hyksos presence during that second intermediate period, coexisting with the native Egyptian dynasties, specifically the 16th and 17th dynasties that came after. Geographically, the Hyksos control was primarily concentrated in the eastern Nile Delta. We've already made mention of their capital, Avaris, strategically located at the junction of the Pelusiac branch of the Nile, which in our modern times is unfortunately well and truly dry. While Memphis is thought to have possibly served as an important administrative center during their reign, there remains a lack of concrete evidence of Hyksos activity. Could have happened, but at the moment we're yet to find anything solid. So any suggestion of activity in Memphis is somewhat ambiguous. But archaeological findings do suggest a notable presence of Levantine populations throughout the Delta region in general. Sites such as Tel Farasha, Tel al-Magud, and El-Qatana, and Inshaz show signs of Levantine influence or habitation. Of course, Avaris, benefiting from increased prosperity, likely drew more Levantine settlers to the area. At Kom el-Hisin, located at the edge of the western delta, artifacts reveal Near Eastern goods, and burial practices show a mix of Egyptian and Levantine traditions, suggesting a population of, well, I suppose we can say Egyptianized Levantines. Another significant site, Tel Basta, or in the old tongue, Bubastis, contains monuments dedicated to Hyksos kings, Kian and Apepi, but it lacks any substantial evidence of a Levantine residential community. Meanwhile, Tel al-Habwa, positioned near a Nile branch close to Sinai, also displays signs of a non-Egyptian presence, predominantly Egyptian or Egyptianized Levantines, reflecting a blend rather than a displacement of cultures. The site would have been crucial in supporting Avaris with grain and trade goods, facilitating the Hyksos' economic and administrative activities. Now, within the Wadi Tumilat, Tel el-Mushkuta is a particularly notable settlement for its abundance of Levantine pottery and its occupational history that aligns more closely with the 15th dynasty, showing once again the Hyksos' cultural connections to the Levant. And nearby, Tel al-Rataba and Tel al-Sahaba also provide archaeological evidence suggestive of Hyksos-style burials. Tel El Yahudia, positioned strategically between Memphis and the Wadi Tumilat, is remarkable for its large earthwork, which may have been constructed by the Hyksos, and its Levantine burial practices that date back to the 13th dynasty. Now, it's these sites that collectively highlight the Hyksos' strategic positioning to control access routes towards Sinai, the southern Levant, and potentially the Red Sea, enhancing their ability to manage trade, but also military movements. Now, there are other sites such as Tel al-Kabir, Tel Yahud, and Tel Fazia that have been noted by scholars to exhibit elements of what could be recognized as Hyksos culture. However, there is a lack of published archaeological data for these sites, which makes it difficult to conclusively ascertain their roles or the extent of Hyksos' influence there. Although the Hyksos had claimed sovereignty over both Lower and Upper Egypt, the actual control was likely more circumscribed, with their southernmost boundary around Hermopolis and Kusei. The presence of Hyksos-related objects in Upper Egypt, such as Thebes, has been suggested to reflect either Theban war booty or evidence of trade, diplomatic engagements, or possibly short-term raids rather than direct control. The broader impact of the Hyksos, initially believed to be indicative of a vast empire due to the distribution of goods bearing Hyksos rulers' names as far as Baghdad and Knossos, is now more commonly interpreted as a result of extensive diplomatic gift exchanges and a rather strong trade network, rather than direct imperial rule or military ambition abroad. This reassessment aligns with a more nuanced understanding of the Hyksos as integrative rulers who engaged in and facilitated complex webs of international relations and commerce, rather than just rolling in with the swords and bows. Now, we come to the conflict between Thebes and the Hyksos, and as recorded, the conflict is predominantly derived from pro-Theban sources, so keep that in mind, because pretty much all of those sources cast the struggle in terms of a war of national liberation against a horrible oppressor. This narrative was once widely accepted by scholars, just as Manetho once was, but in the modern day, with a little bit of introspection, it's shifted somewhat, and the characterization of the conflict as a nationalistic uprising is also now viewed with a great deal of skepticism. Hostilities likely began in the reign of Seqenenre-Ta, a Theban king. Intriguingly, the cause of his death determined from his mummy, which shows multiple axe wounds to the head, suggesting that he died in battle against the Hyksos. And multiple axe wounds, I said, not just one. So they wanted to make sure he was certainly dead. And that's a very efficient way of doing it. Well, the exact reasons for the outbreak of hostilities are admittedly not clearly documented, but there is one tale, a satirical one at that, titled The Quarrel of Apophis and Seqenenre, which suggests that the conflict was sparked by a demand from the Hyksos ruler Apepi, now known as Apophis, that Seqenenre silence a group of noisy hippopotamuses near Thebes, which were reportedly preventing Apepi from sleeping. Well, nobody likes being woken up. This narrative, however, is considered part of the king's novel genre, blending the entertainment factors with political allegory rather than providing a factual account. It's still a funny story, though. Well, approximately 3 years after Sekenenra's death, his successor, Kamose, aggressively resumed military actions against the Hyksos. His campaigns are well documented through inscriptions on 3 stelae at Karnak. The first of these, known as the Carnarvon Tablet, poignantly expresses Kamose's frustration with Egypt's divided state. And we have the primary text here, which I will read now. To what effect do I perceive it, my might, while a ruler is in avarice and another in Cush, I sitting joined with an Asiatic and a Nubian, each man having his own portion of this Egypt, sharing the land with me. There is no passing him as far as Memphis, the water of Egypt. He has possession of Hermopolis, and no man can rest, being deprived by the levies of the Setu. I shall engage in battle with him, and I shall slit his body, for my intention is to save Egypt, striking the Asiatics. Of course, this text not only shows the desperation of Kamose to reclaim and unify Egypt under native rule, but it also shows the complex political landscape at the time, with foreign rulers controlling significant territories within Egypt himself. You see, he mentioned a Nubian as well, so it wasn't just the Asiatics that were taking their territory. It was just a bad time. I suppose that's why they call it an intermediate period. In one vivid dramatization, quite typical of Egyptian royal narratives, Kamose's advisors are depicted urging caution, but the king boldly proceeds with his military campaigns. He describes his assaults on Nefrusi and other cities aligned with the Hyksos. In a notable account on a second stele, Kamose asserts that he captured Avaris, though he subsequently returned to Thebes after intercepting a messenger between Apepi, the Hyksos ruler, and the king of Cush. Kamose's reign ended shortly thereafter, around 1540 BC. The conflict continued under Ahmose, Kamose's successor, who launched early and effective campaigns, likely including the conquest of Memphis, Taru, and Heliopolis, as referenced in the Rhind mathematical papyrus. A detailed account of Ahmose's military actions comes from the tomb of Ahmose, son of Ibana, providing a first-hand testimony of the sack of Avaris, and it goes like this. Then there was fighting in Egypt to the south of this town, Avaris, and I carried off a man as a living captive. I went down into the water, for he was captured on the city side, and crossed the water carrying him. Then Avaris was despoiled, and I brought spoil from there. It's suggested that Ahmose's definitive conquest of Avaris occurred in the 18th year of his reign. However, archaeological investigations at Tel el-Daba, the site of the ancient Avaris, indicate that the city was not destroyed, but rather gradually abandoned. Little by little, the Hyksos simply left. The peaceful departure of the Hyksos is captured in the writings of Manetho, as quoted by Josephus, highlighting an arranged treaty that ended the siege. And I'll read that from Josephus, now retelling from Manetho. Tomosis invested the walls of Avaris with an army of 480,000 men, and endeavored to reduce the Hyksos to submission by siege. Despairing of achieving his object, he concluded a treaty under which the Hyksos were all to evacuate Egypt and go whither they would unmolested. Upon these terms, no fewer men than 240,000, entire households with their possessions, left Egypt and traversed the desert to Syria. End of the account from Josephus, quoting Manetho. While Manetho's historical account suggests a large-scale expulsion of the Hyksos to the Levant, contemporary archaeological evidence does not seem to support this narrative. Instead, findings suggest that many Asiatics were likely resettled throughout Egypt, particularly as artisans and craftsmen. Can't have any of that brain drain after all. Now this is supported by an analysis by Manfred Pietak, which points to continued production of Hyksos-style pottery and scarabs in the eastern delta region, particularly around Avaris, even after this supposed expulsion. And furthermore, the persistence of Canaanite cults at Avaris indicates that the Asiatic population and their cultural practices continued in Egypt, rather than being entirely displaced. In addition to reconfiguring the demographic landscape of Avaris, Ahmose's military campaigns extended into Canaan. Ahmose, the son of Eabani, a key military figure during this time, provides his own record of these exploits. He notes that following the takeover of Avaris, Ahmose led a successful campaign against one Sharuhen, who is identified by some scholars as Tel el-Aljul, a significant stronghold in Canaan that was under Hyksos' influence. This victory further shows the territory and military reach of Ahmose's new regime. He secured regions beyond Egypt's traditional borders, and mopped up the remnants of Hyksos' influence in the region. Now, what exactly set the Hyksos apart from the rest? Were they just like the Egyptians? Or were they different? Well, in some ways they were alike, of course, but, of course, there were some divergences in culture. Let's have a little talk about what it was like under the Hyksos. Well, the period is marked by significant diplomatic and military interactions that influenced the politics of Egypt and its neighboring regions. The discovery of a cuneiform letter in Avaris highlights the Hyksos' involvement in international diplomacy, with evidence of relations extending to Crete and the Near East. Notably, artifacts bearing the name of Hyksos king Kian, such as those found in Knossos and Hattusa, that was the Hittite capital, suggest active diplomatic engagements with both Minoan Crete and the Hittite Empire. Additionally, a sphinx with Kian's name found in Baghdad, the modern capital of Afghanistan, indicates possible ties with the Babylonian Kassite dynasty. Prior to the outbreak of hostilities that characterized the end of the Hyksos rule, there are indications of cooperative relations between the Hyksos and the Theban 17th dynasty, and they possibly involved a marital alliance, which was of course not uncommon. This period of peace, well, relative peace at least, contrasts sharply with the later violent conflicts documented during the reigns of Seqenenre-Tar and his successors. One significant diplomatic correspondence is the intercepted letter between the Hyksos king Apepi and the Nubian king, which suggested a formal alliance against Thebes. This is supported by archaeological finds, such as seals from Avaris that have been found at Kerma, which attest to ongoing interactions and even possible military collaboration between the Hyksos and Nubia. The strategic position of the Hyksos in the north and the Nubians in the south, of course, posed a considerable threat to Thebes, which was right in the middle. Now, during the sieges led by the Theban pharaohs Kamose and Ahmose I, both rulers faced threats from Nubian forces, who were potentially allied with the Hyksos. Ahmose's campaigns are particularly notable for his military successes, which included defeating the Nubian forces and killing their leader, a victory that is proudly recorded in his tomb at Thebes. The depiction of the Hyksos as overlords to other Egyptian dynasties, particularly in later Egyptian texts like the Quarrel of Apophis and Seqenenre, suggests a more complex relationship of tribute and vassalage. However, this depiction has been challenged by some modern scholars who argue against the assumption of vassalage as baseless. Instead, relationships were likely maintained through diplomacy and strategic alliances, rather than direct subjugation. The Hyksos rulers, despite their significant influence in Egypt during the Second Intermediate Period, left behind very little in the way of original court art. But they are noted for repurposing the Egyptian monuments that they already had, notably inscribing their own names on them. This appropriation is well illustrated by the actions of Hyksos king Kian, who left his mark on numerous artifacts originally created for earlier pharaohs. Similarly, other Hyksos kings followed suit, reinscribing monuments such as the so-called Hyksos sphinxes and the Tanite sphinxes. These sphinxes, originally depicting the 12th dynasty pharaoh Amenemhat III, and noted for their distinctive features such as prominent cheekbones and a lion-like mane rather than the traditional Nemes headcloth, were later claimed by the Hyksos rulers, who engraved their own names onto the statues, which, in my opinion, is a little bit rude. While a substantial architectural discovery in Avaris reveals a large palace constructed in Levantine style, predominantly under King Kian, indicating a departure from traditional Egyptian architectural norms in favor of styles native to Hyksos origins. Additionally, King Apepi is known to have engaged with Egyptian cultural practices, notably commissioning the copying of the Rhind mathematical papyrus, suggesting a level of integration and respect for the Egyptian scholarly traditions. Hyksos burial customs also diverge significantly from those of the Egyptians. The Hyksos buried their dead within their settlements, which is of course contrary to the Egyptian custom of burials outside of living areas. Certainly a clash of cultures, it seems. Some tombs included Egyptian-style chapels, yet others featured the interment of young females, potentially sacrifices, placed directly in front of tomb chambers. Additionally, infants were occasionally buried in imported Canaanite amphorae, and the burial of horses and other equids was practiced, perhaps reflecting a fusion of Egyptian and Near Eastern cultural practices regarding status and the divine. The Hyksos are often credited with the introduction of the horse and chariot to Egypt, which was of course a significant military development. Indeed, when we think of an Egyptian pharaoh going to war, we never think of him riding a horse or charging in on foot. Indeed, he's always on the back of that chariot, right at the back of our subconscious when we make our little images of the ancient world in our minds. Well, it turns out that perhaps the Hyksos may or may not have used these. The archaeological and historical evidence directly linking the Hyksos to the use of chariots in warfare is a little ambiguous. While horse burials suggest an early familiarity with horses, there's no evidence that the Hyksos used chariots in battle. That being said, the Hittites up north were certainly doing so. Watch my video on the Battle of Kadesh. You'll find out. In fact, the first documented use of chariots in Egyptian warfare comes from the Egyptian sources describing battles against the Hyksos at the end of their rule. So perhaps if the Hyksos did introduce chariots to Egypt, they may have regretted telling the Egyptians about it a little later. Now, the question of whether the Hyksos introduced other military technologies, such as the sickle sword and the composite bow, is also debatable. While these weapons are indeed associated with the Hyksos period, it remains a little unclear whether they originated from the Hyksos themselves, or were simply adaptations from contact with other cultures during their rule. Similarly, advancements in bronze-working techniques attributed to the Hyksos could reflect broader technological advances, rather than direct innovations by them especially. Beyond military technologies, because of course there is more to life than war, the Hyksos are credited with bringing significant improvements in non-military domains as well. They introduced new weaving techniques, and even musical instruments, which enrich the cultural landscape of Egypt. Their influence on viniculture also suggests a broader impact on agricultural practices. The introduction of full-body armor, well, that is another area where the Hyksos may have diverged from Egyptian traditions, which typically did not include armor or helmets until the New Kingdom period. This possible introduction of more advanced protective gear could indicate a significant shift in military tactics and personal protection during combat. Now, during that time, Avaris emerged not just as the political capital, but as the new commercial hub in the Nile Delta. The city played a key role in establishing and maintaining wide-ranging trade relations that extended across the eastern Mediterranean and far into the old world of the Near East. The Hyksos had intensive trade relationships, particularly with Canaan and Cyprus, reflecting likely origins and strong cultural ties with Canaanite regions. And trade with Canaan was characterized by significant imports of Canaanite goods, indicating robust economic and possibly familial connections. Relations with Cyprus towards the end of the Hyksos period were also critical, which perhaps involved the exchange of luxury goods and raw materials that were pivotal for the survival of both regions. But culturally, the Hyksos appeared to integrate their native Levantine practices with those of the native Egyptians. Temples in Avaris were built in both Egyptian and Levantine styles, serving as a clear sign of cultural amalgamation. Even the worship of the Canaanite storm god Baal, alongside the Egyptian god Set, who was particularly venerated in Avaris, exemplifies the syncretism that defined Hyksos' religious life. Baal's association with Set may also reflect an attempt by the Hyksos to legitimize their rule by aligning their deity with a recognized Egyptian god. The material culture during the Hyksos period included significant imports listed in the Kamose stele, such as chariots, horses, precious metals, and luxury items like incense and honey, which showed their sophistication in their trade networks and dealings. Moreover, the era saw an export of Egyptian artifacts to Canaan and Syria, often as loot, which suggests a complex interaction where the Hyksos utilized Egyptian resources to consolidate power in foreign lands. Well, despite these flourishing trade and cultural integrations, evidence suggests a trade boycott between Upper and Lower Egypt during their rule. It may have contributed to some limited economic interactions between the two regions of Egypt, which of course potentially weakened the Hyksos economically by curtailing their access to Mediterranean trade. Despite later narratives that portrayed the Hyksos as antagonistic towards Egyptian religious practices, archaeological finds, including votive objects dedicated to traditional Egyptian gods by Hyksos rulers, indicate more of a level of respect and reverence, and even integration into the Egyptian religious custom. In fact, Josephus's interpretation and the later association of the Hyksos with the Jews have shaped a considerable part of historical discourse on the subject. In his work, Contra Apion, Josephus cites the ancient Egyptian priest Manetho to connect the Hyksos with the Jews, suggesting that upon their expulsion from Egypt, the Hyksos founded the city of Jerusalem. But this account raises significant questions regarding its authenticity, and of course, the motives of the author, as the original works of Manetho do not survive independently, but are known only through quotations by later authors, including Josephus himself. Thus, we must know that perhaps his use of Manetho is strategic. He aims to counter Greek and Egyptian historiographical slurs against the Jewish people by appropriating the story of the Hyksos, that formidable force in ancient Egypt, and integrating them into a Jewish history. But it does not explicitly name the Hyksos as Jews or Hebrews. The conflation might be Josephus's interpretation or just an addition, aimed at defending the antiquity and nobility of the Jewish people in a context where they were often marginalized. The narrative becomes even more complex when the mention of Osarseph, a priest whom Josephus equates with Moses. According to Josephus, after being expelled, Osarseph and a group of lepers ally with the Hyksos in Avaris and rule Egypt oppressively for 13 years before being driven out. Post-expulsion, Osarseph supposedly adopts the name Moses. This account mixes elements of the Hyksos story with aspects of biblical exodus, possibly reflecting later historiographical accounts to synthesize various traditions and historical memories into a more coherent narrative that serves specific theological and cultural purposes. Well, whatever the case, the story of the Second Intermediate Period and Egypt under the Hyksos is certainly an interesting one. Of all the festivities of antiquity, the ancient Olympic Games which began in Olympia, Greece, 776 BC, stands head and shoulders above the rest. Athletic contests, chariot races, combat sports, and even contests of art were all part of the celebrations to honor Zeus, the king of the gods, and they reflected a combination of cultural expression, religious fervor, and, of course, physical strength. But the games were also an important means of creating a unified pan-Hellenic identity in the face of persistent threats, as athletes from all over Greece traveled to compete. A sacred truce was enforced during the games to ensure the safety of participants as they traveled through hostile territories, a way of fostering peace and cooperation among the warring Greek states. In 393 AD, however, as part of the Christian crusade against pagan rituals, Emperor Theodosius I abolished the Olympic Games after they had been a nearly 12th-century tradition. But the legacy, of course, continues to this day, with its roots coming from a deep place in the ancient world. Welcome to the channel, everyone. Newcomers, nice to meet you. Those returning, good to see you again. Today we're going to talk about the Olympic Games. Quite a timely video, of course, as it's going on in Paris as I speak. Perhaps by the time you're watching this, the games are over. But, well, maybe not. Perhaps you got in early. As always, supporting the channel is enjoying the channel. That's all we really need to do. But the like and subscribe is right there and only 2 clicks away, and there's a few links in the description for those who feel inclined. But now, without any further ado, let's get nice and relaxed and delve into our topic for today. The ancient Greeks placed a lot of importance on establishing a strong connection between their rich and ancient mythology and the Olympic Games themselves. So, let's have a look at how we believe, in mythological terms, the games came about. You see, in ancient times, the origins of the games were believed to be the work of the gods themselves, and various legends circulated, each claiming to be the progenitor of the true creators of these games. While the complexity of these origin traditions makes them pretty challenging to unravel, but through the emergence of a chronology and somewhat identifiable patterns, individuals can gain a decent understanding of what is the narrative behind the games. There is one narrative recounted by a Greek historian, Pausanias. We encounter the tale of the dactyl Heracles, who is, by the way, a distinct figure from the Hercules who emerged as the son of Zeus and found a place in the Roman pantheon. Well, alongside Heracles, 4 of his brothers, Paeonias, Epimetheus, Aasius, and Aidas, engaged in a race at Olympia, their purpose being to amuse the recently born Zeus. Well, the victor was honored with a crown made of olive leaves, symbolizing peace, and of course, a symbol of peace to this very day. The tradition also led to the games being held every 5th year, with a 4-year interval between each. Additionally, the gods of Olympus, who resided on Mount Olympus, would partake in various athletic competitions, such as wrestling, jumping, and running contests. One of the myths surrounding the origin of the games involves one Pelops, a hero from the local region of Olympia. You see, in the realm of Pisa there reigned a wise and powerful king named Oenamius. Within his royal lineage, he was blessed with a daughter of great beauty and grace. Her name was Hippodamia. However, the fates had foretold a grim prophecy, as they always do in Greek mythology, that the very man who would become Hippodamia's husband would bring about the demise of the king himself. So, it was mandated that any aspiring suitor who sought the hand of his daughter must embark on a daring chariot ride, with Oenomas in hot pursuit, ready to impale the unfortunate suitor should he be overtaken. Of course, the horses pulling the king's chariot were a gift from the god Poseidon, making them exceptionally swift and supernatural in their power. But it wasn't long before the king's daughter developed strong feelings for our gentleman named Pelops. But prior to the race, Pelops managed to convince Myrtilus, Oenamus's charioteer, to substitute the bronze axle pins of the king's chariot with ones made of wax. You can see where this is going. So, as the race progressed and the fiction picked up, the wax gradually melted, causing the unfortunate demise of the king as he violently tumbled from the chariot. Following his triumph, Pelops arranged chariot races to express gratitude to the gods and to hold funeral games in memory of the unfortunate king, seeking a kind of purification of the guilt from his demise. The origins of the Olympic Games can be traced back to the funeral race that is held at Olympia. But Pelops achieved great renown as a king in his own right, and he was revered as a local hero, ultimately lending his name to the region of the Peloponnese. Well, according to one myth, it is said that the festival at Olympia included the participation of Heracles, that is, the one who is believed to be the son of Zeus. As per our ancient source Pindar, it was Hercules who was the one who initiated an athletic festival as a tribute to his father Zeus, upon the successful completion of his arduous labors. Well, we can observe recurring patterns from these myths that show the Greeks' belief in the religious origins of the games. They saw athletic competition as intricately connected to the worship of their gods. After all, the gods were the greatest audience, always looking down. Moreover, the revival of the ancient games was seen as a means to restore peace, harmony, and a return to the fundamental essence of Greek life. Thus, in ancient Greece, the Olympic Games were considered to be one of the two central rituals, alongside the ancient religious festival known as the Eleusinian Mysteries, which is, of course, rather different in its nature. Well, throughout the centuries, the regions surrounding the Mediterranean have been deeply rooted in a rich and enduring legacy of athletic events. Ancient Egyptians and Mesopotamians portrayed athletic scenes in the tombs of their kings and nobles. Regular competitions were not held, or at least they weren't written down for us to know about, but we do know that events that did place were likely exclusive to royalty and the upper classes. The Minoan culture, back to Greece for a moment, greatly valued gymnastics, as evidenced by the depiction of activities such as bull leaping, running, wrestling, and even boxing on their frescoes. And the Mycenaeans incorporated the earlier Minoan games into their cultural practices and engaged in chariot racing during religious and funerary rites. In the epic tales of the great writer Homer, the valiant heroes engage in athletic competitions as a means of paying tribute to the departed friends. The Iliad, one of Homer's works, showcases a variety of athletic competitions, including chariot races, wrestling, foot races, sword fighting, archery, and spear throwing. In addition to these, Homer's other famous work, the Odyssey, includes a lengthy jump and discus throw. And to another very friendly name, Aristotle. According to him, the first Olympics took place in 776 BC. Well, this date has been widely accepted by most historians, although there are some who hold different views. But based on archaeological evidence, it has been confirmed that the Olympics traditionally began around this time or shortly thereafter. According to the archaeological findings, it seems that the origins of the major games at Olympia can be traced to around 700, rather than the commonly accepted date of 776. And there's been some rather groundbreaking research by one Christensen on the Olympic victor lists that reveals the inherent unreliability of the victors' names and details prior to the 6th century. The administration of Elis were the ones responsible for overseeing the independent state, and although the Eleans generally did a commendable job in managing the games fairly, there were of course occasional instances of bias and interference. Furthermore, contrary to the popular belief, the well-known Olympic truce merely required the protection of visitors, rather than putting a complete end to all conflicts in Greece, or specifically at Olympia. There are several historians from ancient times who have been suggested as potential candidates for establishing the use of Olympiads to count years. One of these historians is Ephorus, who lived in the 4th century BC. However, the credit for codifying this particular epic is usually given to one Hippias of Elis, Eratosthenes, or even Timaeus, who, by the way, Eratosthenes may have been imitating. Well, we do know that the games were held at 4-year intervals, and later the ancient historians' method of counting the years even referred to these games, using the Olympiad for the period between 2 games. In the past, the dating systems employed by the Greek states were utilized by the general population, excluding historians, resulting in a considerable amount of confusion when attempting to establish accurate dates, especially going back that far. I'm not good with mathematics, and I don't pretend to be. In fact, I don't care to be. Well, as per Diodorus, it is mentioned that a solar eclipse occurred during the 3rd year of the 113th Olympiad, which is believed to be the eclipse of 316 BC. The date for this first year of the first Olympiad is estimated to be around midsummer of 765. However, scholars hold differing opinions regarding the commencement of the games, and I assume will do for some time. Well, as per the account of the Greek traveller Pausanias in 175 AD, the initial competition was held solely at the Stadion race, covering a distance of approximately 190 meters, about 620 feet, and the term stadium originates from this particular occurrence. Various factions engaged in a power struggle for dominance over the sanctuary at Olympia, and consequently the games in order to gain prestige and political leverage. According to Pausanias, in the year 668 BC, Phaedon of Argos was tasked by the town of Pisa to seize control of the sanctuary from the town of Elis. Phaedon successfully accomplished this, and proceeded to personally oversee the games for that particular year. But in the following year, Elis once again regained their control. So, during the initial 2 centuries of the game's existence, their significance was primarily limited to religious events within specific regions. Participation in the early games was limited to Greeks who lived near Olympia. And of course, you can observe the clear prevalence of Peloponnesian athletes in the position of victors, indicating their superiority. In ancient Greece, sports had their roots in the belief that physical energy was being used in a kind of a ritualistic manner, while the practices of hunting in the Paleolithic age were transformed into a more social and glamorous activity, giving rise to what we now know as sports. Think about it. Things like throwing and fighting. It's all stuff related to either war or hunting. Of course, when you don't have to do as much of it, well, you can take the man out of the Stone Age, but you can't take the Stone Age out of the man. I'm sure that you would know, whenever you begin to walk through nature, you have this kind of animalistic compulsion to pick up a stick. That goes back a very, very long time in our programming. Well, of course, the Greeks had a distinct approach to their competitions, which were frequently hosted in very impressive venues for the time. These events emphasized the Greek values of physical fitness and intellectual prowess, and often featuring prizes, and, by the way, displays of nudity. The ideology and exceptional athletic abilities of the Greeks have led to theories suggesting that they were indeed the pioneers of sports. Throughout its history, the games garnered greater prominence and became integrated into the Pan-Hellenic Games. These were organized at regular intervals, either every 2 or 4 years, ensuring there was always a set of games taking place annually. There were also other Pan-Hellenic games, such as the Pythian, Nemean, and Isthmian games. But of course, the Olympic Games were held as the highest level of prestige, perhaps because they were the biggest, but being right there, at Mount Olympus with the gods looking right down upon you, to compete right at their doorstep. Now, is there more of a greater dream to be fulfilled for the ancient Greek than that? Glorious in every sense of the word. Well, following the Roman conquest of Greece, things changed up a little bit, but the Olympics persisted. albeit experiencing a decline in popularity during the pre-Augustan era. During this period, the Romans primarily focused on domestic issues, diverting attention away from their provinces. They had enough trouble at home. Well, based on the observation that all the winners in the equestrian events hailed from the nearby area, and the lack of statues honoring victors in the Altis during this time, you can pretty much tell that the games were not given that much attention. Well, in the year 86 BC, the Roman general Sulla, in order to fund a war, did something very, very cheeky. He resorted to plundering the treasures of Olympia and other Greek cities. He was the sole Roman who resorted to violence against Olympia, and that is not a record you want to hold. But, well, if you've watched my video on Sulla, you probably know that he didn't really care too much about his reputation. Well, in 80 BC, Sulla took on the role of hosting the games, specifically the 175th Olympiad, as a way to commemorate his triumphs over Mithridates. Allegedly, the sole competition that took place was the stadion race, as all of the athletes had been summoned to Rome. During the reign of Emperor Augustus, there was a significant revival of the Olympics. Prior to assuming full authority, Marcus Agrippa, a trusted ally of Augustus, undertook the restoration of the Temple of Zeus. Additionally, in 12 BC, Augustus made a request to King Herod of Judea for financial support towards the games. Well, following Augustus's posthumous deification by the Senate, a statue resembling him was commissioned at Olympia, right smack bang in the middle of it. And it wasn't just him. Statues of subsequent divine emperors were also erected within the sacred Altis. Under his authority, the stadium underwent renovations, and Greek athletics as a whole received financial support. An event that has gained notoriety in Olympic history took place during the reign of Nero. In his pursuit of a triumph in every chariot race of the Pan-Hellenic Games within a single year, he issued a command for the 4 primary hosts to conduct their games in AD 67. Consequently, the scheduled Olympics of 65, set to take place in the 211th Olympiad, was postponed. During the event at Olympia, he experienced a mishap where he was thrown from his chariot. However, despite the setback, he still managed to claim victory. Well, no one was going to argue with him. Better give him the gold. In addition to his other pursuits, Nero also believed himself to be a skilled musician, and as a result he introduced music and singing competitions to various festivals, including the prestigious Olympics, and may I add, it's hard to argue with him on that one. I suppose he does some good things. Well, it is evident that Nero emerged victorious in all of these contests, presumably due to the judges' apprehension in bestowing victory upon anyone else besides him. They knew what was going to happen. Well, following his death, the Olympian judges were compelled to return the bribes he had given, and deemed the Neronian Olympiad null and void, a legacy thrown in the grave right with him. Well, during the early part of the 2nd century, the emperors Antoninus Pius and Hadrian played their own role in the development and triumph of the Games. The Olympics garnered a substantial audience and participants, with the triumphs of the victors gaining widespread renown throughout the Roman world. And the Renaissance spanned a significant portion of the 2nd century. Once again, a diverse array of individuals, including philosophers, orators, artists, singers, and performers, gathered at the festival. During the 3rd century, there was a notable decrease in the popularity of the Games. The list of victories achieved by Africanus concludes the 249th Olympiad in 217. However, according to Moses of Corin's History of Armenia, there is a record of a boxing champion as late as the 369th Olympiad, which corresponds to the year 287. Archaeological findings reveal that the Games persisted even beyond the year 217. In the past, the most recent winner who could be accurately dated was Publius Asclepiades of Corinth. He emerged victorious in the pentathlon during the 241st Olympiad. In fact, as recent as 1994, archaeologists discovered a bronze plaque bearing the names of the winners of the competitive events from both the mainland and Asia Minor. Could you only imagine pulling that one out of the ground? I'm jealous of these people on the archaeological digs. I really am. Well, at least my chair's comfortable. Well, back to it. Well, discoveries like these, it serves as evidence that the Olympic Games had an international presence that lasted until at least 385, during the 291st Olympiad. But as the Games progressed beyond the year 385, the structures suffered from devastating effects of flooding and earthquakes, while the invasions by barbarians posed a different kind of threat to the sanctity of Olympia. According to historical records, the most recent Games took place during the reign of Theodosius I in 393, marking the beginning of the 293rd Olympiad. However, archaeological findings suggest that there may have been subsequent Games held as well, but perhaps not to the grand spectacle they used to be. Now, a little bit about Olympia. It's situated in the valley of the Alpheos River, located in the western part of the Peloponnese. It is approximately 18 kilometers away from the Ionian Sea, although it might have been closer in ancient times, possibly half that distance. You know, rivers change, especially over 2,000 years. Well, the Altis, originally referred to as the sanctuary, encompassed a quadrangular space that extended 180 meters on each side. It was enclosed by walls on all sides except for the north, where it was bordered by the imposing Mount Kronos. The site is comprised of a somewhat haphazard arrangement of structures, with notable ones including the Temple of Hera, Zeus, and Pelopion. The area housing the grand altar of Zeus, of course, where the most significant sacrifices took place. The name Altis was derived from a corruption of the alien word, which also meant the grove. This was due to the abundant presence of trees in the area, with olive and plane trees being particularly prominent. Now, during the Games, the site experienced a significant increase in population, despite being pretty much uninhabited for the rest of the year. There were no permanent living structures available for spectators, regardless of their wealth, so everybody pretty much had to make do with tents. Accounts from the ancient visitors recount the challenges they faced during the scorching summer heat and the relentless presence of all the flies. The severity of this was so significant that sacrifices were offered to Zeus, averter of flies, in hopes of finding relief. After almost a millennium, the water supply and sanitation of the site were eventually enhanced by the mid-2nd century AD. In fact, we've got quite an interesting little parable from Epictetus, writing in the 1st century AD, who tells about the conditions. Quoting from his writings, it goes like this. "But you may say, there are some things disagreeable and troublesome in life. And are there none at Olympia? Are you not scorched? Are you not pressed by a crowd? Are you not without comfortable means of bathing? Are you not wet when it rains? Have you not abundance of noise, clamor, and other disagreeable things? But I suppose that setting all these things off against the magnificence of the spectacle, you bear it and endure." End of the account from Epictetus. The ancient Olympics encompassed both a profound religious celebration, but also a remarkable display of athletic skill. During the Games, a grand ceremony was conducted to pay tribute to the mighty Greek god Zeus. On the central day of the Games, a remarkable offering of 100 oxen would be made in his very honor. But as time passed, Olympia emerged as a significant hub for the veneration of the Greek pantheon. A temple skillfully constructed by the renowned Greek architect Libon was subsequently raised atop the mountain. This temple was among the grandest Doric temples found in Greece. A statue of Zeus was crafted by the renowned sculptor Phidias, using a combination of gold and ivory. The height of the structure measured 42 feet, 13 meters high. The object was positioned on a majestic seat within the sacred confines of the temple, and this remarkable statue was elevated to the esteemed status of one of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. According to historian Strabo, the temple's glory endured due to the grand festival assembly and the revered Olympian Games. They were considered the most prestigious in the entire world, and offered a sacred crown as their ultimate prize. The temple was embellished with a multitude of offerings, which were devoutly dedicated from all the regions of Greece. Artistic expression played its own role in the Games. Artisans from various disciplines would participate in the Games, showcasing their creations in a competitive artistic display. During the ancient times, poets were often tasked with the honorable duty of composing poems that celebrated the achievements of the Olympic champions. These victory songs, known as epinicians, have been handed down through the ages, enduring far beyond any form of honor created for similar purposes. According to Pausanias, the city of Naxos in Sicily would have faded into complete obscurity if it wasn't for the remarkable achievements of its 4-time Olympic champion, Tisandros. Pierre de Coubertin, a key figure in the establishment of the modern Olympic Games, sought to faithfully replicate the traditions and customs of the ancients. Part of his vision entailed creating an artistic competition that mirrored the ancient Olympic Games, and took place every 4 years, coinciding with the normal festivities. And his desire was realized at the Olympics held at Athens in 1896. In ancient Greece, power began to revolve around the city-state during the 8th century BC. This city-state functioned as a hub of population, meticulously structured as an independent political entity. The close proximity of these city-states led to a natural competition for limited resources. While conflict between the city-states was a common occurrence, it was also in their best interest to participate in trade, form military alliances, and engage in general cultural interaction with each other. The city-states had a complex dynamic because of this. They depended on their neighbors for military and political alliances, but at the same time they engaged in this intense competition for crucial resources. The Olympic Games were established within this political context, providing a platform for representatives of the city-states to engage in peaceful competition with one another, and maybe have a chat that was going to ease tensions a little. Well, the expansion of Greek colonies during the 5th and 6th centuries BC is often attributed to the achievements of accomplished Olympic athletes. There is one interesting historical account from Serene that was established around 630 BC by settlers from Thera, who received support from Sparta. The support provided from Sparta was primarily in the form of lending the 3-time Olympic champion Chionis. One factor that contributed to the growth of the colonies and the preservation of cultural and political connections with the city-states near Olympia was the allure of establishing a life alongside an Olympic champion. Therefore, the influence of Hellenic culture and the games expanded as the significance of Olympia continued to grow. During the Peloponnesian War, the games encountered a significant obstacle. You see, this conflict mainly involved Athens and Sparta, but its impact extended to almost every Hellenic city-state. During this period, the Olympics served as a platform for announcing alliances and making sacrifices to the gods in hopes of securing victory. The problem is when you have both Athens and Sparta competing for the gods' attentions. Well, there was an esteemed tradition known as a truce or ekechieria, and it was dutifully upheld. 3 runners were dispatched from Elis to the participating cities for each round of games to formally declare the commencement of the truce. In this particular era, it was strictly prohibited for armies to enter Olympia. Legal disputes and the use of the death penalty were also strictly prohibited. The truce, which aimed to ensure the safe travel of athletes and visitors to the games, was largely adhered to. In one of the accounts of Thucydides, he describes an incident where the Spartans were not allowed to participate in the games. Those who broke the truce and attacked the city of Leprium during the truce were penalized with a fine of 2,000 minae. The Spartans contested the fine, because of course they would, and argued that the truce had not yet been established. Perhaps there was an error in communication, or perhaps the runner did not get there in time. Equally so, the Spartans perhaps just chose to ignore it. Well, the competitors were provided with 2 gymnasiums at Olympia for their training needs. The Xystos was designated for the runners and pentathletes, while the Tetragono was reserved for the wrestlers and boxers. During the games, athletes would don a garment called the perizoma, a type of loin cloth. During competitions in the late 6th century BCE, archaeological evidence shows that athletes were seen wearing this garment. Throughout the majority of its history, Olympic events were conducted without clothing, however, and according to Pausanias, the earliest recorded instance of a naked runner occurred in 720 BC, when Orsippus, the victor of the Stadion race, intentionally discarded his garment in order to enhance his running performance. Well, there's a first for everything, I suppose. Well, according to Thucydides from the 5th century BC, the Spartans were responsible for the practice of publicly removing their clothing and applying oil to their bodies during the athletic activities. In the past, even during the Olympic contests, the athletes used to wear belts around their waists. It was only recently that this practice came to an end. Well, I suppose the Paris Olympic Games aren't quite over yet, so we'll have to see if anyone at the last 100 meters of the running events decides to gain a little bit more maneuverability. It's more aerodynamic, I'm sure. Well, during the initial 13 games, the sole event that was documented was the Stade, which involved a straightforward sprint covering a distance of slightly over 190 meters. During the 14th Olympiad in 724, the Diaolos, also known as the double pipe, was introduced as a 2-stage race. Competitors in the ancient races would run in designated lanes and make a full lap around separate posts before returning to the starting line. According to Xenophanes, the highest honor is bestowed upon those who achieve victory through the swiftness of their feet. In the subsequent Olympiad, a new foot race called the Dolikos, also known as the long race, was added to the lineup. There are varying accounts regarding the distance of this race, however. It appears to have ranged from 20 to 24 laps of the track, which is approximately 7.5 to 9 kilometers. However, it is worth noting that some sources suggest the distance may have been measured in lengths rather than laps, making it half the aforementioned distance. I'm sure that's a relief on the runners. Well, I don't know about you, but I certainly could not make a 5-kilometer run, let alone a 4-kilometer run. Not at the moment. Perhaps I'll improve. Now, the Hoplitodromos, also known as the Hoplite race, was incorporated into the Olympic program in 520 BC. The race, steeped in deep tradition, was typically held at the final part of the games. Participants in the competition would compete either a single or double diaolos, which measured approximately 400 or 800 meters, while wearing their full military armor. The Hoplitodromos was derived from a strategic military maneuver, where soldiers fully clad in armor would engage in a swift, unexpected charge to catch the enemy off guard. And wrestling, that's an important one, first introduced in the 18th Olympiad, so quite early. In order to secure a victory, the tradition was it took 3 throws, and a throw was considered valid if any part of the body, such as the hip, back, shoulder, or even the knee, made contact with the ground. In the event that both competitors fell, no points were tallied. Tripping was likely allowed in this form of wrestling, unlike in modern-day Greco-Roman wrestling, where the rules are a little bit more set in stone. And boxing, also known as pygmachia, was initially recorded in 688 BC, with the boys' event being introduced 60 years later. It is worth noting that the laws of boxing were attributed to the esteemed Onomastus of Smyrna, who happened to be the first Olympic champion. It seems that body blows were either prohibited or simply not practiced. According to historical records, the Spartans, who are believed to have been the pioneers of boxing, eventually discontinued their involvement in the sport and refrained from participating in any boxing competitions. In the early days, the boxers used himantes, which were lengthy leather straps that they would wrap around their hands. The pankration held a prominent position among the various sports featured in the ancient games. In the 33rd Olympiad, the pankration made its debut, marking a significant milestone in ancient sports history. During the 145th Olympiad, the men's pankration was established as an Olympic event in 200 BC. In addition to incorporating techniques from boxing and wrestling, athletes were employed to use various kicks, locks, and chokes while on the ground. Despite the absence of specific rules against biting and gouging, the pankration was considered to be a relatively safer sport compared to boxing. Well, one of the most well-attended events was the occasion when Pindar composed 8 odes to honor the champions of pankration. One notable occurrence in the world of sports was the remarkable triumph of Archikion of Figalia, who tragically passed away just as his adversary admitted defeat. But then we have the more recognizable discus, which bore resemblance to the contemporary competition. Various types of discoi have been discovered, with stone and iron being examples among them. However, bronze seems to be the most prevalent material used for the discoi. The level of standardization of the discus remains uncertain, although it appears that the prevailing weight is around 2 kilograms, with a diameter of roughly 21 centimeters, similar to the dimensions of the modern discus. Now, the pentathlon consisted of a series of 5 events, namely running, long jump, the discus throw, the javelin throw, and finally wrestling. According to historical records, the pentathlon made its debut during the 18th Olympiad in 708. The competition took place within a single day, leaving us with quite a few unanswered questions about the criteria for determining the winner and the sequence of events. We don't know which one came first, but we do know that it concluded with the wrestling match. The most esteemed events in the games were horse racing and chariot racing, as they were reserved for the affluent who could bear the expenses of caring and transporting such animals. The races included various events, such as the 4-horse chariot race, the 2-horse chariot race, and the horse with a rider race, where the rider was carefully chosen by the owner. The 4-horse chariot race made its debut in the Olympics way back in 680, marking the first ever equestrian event in the games. Sure, it was a sight to see. Well, the setup involved a pair of horses harnessed together in the center, with an additional pair of horses connected by a rope on the outer sides. In the year 408, the two-horse chariot made its debut. In contrast, the horse with rider competition was first introduced much earlier in 648 BC, and during this race, the Greeks of course did not utilize saddles or stirrups, as they were not yet known in Europe until approximately the 6th century AD. Consequently, it was a test heavily reliant on grip and balance to complete. According to Pausanias, there was a race for carts drawn by a pair of mules, and a trotting race that were introduced at different festivals. However, both races were eventually abolished. In the trotting race, the participants were exclusively mares, no stallions allowed. Toward the end of the course, the riders dismounted and sprinted right next to their horse companions. While in certain cases individuals who were financially well off had the opportunity to increase their chances of winning by entering multiple teams in the races. Alcibiades holds the record for this, as he brought 7 chariots to a single competition, and managed to secure the first, second, and either the third or fourth place simultaneously. Gold, silver, and bronze. Not bad. Of course, we have mentioned that during the year 67 AD, the Roman Emperor Nero participated in the chariot race held at Olympia too. And, due to being thrown from his chariot, he was quite unable to complete the race. But he was ultimately declared the winner, because 1, who was going to argue with him, and 2, it was determined, after I'm sure was a very brief conversation, that he would have emerged victorious anyway, had he completed the race. However you come to that kind of logic. At the onset of the Roman Empire, spanning from 27 BC to 476 AD, religious practices were predominantly polytheistic and localized. Each city revered its own pantheon of gods and goddesses, initially borrowed from Greek mythology, but adapted to suit Roman culture and sensibilities. These city-centric religious frameworks, known as polis religions, were deeply intertwined with the political and civic identity of the populace. Religious expression wasn't just confined to personal belief, but rather constituted communal ritualistic practices, overseen primarily by public officials, notably the Senate. The fusion of religion with politics would become a defining characteristic of Roman life during this era. However, as the 1st century BC unfolded, support for traditional Roman polytheism began to dwindle little by little, viewed as increasingly hollow and ineffective by contemporary writers and historians. A myriad of factors, both internal and external, contributed to this decline, including the ravages of war, the influx of foreign cultures, and the politicization of religious institutions. This gradual erosion of traditional religious fervor left a void in the spiritual lives of many Romans, paving the way for the emergence of alternative forms of spirituality. In response to this vacuum, various alternative religious movements gained traction, including the imperial cult, mystery cults, imported Eastern religions, and of course, Christianity. While the Roman Empire exhibited a degree of cultural permeability, allowing foreigners to integrate, its approach was a little bit nuanced when it came to religious tolerance. While some foreign gods were assimilated into the Roman pantheon, adherence to ancestral customs played a crucial role in determining acceptance within the Roman society. This apparent openness to foreign beliefs was, however, tempered by instances of intolerance, particularly towards practices perceived as deviating from the established norms. Suspicion and suppression were often directed towards certain religious groups, such as the followers of Dionysus and the practitioners of Bacchanalia, associated with secretive and nocturnal rituals. The state's response to perceived religious threats followed a pattern of suppression, evidenced by periodic expulsions and crackdowns on various religious groups, including Jews, devotees of the Egyptian gods, and of course Christians. The discussion surrounding the reasons behind Roman persecution of Christians gained momentum in 1890, sparking 2 decades of controversy and the emergence of 3 main theories. The first theory, predominantly held by French and Belgian scholars, posited that the existence of a general imperial decree, either attributed to Nero or Domitian, expressly prohibited the practice of Christian religion. This theory, evolving into a common law perspective, drew heavily from Tertullian's accounts, suggesting that Nero's older resolution against new religions was applied to Christians based on the principle that introducing a new superstition without state authorization was indeed a capital offense. While this theory offered an explanation for persecution in Rome, its applicability to the provinces remained elusive, prompting the need for a secondary theory. The second theory, originating with German scholars and widely recognized among English readers, proposed coercion as the primary motive behind Roman persecution. According to this perspective, Roman governors punished Christians to maintain social order, viewing the Christian faith as an alien cult that threatened traditional Roman religion and societal norms. This view portrayed persecution as a direct police action, devoid of formal trial procedures, aimed at suppressing notable dissenters and maintaining the established order. The third school of thought suggested that Christians were targeted for specific criminal offenses, including murder, incest, magic, illegal assembly, infanticide, and even treason. This theory, often combined with the coercion theory, attributed all Christian persecution to a single criminal charge, particularly treason, or perhaps illegal assembly, stemming from their refusal to worship the divinity of the Roman emperor. Well, despite the existence of malicious rumors, this theory lacked substantial verification compared to the other two, according to later scholarship. In this ideological struggle, ordinary Christians lived under constant threat of denunciation and potential capital charges. One modern scholar, Joseph Bryant, highlights the difficulty Christians faced in hiding their faith or conforming to Roman norms, as renunciation of the world was integral to their entire belief system. It was either one or the other. Their exacting moral standards, which included avoiding associations with those deemed under the influence of the evil one, made daily life as a Christian quite a test of courage. Participation in civic festivals, games, and performances, which often honored pagan deities, posed significant risks for Christians. Certain occupations and activities, such as military service, idol manufacturing, and cultural pursuits that affirmed polytheistic beliefs, were simply deemed incompatible with Christian principles. Even personal adornment and grooming practices were scrutinized by Christian moralists and ecclesiastical officials. In Rome, loyalty to the state was demonstrated through participation in the rites of state religion, always had been, which Christians did not and could not adhere to, marking them as members of an illicit and subversive religion. It's no wonder a few eyebrows were raised. The privatization of religion further fueled suspicion and persecution, as Christians moved their religious activities away from public spaces, meeting clandestinely in homes and shops. Nighttime gatherings and rumors of outrageous crimes, including cannibalism, by the way, further fueled distrust among the pagan population accustomed to religion as a pretty public affair. People even began spreading rumors that there were Christian PDF files. Right. Early Christian communities stood out for their remarkable inclusivity across social strata, surpassing even the Roman voluntary associations in this regard. The groups formed by Paul the Apostle exhibited significant heterogeneity, with women playing a notable greater role compared to contemporary Jewish or pagan communities. Emphasizing love for others, including enemies, Christians of all backgrounds refer to each other as brother and sister. This openness stemmed from the early Christian belief in spreading their message to both Jews and Gentiles, aiming to convert them to a new way of life in line with their gospel teachings. However, opponents of Christianity viewed this inclusivity as a disruptive threat to traditional social order. After all, the whole love for enemies thing, well, how's that gonna go when you're in a war? After all, we're Romans, and everybody else is not Roman. How can we love that? Now, we can't make a video about Rome without talking about Edward Gibbon, right? the great in retrospect historian, read his work Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire. I know it's about 10,000 pages long, but it's the most concise work that we have. Edward Gibbon observed that Christian converts' tendency to renounce their familial and national ties, coupled with their predictions of impending disasters, aroused apprehension among their pagan neighbors. By embracing Christianity, converts were seen as breaking the sacred customs, disregarding their country's religious traditions, and rejecting their ancestral beliefs. All of these accusations were, of course, considered to be unforgivable offenses. Cardinal sin, if you'll excuse the wording. Moreover, many pagans believed that neglecting to honor the established pagan gods would lead to calamities, natural disasters, defeats in wars, that sort of thing. Tertullian, a Christian apologist, lamented the widespread perception that Christians were responsible for every disaster inflicted by the gods. Natural disasters, such as floods or droughts, were often attributed to the presence of Christians, leading to calls for their persecution, including them being thrown to lions and other wild animals in spectacles for everybody to watch. This perception underscored the deep-seated animosity towards Christianity among a growing segment of Roman society, fueled by not only fears of the Senate, but divine retribution for abandoning traditional pagan practices. Think about it. You've got the god of war, the god of the agriculture, the god of everything, don't you? Well, if a segment of the population started ignoring them and even outright denying them, well, that would of course make the god angry, wouldn't it? And what are you going to do with this group of people in your society that are angering your gods? Well, you can't just let them do it, can't you? That would leave you open to all sorts of trouble. Now, Roman religion played a pivotal role in defining what it meant to be a Roman. Refusal by Christians to participate in the rituals honoring the Roman gods was perceived as a direct challenge to the cultural and political essence of Rome itself. Eusebius, as cited in later modern historical works, highlights the conviction among pagans that their actions were righteous, contrasting them with the perceived impiety of Christians. The polytheistic worldview of the Romans made it difficult for them to comprehend the refusal to worship state gods, even if it were only in a symbolic manner. Christians were constantly compelled to defend their beliefs. Despite their efforts to rationalize their stance and appeal to philosophy, they found themselves rather unable to reconcile participation in Roman religious practices with their allegiance to their own faith. This tension led to widespread prejudice against Christians, to the extent that simply confessing to being Christian was sufficient grounds for execution. Now, scholarly opinions, of course, are going to vary regarding the legal foundation for the persecution of Christians in the early centuries AD. Some historians tend to emphasize the ambiguity surrounding the legal justifications for these actions. Some even identify Trajan's era as the earliest instance of formal legal measures against Christians, suggesting a rather significant shift in their treatment. Must remember that in the very, very early days of Christianity, it was more of a localized cult, like any religion sort of starts off to be. Very few people believed in it. But then, of course, when the apostles went over to different parts of the world and began to proselytize, they began to gain more followers. Well, on the question of precedence, some scholars attribute the killing of Christians to Nero, despite the absence of explicit Roman laws against them. Others argue that while no specific law targeted Christians before Nero, there was a precedent for suppressing foreign superstitions in general, rooted in the belief that ancestral gods were the cornerstone of Roman law. So it's not just that they were targeting Christians, especially, but they were really just targeting anybody who was a threat to the status quo. Like any other religion or civilization of the time, they would be generally not too accepting towards people coming in with new ideas that threatens the established norms. Of course, it's also been suggested that the mass executions under Emperor Nero kind of established a precedent, leading to Christians being subject to capital punishment simply for their affiliation. Basically, they became the punching bag, the people to blame for all of the problems, and it was fun to hate on them for a lot of Romans, if we're going to use the most simplistic terms. Furthermore, Christians were typically prosecuted under a special law introduced during Nero's reign, supported by Tertullian and Nero's resolution against any new religions. Of course, the bigger the empire gets, you must remember it borders other regions. And other regions have their own customs, their own cultures, and of course, their own religions. Well, the Romans didn't want any of that. They were simply there for the tax revenue and whatever other resources they could get from these new regions. But those trade routes always have fostered great conversations between peoples. Now, Trajan's correspondence with Pliny indicates that Christians were being executed for their faith long before AD 110, although at this time there was no empire-wide Roman law that criminalized Christianity especially. So it's also been underscored that the discretionary powers of governors in prosecuting Christians, well, they were simply that, discretionary. Anybody could look at a certain group of people causing trouble within their region and take whatever action they thought was appropriate. In the Roman legal system, bringing a case against a Christian typically required only a prosecutor, a charge of Christianity, and a governor who was willing to proceed with the case. Due to the system's focus on property rights, criminal and public law had quite a few gaps, leading to the use of special investigations known as cognition extra ordinem. Provincial governors had the authority to conduct trials in this manner, allowing for a broad range of outcomes, mainly based on their personal opinions and instinct. Now, during cognition extra ordinum, an accuser called a delator presented the case before the governor, who acted as both the judge and the jury. The outcome of the trial often depended on the governor's discretion, with very little legal guidance available. Now, before Decius's anti-Christian policies, there wasn't any wide-ranging edict to tell people what to do with this group, and Trajan's response to Pliny basically served as a precedent, indicating that the mere identification as a Christian, that was enough grounds for punishment. The trials of the Christians varied widely, with some following Pliny's formula of offering a chance to recant and prove loyalty to the Roman gods and the emperor. Some governors, particularly in Africa, helped accused Christians secure acquittals or refused to bring them to trial. Overall, governors were more interested in making apostates rather than martyrs. Of course, at least you get the chance to recant your ways. We can see this a lot in our modern religious framework, of course. If somebody is having a crisis of faith and is going to leave the Christian church, well, usually an intervention is held where people try and convince them to do otherwise. Of course, these days in the Christian faith, they don't get executed. That's one good thing, I suppose. During the Great Persecution, governors received direct edicts from the emperor to destroy Christian churches and texts. They forbid Christian worship and arrested the Christian clergy. Despite these orders, the enforcements, of course, varied, with some governors claiming to shed no Christian blood, and others simply turning a blind eye to evasions of the edict. When governors were appointed to provinces, their foremost task was to maintain order and stability. To achieve this, they prioritized keeping the populace content. Keep everybody happy, no rebellions, no problems. Throw in a few gladiatorial matches and everybody's quite satiated. Therefore, when unrest against Christians emerged, governors sought to appease it to prevent riots or violence. In the Roman Empire, political leaders also served as public cult leaders, and Roman religion emphasized public ceremonies and sacrifices rather than individual, personal beliefs. Honoring tradition, known as pietas, was crucial for social and political well-being. Consequently, the Romans protected the cults practiced by communities under their rule, viewing it as essential to uphold ancestral traditions. Now, in the early days, it was pretty hard to tell the Christians apart from the Jews. Many of the Romans simply couldn't tell the difference, because they saw Jesus as a Jewish prophet. So they thought, well, this is just a different kind of Jew, right? Well, wrong. The distinction between Christianity and Judaism became more pronounced over time. Christians were exempt from paying the Jewish tax after Nerva's modification in 96, and this, at least in a legal sense, solidified their separate identity from the Jews. course, the Christians themselves knew they were completely separate, but everybody else had to catch on to that idea over time. Now, Roman disdain for Christianity stemmed partly from the perception that was growing at this time that it was, in general, a detriment to society, for the aforementioned reasons. Once Christianity was no longer viewed as a subset of Judaism, it was simply deemed a superstition, which had massive implications for Roman society. Superstitio was seen as completely corrosive, causing individuals to lose their humanity. While the persecution of superstitious sects was not uncommon in Roman history, the level of persecution against Christians varied depending on the perceived threat that they posed. Christian beliefs and practices were viewed with suspicion by many Roman officials, given their worship of a convicted criminal. That's right. Refusal to swear by the emperor's genius, and criticism of Rome in their religious texts. You must remember that Jesus was found guilty by the Romans and executed by the Romans. So the Christians taking this person on as their main role model, that was definitely a slap in the face to the established order. And this is really where the false accusations, such as the incest libel, really began to kick off. And at every turn, these accusations were used to discredit the Christians. Not just that, but they were also used as an excuse to justify the persecution. You can't just take people out into the streets and beat them for no reason. Of course, the Christians, while they were being persecuted, had very little recourse to speak out. They couldn't really defend themselves too much. Well, the early Christian persecution began rather sporadically and locally, with the first organized persecution, with government approval, beginning by Nero in AD 64, following the Great Fire of Rome, which the Christians also got blamed for. This persecution was, however, confined to the city of Rome, but over time, the persecution continued intermittently, with mob violence becoming increasingly common, possibly even fueled by rival sects within Christianity, as they were fighting amongst each other as well. In the mid-2nd century, incidents such as the persecution at Lyon in AD 177 included a massive mob assaulting and gathering up the Christians to be stoned. Additionally, there were instances of elaborate hoaxes perpetuated against Christians, as described by the satirist Lucian. Emperor Decius issued a decree in AD 250, requiring a public sacrifice as a gesture of allegiance to the emperor and the established order. While the decree was not specifically aimed at Christians, they were often targeted due to their refusal to participate. Christians then faced arrest, imprisonment, torture, and then, unfortunately, execution for refusing to comply. Some Christians fled to rural areas, while others obtained certificates called libelli by purchasing them or offering sacrifices to Roman gods, basically a get-out-of-jail-free card. The acceptance of these lapsed Christians was of course a topic of debate within the Christian community. Not a good way to make friends in the church. The persecutions reached their peak under Diocletian and Galerius at the end of the 3rd and beginning of the 4th century. However, the Edict of Serdica, issued by Emperor Galerius in AD 311, officially ended the persecution of Christianity in the Eastern Roman Empire. Western Roman Empire had to catch up a little bit. Constantine the Great subsequently legalized Christianity in AD 313 with the Edict of Milan. It wasn't until the latter part of the 4th century, under Emperor Theodosius I, that Christianity became the official religion of the Roman Empire. So do remember that. Many people have the misconception that Constantine the Great was the one who did all of the heavy lifting. And yes, he did. But it was Theodosius that really made it the official religion. The debate surrounding the extent and severity of early Christian persecutions traces its origins to historians such as Gibbon and Bowersock. Gibbon's work, the 10,000-page tome Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire, along with his other essays, although praised as a masterpiece, has been criticized for certain biases that may have influenced his historical method. Specifically, Gibbon's skepticism towards Christian martyr accounts led him to believe that the numbers and the brutality of persecutions were somewhat exaggerated. Subsequent scholars have expanded on Gibbon's argument, suggesting that the exaggeration was necessary to foster the cult of the martyrs and solidify a distinct Christian identity separate from Roman and Jewish identities. However, Dean and Theology Professor Graydon F. Snyder challenged this notion, arguing that the cult of martyrs did not influence early records, as it did not emerge until after Constantine. Despite Gibbon's skepticism, most modern scholars are less doubtful of the severity of persecutions. One historian of the Diocletian era emphasized that the horrors of persecution were plausible and not to be dismissed lightly. The authenticity of pre-Constantinian accounts of martyrdom remains a subject of debate, of course. These accounts, categorized into 3 groups, range from official records and direct testimonies to later hagiographic fantasies. Now, what about Eusebius? Well, while some question the reliability of Eusebius due to his biases and errors, many of his claims are considered dependable due to his meticulous use of original sources. For example, Eusebius's citation of Melito's Apology and Justin's Apologies corroborates imperial letters that attest to the criminalization of Christianity during Marcus Aurelius's reign. The classification of early Christian martyrs has sparked significant debate, particularly regarding the voluntariness of martyrdom and the accuracy of estimating the total number of martyrs during the Great Persecution. Now, G.E.M. Croy categorizes early Christian martyrs into three groups based on their actions leading to persecution: volunteers for martyrdom, those whose behavior attracted persecution, and those pursued by authorities without any overt act on their part. However, his broad definition of voluntary martyrdom has been criticized by other scholars, who argue that the voluntariness was not as prevalent as St. Grass suggests. Now, Bowerstock proposes that voluntary martyrdom became widespread by the end of the 2nd century, prompting church authorities to distinguish between solicited martyrdom and persecution-induced martyrdom. Candida Moss challenges the notion of voluntary martyrdom as a distinct category in early Christianity, suggesting that such distinctions only emerged in later centuries. Another modern observer, Paul Middleton, supports the validity of voluntary martyrdom as a subset of early Christian martyrdom, citing examples from early Christian texts. He suggests that while voluntary martyrdom was criticized in later Christianity, volunteers were also valorized as martyrs in the earliest Christian traditions. Now, the estimation of the total number of martyrs during the Great Persecution has also been a point of contention. St. Croix's estimate relies on Eusebius's account of martyrs in Palestine, but scholars from our modern era, like Timothy Barnes, dispute the comprehensiveness of Eusebius's intent. Others suggest that additional martyr narratives not mentioned by Eusebius may also exist, complicating efforts at arriving at a precise figure. Now, Gibbon's approach to estimating the number of martyrs has also been criticized for its dependence on assumptions about population distribution and accuracy. Subsequent estimates have varied widely, with Anglican historian W.C. Frond estimating 3,000 to 3,500 martyrs, while others suggest that over 24,000 martyrs suffered under Diocletian. Well, despite attempts to quantify martyrdom, scholars caution against relying solely on numbers to understand the sufferings of early Christians, emphasizing the limitations of statistical data in capturing the full impact of persecution on the Christian community. Christians occupied a peculiar position in Roman society. They were neither fully Roman in their customs, nor entirely foreign. The refusal to participate in public festivals, the imperial cult, or to hold public office, coupled with their critique of ancient traditions, positioned them at odds with the fabric of Roman life, which was deeply intertwined with its religious practices. This divergence led to familial rifts, as illustrated by stories of pagan spouses denouncing their Christian partners, and children being disowned for their new faith. Despite the widespread distaste and occasional violence directed towards Christians, the Roman emperors of the first 2 centuries did not enact comprehensive laws targeting the religion. Local officials were typically the ones executing persecutions, which were sporadic and, at this point, very much localized, hence posing limited threat to Christianity's survival. However, Christians lived with a constant fear of state reprisal, which significantly shaped their collective identity. The 3rd century, however, marked a shift. Emperors began to take a more active role in persecuting Christians, moving beyond merely reacting to public sentiment. Christianity itself was evolving, with adherents now coming from wealthier and more influential segments of society. The official stance hardened, with emperors like Septimius Severus forbidding conversions and others like Decius requiring public acts of allegiance to pagan gods. This all, of course, culminated in a widespread persecution and even martyrdom among many Christians in the empire. Decius's efforts to undermine Christianity through forced apostasy had a significant impact, leading to mass renunciation of faith in some areas. However, his death in battle left his campaign unfinished, allowing the Christian Church to somewhat recover. This pattern of persecution was briefly revised under Emperor Valerian, who escalated the penalties to exile, forced labor in the mines, or even death. Yet, this too was halted when Valerian was captured in battle, and his son Gallienus called an end to the persecutions, granting the Church a period of relative peace and stability, at least from the government. The accession of Diocletian to the imperial throne on November 20th, 284, marks a significant turn towards the revival of traditional Roman religious practices. Unlike his predecessor, Aurelian, who sought to introduce a new deity into the Roman pantheon, Diocletian cast his gaze backward, favoring the veneration of the original ancient Olympian gods. His reign was characterized by a deliberate effort to breathe new life into the age-old traditions of Roman worship. The panegyrist of Maximian, Diocletian's co-emperor, lauded their efforts, noting how they adorned the empire with altars, statues, temples, and offerings dedicated to these deities, thereby reinforcing the sanctity and power of the gods through their own devout example. Diocletian's religious policies were inclusive, yet selective, striving for a unity in worship across the empire, without demanding exclusive allegiance to any single deity, such as Jupiter or Hercules. His construction of temples to various gods, including Serapis and Sol, illustrated his broad approach to revival. Nonetheless, his favor leaned towards deities believed to safeguard the empire as a whole, rather than provincial gods, signaling a shift towards a more centralized form of religious observance. Embracing the title of Restorer, Diocletian positioned himself and his tetrarchic government as harbingers of a new golden age, echoing the stability and values of Rome's illustrious past. His administration embarked on wide-ranging reforms, affecting coinage, taxation, architecture, and society, all underpinned by a staunchly traditionalist, albeit authoritarian, ideology. This era of reform also sought to weave the empire's moral and religious fabric even more tightly, aiming for a uniformity that left little room for religious minorities. Despite these sweeping changes, the empire's long-standing religious communities, such as the Jews, maintained a degree of toleration, thanks in part to the ancient origins of their faith. Christians, however, found themselves in a more precarious position, their faith being relatively new and rather distinct from Judaism, lacked the same foundation for tolerance. The evolving Christian identity, increasingly detached from its Jewish roots, underscored this distinction, and it placed Christians at odds with Diocletian's vision of religious and moral conformity. The Tetrarchy's zeal for moral reform extended beyond religious persecution. An edict issued in 295 sought to regulate personal conduct, emphasizing the supremacy of Roman law and the imperative of leading a pious, peaceful, and chaste life under imperial rule. This legal and moral crusade underscored the emperor's belief in the divine favor resting upon those who upheld the sanctity of Roman law and tradition. In this context, the enforcement of religious conformity was seen not just as a legal duty, but as a divine mandate, reflecting the intertwined nature of religion, law, and imperial authority in Diocletian's Rome. In the decades that followed, the peace established by Emperor Gallienus in 260, the Christian communities within the Roman Empire experienced a remarkable period of growth and expansion, particularly in the eastern regions. The transformation of Christianity from a faith practiced by a relatively small group to one boasting a membership of around 6 million by the year 300, a tenth of the empire's population, signifies a profound shift in the religious landscape of ancient Rome. Now, this growth was not just confined to urban centers. Christianity began to spread into rural areas where it had previously been sparse. The construction of larger and more conspicuous churches, such as the one in Nicomedia, prominently located near the imperial palace, by the way, attests to both the numerical growth and the increasing prosperity of Christian communities. This expansion and the visible affluence of Christian communities likely contributed to a decline in the popularity of traditional deities, particularly in regions like North Africa and Egypt. Of course, the post-Gallienus era saw Christians attaining high ranks within the Roman government, a testament to the faith's growing integration into the fabric of Roman society. Even Diocletian, known for his later persecution of Christians, appointed followers to the faith of significant positions, and there are suggestions that his family may have been sympathetic to Christianity. This period of relative peace and increasing acceptance contrasted sharply with the earlier centuries of suspicion and persecution, indicating a significant shift in societal attitudes. However, not all were pleased with Christianity's burgeoning influence. Intellectuals and members of the establishment, like Porphyry of Tyre and Socianus Heracles, expressed strong opposition to the faith, critiquing its principles and comparing its figurehead, namely Jesus Christ, unfavorably with figures like Apollonius of Tyana. Porphyry, in particular, evolved from offering restrained criticism to penning extensive work directly attacking Christian doctrines and practices. These criticisms reflect a broader cultural and intellectual resistance to Christianity, which was grounded in a defense of traditional Roman values and cultural practices. The pagan priesthood also viewed the rise of Christianity as a threat to the traditional cults, believing that the Christian presence impeded their religious ceremonies and even diminished the efficacy of oracles and sacrifices. This sentiment was mirrored in the financial concerns expressed by individuals involved in providing pagan religious services, who lamented the decline in traditional practice and the dwindling financial support for pagan rituals. The tension between growing Christian communities and the proponents of traditional Roman religion underscores a period of significant cultural transformation. This era of expansion for Christianity, juxtaposed with the resistance from traditionalist elements, set the stage for the complex dynamics of faith, power, and identity that would continue to evolve in the years leading up to and following the reign of Diocletian. In the aftermath of their victories in the Persian Wars, co-emperors Diocletian and Galerius made their way to Syrian Antioch in 299, embarking on a series of religious rituals aimed at divining the future. Their efforts, however, were stymied by an unexpected interference. The haruspices, or diviners, tasked with interpreting omens from animal sacrifices, encountered an unexplained inability to read the signs, despite multiple attempts. The chief haruspics eventually concluded that the presence of certain Christians within the imperial retinue, who made the sign of the cross during the rituals, disrupted the divinatory process. Well, this led to a swift and stern reaction from Diocletian, who demanded that all members of the court partake in a sacrifice to rectify this situation. Furthermore, a directive was sent throughout the military, presenting soldiers with a stark choice: perform the sacrifice or face the consequences. Which consequences? Well, they included discharge from service, loss of rank, and the forfeiture of pensions and savings. Interestingly, these measures, while severe in their impact on careers and livelihoods, did not result in bloodshed among the Christian members of the imperial household, suggesting a level of restraint or perhaps an adherence to a policy of intolerance rather than outright violence. I suppose one would have to remember that those eastern regions had quite a lot of Christians in them, and when you have a large group of people, well, you don't really want to annoy them. Rebellions can break out pretty easily in the borders of the empire. The historical accounts of these events by Christian writers like Lactantius or Eusebius offer varying perspectives. Lactantius portrays the incident as a pivotal moment of confrontation with the imperial court, while Eusebius presents it as a part of a broader military purge, with implications for the careers and lives of Christian soldiers. Now, central to the narratives is the figure of Galerius, who emerges as a fervent advocate for the persecution of Christians, driven by both personal conviction and political ambition. His desire to elevate his status within the imperial hierarchy, combined with the influence on his devoutly pagan mother, Romula, painted him as a key proponent of anti-Christian measures. This portrayal is also supported by Christian sources, which highlight his role in initiating and benefiting from the purge. In contrast to Diocletian's more complex stance, characterized by a blend of religious conservatism and a tendency towards tolerance. The dynamic between Diocletian and Galerius, influenced by their individual beliefs, personal histories, and political aspirations, underscores a nuanced take in this, setting the stage for a period of increased persecution, which would shape the imperial attitudes towards the Christians. Following the initial wave of persecutions, the political and religious climate within the Roman Empire seemed to somewhat stabilize for a time. Diocletian, having settled in Antioch for 3 years, undertook measures to maintain the empire's stability, including instituting a grain dole in Alexandria during a brief visit to Egypt. It was during this relatively calm period that a new target of imperial ire emerged, the followers of the prophet Mani. The Manichaeans, accused of introducing foreign and destructive doctrines into the Roman realm, caught Diocletian's attention. His response, articulated in the Edict de Maleficus et Manichaeus on March 31st, 302, was severe and unequivocal. This edict condemned the Manichaeans for their recent and alien sect, portraying them as a threat not only to traditional religious orders, but also to the societal and political stability of the empire. Diocletian's directive was merciless, ordering the execution of the sect's leaders and the burning of their texts, with harsh penalties extended to any followers who resisted. The tension between Diocletian's conservative religious policies and the growing Christian community escalated in Antioch in the autumn of 302. An incident involving a Christian deacon named Romanus, who publicly challenged the legitimacy of pagan sacrifices, prompted a harsh response. Although initially sentenced to be burned alive, Romanus was ultimately executed by having his tongue removed, a punishment that Diocletian believed to fit the crime of disrupting sacred rites. This event further highlights the emperor's resolve to counter any challenges to traditional religious practices. As Diocletian and Galerius debated the empire's stance towards Christians, their discussions revealed a deepening rift over how to best address the perceived threat posed by this religious minority. While Diocletian advocated for barring Christians from public service as a sufficient measure, Galerius posed for a more extreme solution: their complete eradication. The consultation of the oracle of Apollo at Didyma, intended to resolve this dispute, well, it only deepened the crisis. The oracle's inability to speak, attributed to the presence of the just interpreted of Christians, ultimately persuaded Diocletian to embark on a path of universal persecution. This period marked a significant escalation in the empire's efforts to maintain religious uniformity and imperial authority. The move towards universal persecution, prompted by divinatory practices and influenced by the anti-Christian sentiment of Diocletian's closest advisors, was about to begin. In a pivotal moment that marked the escalation of Christian persecution under Diocletian, the Christian church at Nicomedia faced destruction on February 23rd, 303, a day symbolically chosen to coincide with the Feast of Terminalia, dedicated to Terminus, the god of boundaries. This act was not merely symbolic, but a declaration of intent to terminate Christianity within the empire. The following day saw the promulgation of Diocletian's edict against the Christians, a legislative move aimed squarely at the senior echelons of the Christian clergy and the material foundations of the Christian faith. The edict commanded the cessation of Christian gatherings, the obliteration of Christian scriptures and liturgical texts, and the demolition of Christian places of worship throughout the entire empire. While despite the severe restrictions, efforts to retain Christian scriptures persisted, with believers trying to save what they could of the sacred texts. The distinction between canonical and apocryphal texts began to blur as Christians faced the agonizing decision of whether to surrender the scriptures or surrender their lives. The edict also stripped Christians of all legal rights, effectively excluding them from civil redress and exposing them to judicial torture. It demoted Christian members of the senatorial and equestrian classes, decurions, veterans, and soldiers, while Christian imperial freedmen faced re-enslavement. Diocletian's intent for the edict to be executed without bloodshed stood in contrast to Galerius's more draconian vision of enforcing compliance through the threat of burning alive. Despite Diocletian's wishes, the nature of the persecution varied locally, with some judges resorting to capital punishment. The method of burning alive, as recommended by Galerius, became disturbingly common in the East. The first martyr under this edict was Eutychus, who protested the persecution by tearing down and destroying the edict's proclamation in Nicomedia, an act of defiance for which he was tortured and brutally executed for. The edict spread swiftly across the empire, taking effect in Palestine by the spring and reaching North Africa by early summer. While Constantius Chlorus chose not to enforce this edict in Gaul and Britain, the eastern provinces experienced a systematic and harsh implementation. Despite the initial intensity, the enforcement of persecutions began to diminish with the changes in imperial leadership, culminating in cessation of official hostilities towards Christians with the rise of Maxentius in 306. This period of persecution deeply impacted the Christian community, testing the resilience and faith of its members in the face of Rome's power. The summer of 303 marked that pivotal moment with the publication of a second edict, necessitated by the emperor's dissatisfaction of the first edict's enforcement, or perhaps unaware of its implementation. This new decree mandated the arrest and incarceration of all Christian clergy, leading to an overflow in the already limited capacity of the Roman prison system. The edict was so effective that it displaced common criminals who were released to make room for the burgeoning number of detained religious figures. As the 20th century of Diocletian's reign, the 20th anniversary, rather, of Diocletian's reign approached in November of 303, a third edict was introduced, offering imprisoned clergymen amnesty on the condition that they perform sacrifices to the pagan gods. This edict aimed not only to alleviate the strain on the prison system, but also to sow discord within the Christian community by highlighting instances of apostasy among its leaders. While some clergy yielded to the demand under duress, others complied willingly. Yet the integrity of many remained intact despite the coercion, leading to manipulative claims of compliance by prison wardens eager to empty their cells. I'm sure a few would have put their hand up to make some sacrifices. I guess that a Roman prison is not the most enjoyable place to be. In 304, a final edict, the fourth and final one, demanded universal participation in pagan sacrifice, extending the obligation to every segment of society, including women and children. And if you weren't going to comply, well, you would face execution. The edict's implementation, however, varied significantly across the empire, with regions under the rule of Constantius largely spared from its mandates, and its enforcement waning following Maximian's abdication in 305. However, in the east, the edict's decrees persisted until the landmark Edict of Milan in 313, which heralded a new era of religious tolerance under the joint rule of Constantine and Licinius. Yes, I will make a video about Constantine very soon, don't worry. This sequence of edicts under Diocletian's rule represents one of the most symptomatic attempts to curb the spread of Christianity within the Roman Empire. The escalation from targeted restrictions against Christian practices to a sweeping demand for public sacrifice illustrates the intensity of the Roman administration's effort to reaffirm traditional pagan worship as the cornerstone of Roman identity and authority. Yet the varied enforcement and eventual cessations of these persecutions while they reflect the more complex interplay of politics that would ultimately lead to Christianity's ascendance as a dominant force within the empire. The resignation of Diocletian and Maximian on May 1st, 305, marked a new pivotal moment in Roman history, ushering in a new era of leadership under Constantius and Galerius as the senior emperors, with Severus and Maximius stepping into the roles of junior emperors. This shift, orchestrated under the influence of Galerius, according to Lactantius, signified not only a change in personnel, but also a continuation and intensification of policies against Christians in the eastern parts of the empire. The legacy of Diocletian's rule, particularly his efforts to eradicate Christianity, seemed, at the moment of his resignation, to have been effective. The churches laid in ruins. The ecclesiastical hierarchy was shattered, and the Christian presence within the army and civil bureaucracy was all but purged. However, the Diocletianic dream of a Christianity-free empire began to unravel almost as quickly as the new tetrarchy took power. In the east, Galerius and Maximus doubled down on the persecution, issuing edicts that demanded universal sacrifice from the population. Yet it was in the west where the most significant challenges to their authority and policies emerged. The exclusion of Constantine and Maxentius from the succession plan sowed seeds of discontent and rivalry, setting the stage for a dramatic reversal in the empire's approach to Christianity. Constantine, ascending to power in the west following his father's death, took immediate steps to cease the persecution of Christians and restore their rights and properties, positioning himself as a protector and benefactor of the Christian faith. Meanwhile, Maxentius, seizing control of Rome, extended toleration towards Christians within his territories, further eroding the foundations of the persecutions established by Diocletian and Galerius. These developments signaled not just a shift in the empire's religious policy, but they also highlighted deep fractures within the tetrarchy as a system of governance. The actions of Constantine and Maxentius, driven by both political pragmatism and personal conviction, laid the groundwork for the eventual acceptance of Christianity within the empire, moving it from the fringes of society into the heart of imperial power. In the twilight of his reign and life, Galerius issued the Edict of Serdica in 311, a decree that would etch his name into the annals of history with a gesture of tolerance that contrasted sharply with the preceding years of intense persecution. From his deathbed, Galerius sought to mend the fabric of an empire torn by religious strife, granting Christians the freedom to practice their faith openly and to re-establish their places of worship, provided that their gatherings remained orderly. This edict, preserved by Lactantius and translated by Eusebius, reflected a begrudging acknowledgement of Christianity's resilience and a strategic retreat from the empire-wide efforts to extinguish the Christian faith. Galerius's proclamation, however, did not represent a wholehearted embrace of Christianity. Rather, it was a interesting exercise in pragmatism, rooted in the desire for stability and the recognition of the futility of further persecutions. By allowing Christians to pray for the health of the emperor and the security of the state, Galerius aimed to integrate them into the societal and political fabric of the empire, and somehow leverage their faith for the common good. The significance of this edict lies not just in its immediate effect, halting the persecution of Christians in the East, but also in its broader implications for the relationship between the Roman state and Christianity. While some early and late historians have debated the importance of the edict, with views ranging from skepticism to recognition of its pivotal role, the consensus is that it marked a turning point, acknowledging the persistence of Christianity and paving the way for its eventual dominance within the empire. However, the peace that Galerius sought to secure was short-lived, at least in some quarters of the empire, notably under Maximinus, who resumed persecution within months of the edict's issuance. This resurgence of hostilities underscored the uneven path towards religious tolerance, a path that would not find a more definitive expression until the Edict of Milan in 313. Convened by Licinius and Constantine, this agreement extended the freedoms granted by Galerius to a universal peace, allowing open and free observance of all religions across the empire, thereby cementing the principle of religious tolerance that Galerius had tentatively introduced. The Edict of Milan, therefore, did not emerge in a vacuum, but was a culmination of a series of legislative and philosophical shifts that began with Galerius's Edict of Serdica. By formally recognizing the rights of Christians and all religions to worship freely, these edicts collectively contributed to the transformation of the Roman Empire from a polity defined by a religious uniformity to one characterized by a certain degree of religious pluralism, setting the stage for the ascendance of Christianity as a central element of Roman and later European identity. After several hundred years beneath the boot of an oppressive regime, the Christians of the Roman Empire find themselves in an advantageous position. Not only is their religion now legal, but their rulers are openly advocating for it, breaking with centuries-old traditions. However, some habits aren't so easily broken, and the tradition of religious intolerance was about to come back. But this time, the hunter had become the hunted. This is the story of how pagans in Rome came to be persecuted in their own ancient lands. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's good to meet you. And if you are coming back, it's great to see you again. I hope you're doing well. If you'd like to support the channel, all the videos are available ad-free on the Patreon. Otherwise, if you want YouTube to push my videos out to others, then you can like, comment, and subscribe, but only if you feel like it. Without further ado, let's get on to today's topic: pagan persecution in Christian Rome. 9 years after Diocletian's brutal persecution of Christians, Constantine triumphantly entered Rome. Unlike his predecessor, Constantine refrained from partaking in traditional pagan sacrifices, and instead ended the exclusion and mistreatment of Christians. He returned confiscated properties to churches, and adopted a policy of tolerance towards non-Christians, as evidenced by the Edict of Milan in 313. If you want to know about how Christians were treated before Constantine, I have another video on that too. After 324, Constantine openly embraced Christianity. He demolished some pagan temples, converted others into churches, and neglected the rest. Additionally, he seized temple funds for his own projects and to stabilize the currency. Despite his actions against paganism, Constantine did not entirely halt state support for traditional religious institutions, nor did he significantly alter society's pagan character. Constantine's reign did not witness mass purges or the execution of opponents' supporters. Although laws threatened death for certain actions, no one was executed for violating anti-pagan laws during his rule. Constantine allowed pagans to continue their practices, as long as they did not coerce Christians into joining them. Throughout his 31-year rule, Constantine never outlawed paganism. He actually issued edicts emphasizing peace and tolerance, promoting coexistence among different religious groups. Historians argue that Constantine aimed to integrate the Church into broader civic unity, despite his personal favoritism towards Christianity. Well, how did all this come about? Well, Constantine attributed his military successes at the Battle of Milvian Bridge to divine favor. And after that, his reign was relatively peaceful. There's little doubt that Constantine genuinely converted to Christianity. In his personal beliefs, Constantine condemned paganism as idolatry and superstition, while advocating for tolerance. He and his contemporaries did not consider paganism as a legitimate religion. Instead, they viewed it as an outdated illusion. His words, not mine. Constantine expressed disdain for the old religion, describing pagan rites as misguided and their temples as places of falsehood compared to the truth found in Christianity. In a letter to the king of Persia, he rejected pagan sacrifices and professed to worship the high god on bended knee. Historians writing after his death claim that Constantine converted to Christianity and was baptized on his deathbed, making him the first Christian emperor. However, modern observers note that the story of Constantine's baptism by Pope Sylvester later emerged as a part of a romanticized portrayal of that pope's life. This narrative aimed to conceal the embarrassment of Constantine being baptized by an Arian bishop, Eusebius of Nicomedia, while he was on campaign in Persia. Although Constantine intended to be baptized in the Jordan River during a visit to the Holy Land, he fell critically ill in that town of Nicomedia. He received the swift baptism by Eusebius before he passed away shortly afterward on May 22, 337, at a suburban villa named Acheron. Some have described Constantine's policies towards pagans as ambiguous and elusive, particularly concerning the claim that he banned blood sacrifices. There are, however, contradictory sources on this matter who assert that Constantine did ban blood sacrifices, and Labanius, a contemporary historian, who suggests that it was Constantius II who enacted such a ban, whereas Constantine sort of turned a blind eye to them, or rather just a willful ignorance. Well, in regards to Eusebius, he explicitly states in his work De Vita Constantini that Constantine enacted a law appointing mainly Christian governors and forbidding any remaining pagan officials from participating in sacrifices in their official capacity. However, other evidence fails to support Eusebius's claim. Constantine's own letter to the eastern provincials makes no mention of any law against sacrifices at all. Modern archaeologists suggest that blood sacrifices were already declining in popularity during Constantine's time, and this was completely unrelated to anti-pagan sentiments. Now, while Constantine personally disliked sacrifices and removed the obligation for imperial officials to participate in them, there's really scant evidence of a sweeping ban, and there is a little evidence of their continued practice, but very little. All records of anti-pagan legislation by Constantine come from the work of Eusebius, The Life of Constantine, which was written shortly after his death, and many scholars view this more of a panegyric than a historical account. Eusebius' example often interprets laws in a strongly Christian manner, and this leads us to believe that maybe it wasn't as accurate as it could have been. A little biased. But what's a history book without its bias? While it's likely that Constantine did enact a few laws that led to sacrifices in general being banned, or at least their decline, not just blood sacrifices, by the way, but all sacrifices, it led to their decline by the 350s, paganism itself, of course, persisted beyond this point. It's very hard to just wipe that out with a few laws. Polytheists found ways to worship their gods, and the ban on sacrifices certainly had its limitations. Paganism remained widespread into the early 5th century, and continued in parts of the empire well into the 7th century and beyond. This practice contrasted sharply with private activities, such as divination, astrologies, and Chaldean practices. Rituals were aimed at repelling demons and safeguarding the practitioner, which became associated with magic during the early imperial period. That was AD 1 to 30. Even under pagan emperors, these practices existed in their own sort of classification, and they carried severe penalties of banishment and execution. Now, these private rituals weren't just linked with magic, but also with treason and plots against the emperor. Christian emperors inherited this fear of private divination. It was never really seen as a good thing, and completely separate from any traditional pagan practice that the Romans observed. The early church had consistently spoken out against anything associated with what they deemed to be magic. By the mid-4th century, prophecy at prominent oracles like Delphi or Didyma had been completely suppressed. However, according to Polymnia Athanasiadi, the Church's primary concern in antiquity wasn't simply prophecy, but theurgy, using dreams to influence human affairs. While the Church didn't prohibit dream interpretation itself, it condemned attempts to use dreams for manipulating events, viewing it as deeply problematic. Constantine's decree against private divination didn't categorize divination as inherently magical, however. Thus, despite prohibiting secret rituals like other emperors, Constantine permitted haruspices, the practitioners of divination using animal entrails, to continue their rituals openly. In 324 November, Constantine declared Byzantium as his new capital, naming it Constantinopolis, or the city of Constantine. Surrounded by local pagan priests, astrologers, and augurs, he consecrated the city, although he later returned to Rome to celebrate his 20-year jubilee. 2 years later, on a Monday, November 4th, 328, new rituals were conducted to dedicate Constantinople as the emperor's new capital. Notable figures like Neoplatonist philosopher Sopater and Pontifex Maximus Praetextus attended this event. In the May of 330, during the festival of St. Mosius, the city's dedication was celebrated, marked by special coins featuring Sol Invictus. In commemoration, Constantine held a statue of the goddess Tyche and a column with a golden statue of Apollo, bearing his likeness, erected. Historian Libanius, a contemporary of Constantine, wrote that Constantine looted temples across the empire to gather treasures for building Constantinople. This pillaging filled the city with pagan statuary collected from various cities across the empire. Although Constantine didn't completely destroy what he took, he repurposed it for the new city, deliberately evoking Rome's religious and political past. Despite this, Constantinople continued to accommodate pagan traditions, with shrines dedicated to deities like Dioscuri and Tyche. While Constantine acquired sites in the Holy Land for constructing churches, destroying pagan temples in the process, archaeological evidence suggests that temple destruction wasn't as widespread as literature claims. Many temples were simply repurposed or remained untouched, but only a fraction of them were actually destroyed. Either way, the decline of traditional polytheism in the Roman Empire was exacerbated further by economic struggles, leading to a decrease in temple construction and the recycling of building materials. Church restrictions aimed to prevent the pillaging of pagan temples, advocating instead for their deconsecration and subsequent reuse. Now, Constantius II. He was known for his stringent measures against paganism, and implemented a series of policies aimed at curtailing its influence within the empire. His approach reflected a personal maxim: let superstitions cease, let the folly of sacrifices be abolished. This mantra guided his decisions, leading to significant actions that reshaped the religious landscape of his time. One of Constantius's notable endeavors was the removal of the altar of victory from the Senate meeting house, a symbolic act that had far-reaching implications. Despite this removal, he allowed the Statue of Victory to remain, indicating a nuanced approach that sought to accommodate his own religious beliefs while navigating the sensitivities of the pagan senators that remained. This diplomatic move showcased Constantius's attempt to strike a balance between his personal convictions and prevailing religious practices of his era, certainly a tightrope that one has to walk. Furthermore, Constantius implemented bans on sacrifices and divination, instituting harsh penalties for those who defied these edicts. Temples were closed, tax relief for pagans had ceased, and severe consequences awaited individuals found consulting soothsayers. However, while these laws signaled a concerted effort to suppress paganism, their enforcement varied across different regions of the empire. Resistance, both passive and active, often hindered the full implementation of these measures, highlighting the enduring popularity of pagan traditions among certain segments of society. In contrast to his successors, Constantius's approach to paganism exhibited relative moderation. He refrained from disbanding Roman priestly colleges or pagan schools, opting instead to focus on regulating and restricting pagan practices. Moreover, Constantius took steps to protect temples located outside city walls, recognizing their cultural and historical significance. This acknowledgement of paganism's enduring presence within the empire underscored Constantius's pragmatic approach to religious governance. But this was just the beginning. Legislation against magic and divination further exemplified Constantius's efforts to combat practices that were deemed incompatible with his new vision for the empire. By linking these activities and imposing penalties for their consultation, he sought to suppress what he perceived as detrimental influences on the society at whole. Additionally, laws enacted for the preservation of temples and the punishment of those who vandalized pagan sites demonstrated Constantius's commitment to preserving cultural heritage, even amidst shifting religious dynamics. However, tensions between religious factions occasionally erupted into violence, as witnessed in instances of mob unrest in various cities across the empire. These instances, driven by a myriad of factors, including the aforementioned economic hardships and political strife, underscored the changing of times and unrest during Constantius's reign. People generally don't like it when you try and take their beliefs away from them. Constantius's policies towards paganism reflected a nuanced approach that balanced his personal convictions with careful politics. While his measures aimed to curb the influence of pagan practices, their implementation faced challenges amidst a relatively multifaceted society. not everybody was on board with the idea, at least not yet. Constantius's legacy, therefore, remains one characterized by efforts to navigate politics rather than make the empire into a completely Christian entity. In comes Julian, who ascended to the sole rulership for a brief 18-month period from 361 to 63, and wielded his power to enact significant changes in the religious landscape of the Roman Empire. Born into a family with ties to Christianity, Julian's upbringing was marked by exposure to both Christian teachings and the philosophical traditions of Hellenism. However, personal grievances against Christianity, stemming from the alleged involvement of his relatives' deaths at the hands of palace guards, fueled Julian's antipathy toward the faith. Upon assuming power, Julian swiftly moved to reverse the policies of his Christian predecessors. He lifted the ban on sacrifices, reopened temples, and sought to diminish the privileged position of Christians within society. Despite advocating for religious freedom in principle, Julian's actions often displayed a bias against Christianity, as evidenced by his prohibition of Christians from teaching and his favoritism towards practitioners of pagan rituals. Julian's attempts at promoting pagan revival encountered intense resistance from various quarters of society, including Christian communities and provincial authorities. Despite his efforts to replace provincial priests with sympathetic associates, Julian found it challenging to garner widespread support for his religious reforms. Moreover, his preference for blood sacrifice faced strong opposition, particularly in cities where Christian sentiments were practiced. While some historians assert that Julian resorted to persecution against Christians during his reign, others argue that his actions were aimed at rather undermining the influence of the Christian establishment, rather than actively persecuting believers. Regardless, Julian's reign marked a significant departure from the partnership between Rome and Christian bishops that had characterized previous regimes. Tragically, Julian's ambitions for religious reform were cut short by his untimely death during a military campaign against Persia. The circumstances surrounding his demise remain a little mysterious, with conflicting accounts attributing his deaths to various causes, including religiously motivated assassination attempts. I think whatever the case, upon hearing the news, there must have been a few Christians breathing quite a sigh of relief. Julian's reign represented a pivotal moment in the history of religious conflict within the empire. His efforts to promote a pagan revival, while met with resistance, underscored the enduring tensions between Christianity and traditional pagan practices during the late antiquity period. In comes Jovian. Now his reign, though brief, marked a significant shift in the religious policies of the Roman Empire. Ascending to power in June 363 and ruling until February 364, Jovian prioritized peace negotiations with the Sassanid Empire and took steps to re-establish Christianity as the favored religion of the state. During this period, the approach towards religious diversity evolved under subsequent emperors like Valentinian and Valens. Valentinian, a Nicene Christian, and his Arian Christian counterpart, Valens, adopted a stance of religious tolerance, allowing various cults to coexist peacefully within Roman society. Contemporary accounts by pagan writers, such as Ammianus Marcellinus, highlight Valentinian's reign as a period categorized by religious neutrality and non-interference in matters of worship. This tolerant stance is further evidenced by the absence of anti-pagan legislation in the Theodosian law codes of the era. Valentinian's policies extended to permitting divination, albeit under certain conditions, reflecting a pragmatic approach that aimed to maintain social harmony while avoiding unnecessary religious conflicts. Similarly, Valens, who governed the eastern provinces, continued to uphold the rights and privileges of pagan practitioners. He retained some of Julian's trusted associates in their positions and affirmed the exclusive role of pagans as caretakers of their temples. In summary, the reigns of Jovian, Valentinian, and Valens represented a departure from the religious policies of their predecessors, embracing a stance of tolerance and inclusivity, at least as we can understand it in an ancient world context. These emperors sought to maintain social cohesion as the priority, by respecting the religious diversity that was inherent in the breadth of the Roman Empire. Gratian's reign, however, marked a significant turning point in Roman religious policy, particularly with his formal diversion of public financial subsidies away from supporting Rome's traditional cults. Instituting legal measures in 382, Gratian appropriated the income of pagan priests and Vestal virgins, stripped them of their right to inherit land, and confiscated the possessions of the priestly colleges. He also refused the title of Pontifex Maximus and ordered the removal of the altar of victory, symbolizing a decisive break with Rome's pagan past. As a result, the colleges of pagan priests lost their privileges and immunities, signaling a shift away from state support from traditional religious institutions. During this period, Gratian sought spiritual guidance from Ambrose, the influential Bishop of Milan, exchanging multiple letters and books with him. While it has been suggested that Ambrose dominated Gratian's religious policies, modern scholars argue that Gratian's actions were more likely influenced by changed political circumstances, particularly following the Battle of Adrianople, rather than a mere capitulation to Ambrose's authority. Despite Ambrose's efforts, subsequent emperors like Gratian's brother, Valentinian II, and Valentinian's mother resisted cooperating with him and often opposed his initiatives. However, even though they held a dislike towards Ambrose, they continued Gratian's policies by refusing to restore the altar of victory or the income of the temple priests and Vestal virgins. Emperors like Arcadius, Honorius, and Theodosius furthered Gratian's legacy by continuing to appropriate tax revenue collected by temple custodians for the crown, gradually diminishing support for urban ritual procession and ceremony. Over time, Many traditional festivals were secularized and incorporated into the Christian calendar, reflecting the ongoing transformation of the empire and Christianity's ascendance. Theodosius's approach to traditional non-Christian cults appears to have been a more cautious and pragmatic one. While he reinforced bans on certain practices like animal sacrifice, divination, and apostasy, he allowed other pagan rituals to be performed publicly and permitted temples to remain open. Although Theodosius converted pagan holidays into work days, the associated festivals continued to be observed. Scholars argue that there is scant evidence to suggest that Theodosius actively pursued a sustained campaign against traditional cults. Instead, he seemed concerned with preventing resentment among the empire's pagan population. For instance, after the death of his Praetorian prefect, Synegius, who had desecrated pagan shrines, Theodosius appointed a moderate pagan to replace him, who worked to protect the temples. Additionally, during his tour of Italy, Theodosius won the favor of the influential pagan faction in the Roman Senate by appointing its members to key administrative roles and nominating the last pair of pagan consuls in Roman history. A notable dispute during his reign centered around that aforementioned altar of victory, with Symmachus advocating for its restoration and the revival of state support for the Vestal Virgins. However, Ambrose vehemently opposed any financial backing for anything to do with paganism, and Theodosius ultimately sided with him, refusing Symmachus's appeal. Despite the emperor's refusal, pagans continued to voice their demands for recognition, concessions, and state support. Now, contrary to popular belief, Theodosius did not ban the Olympic Games. Evidence suggests that the games persisted after his reign and came to an end with his successor, Theodosius II, possibly linked to a fire that destroyed the temple of the Olympian Zeus during his rule. The anti-pagan legislation enacted during the 4th century Roman Empire reflects what some describe as the most potent social and religious drama of the era. From the time of Constantine onwards, Christian intellectuals portrayed Christianity as triumphant over paganism, even though Christians remained a minority in the empire. This triumph was perceived as heavenly and evidenced by figures like Constantine. The laws introduced during this period were not aimed at conversion, but rather at terrorizing the pagan population with vehement and often horrifying language. The primary objective of these laws was to reorder society along religious lines and put an end to age-old practices such as animal sacrifice, which to the Christians was deeply abhorrent, even though their grandfather was probably doing it. While private pagan rituals could not be entirely stopped, Christians sought to control what was considered normative and socially acceptable in public spaces. Altars used for sacrifice were frequently destroyed by Christians, who found the sight of slaughtered victims repugnant and reminiscent of their own past suffering associated with such practices. Despite the severity of the imperial edicts, their impact was limited due to widespread following of paganism among the population and the passive resistance of many of the local authorities. Christian bishops often obstructed the implementation of these laws, further limiting their effectiveness. However, while the influence of imperial law was not absolute, it still played a role in shaping societal norms and attitudes. The emergence of a language of intolerance in both legal texts and Christian writings reflected a rhetoric of conquest, with Christian authors portraying paganism as already defeated and deserving of universal contempt. This rhetoric had a significant impact on modern perceptions of the period, contributing to the belief in continuous violent conflict between Christians and pagans. However, archaeological evidence suggests that such conflicts were relatively isolated, and non-Christian groups like pagans and Jews generally enjoyed a level of tolerance based on contempt during late antiquity. Theodosius was a devout Christian who was eager to close down pagan temples in the East. His commissioner, the prefect Maternus Synegius, carried out widespread temple destruction, even utilizing the military and black-robed monks, sounds very sinister, for this very purpose. Despite the actions of these monks being deemed unlawful by the pagan historian Labanius, Theodosius didn't enforce any laws against them, passively legitimizing their violence. Instances of temple destruction were seen as indicative of a broader trend of violent Christian iconoclasm throughout the 390s and 400s. However, archaeological evidence for such destruction in the 4th and early 5th centuries is somewhat limited, with most recorded incidents known only from church accounts. These accounts often dramatize pious bishops battling temple demons, contributing to the perception of widespread destruction. The discrepancies between literary sources and archaeological evidence may arise from the ambiguous nature of the details in the former. For example, conflicting accounts in historical sources like Malalas regarding temple destruction by emperors such as Constantine and Theodosius further complicate the picture. Some archaeological research suggests that only a small percentage of known temples in regions like Gaul, Africa, Asia Minor, Greece, and Egypt show evidence of violent destruction during this period. Earthquakes, civil conflict, pragmatic use of material, and conversion to churches explain much of the temple damage, rather than deliberate anti-paganism. Contrary to the belief that many temples were converted to churches, modern evidence suggests that only a fraction were repurposed, with the direct conversion of temples into churches not becoming widespread until the mid-5th century. The Pantheon in Rome, for example, was not converted into a church until 609, and many of the churches attributed to figures like Martin of Tours cannot be definitively traced back to the 4th century. Anti-pagan laws persisted beyond Theodosius, extending through the reigns of subsequent emperors such as Arcadius, Honorius, Theodosius II, Marcian, and Leo I. These laws reiterated bans on pagan practices, like sacrifices and divination, and often the penalties would continue to increase. The need for such laws indicates that paganism still had significant followers, including sympathizers and crypto-pagans in positions of power within the administrative system. While public sacrifice ended in major cities like Constantinople and Antioch during Theodosius's reign, enforcement of these measures varied outside the imperial court. Away from the center of power, such efforts were less effective and endured until the 5th and 6th centuries. By the early 5th century, under rulers like Honorius and Theodosius II, laws against magic and divination became more stringent. For instance, a law in 409 targeted astrologers, ordering them to convert and burning their books of mathematics used for computations. Despite Christianization efforts, some regions retained substantial pagan populations well into late antiquity. For example, the prefecture of Illyricum and the city of Aphrodisias housed significant pagan communities, including philosophical schools. In Rome, the elite remained largely pagan, and institutional cults continued to exist in reduced forms, funded privately. Discoveries at Aphrodisias and Athens challenged the notion of pagans worshipping in secrecy and fear. Overt pagan statuary and altars found in these cities suggest that paganism persisted openly, despite legal and literary portrayals suggesting otherwise. In 476, Romulus Augustulus, the last Western emperor of Roman descent, was deposed by Odoacer, marking the end of the Roman Empire in the West. Odoacer became the first barbarian king of Italy. By the time of Emperor Anastasius I ascended the throne in 491, the Goths, who had established themselves in Italy, had been Christian for over a century. Some argue against the notion that late antiquity witnessed a wholesale process of Christianization of the empire. While certain cultural and social changes did occur, they did not necessarily reflect an overall Christianization. Instead, a public culture emerged that could be shared by polytheists, Jews, and Christians alike, albeit with Christian influence, mainly in the elimination of blood sacrifice. In fact, many have suggested that a truly Christian empire did not emerge until the time of Justinian, also known as Justinian the Great, 527 to 565, who played a significant role in integrating Christian ideals and legal regulations into Roman law. He made revisions to the Theodosian codes, incorporating Christian elements, and enacted legislation against practices like sacrifice well into the 6th century. Justinian's government became increasingly autocratic, and he persecuted pagans, religious minorities, and dissenters within the bureaucracy. This zeal for religious and cultural uniformity led to conflicts, including with Rome and the eastern provinces. Under Justinian's reign, there was considerable destruction associated with the supremacy of Christian belief. He ordered the persecution of surviving pagans, including the burning of pagan books, pictures, and statues. This persecution, accompanied by the destruction of pagan literature, occurred at Cainregon. Many ancient texts, mostly on perishable materials like papyrus, were lost due to active persecution during Justinian's rule, making it somewhat challenging to assess the extent of the losses attributed to Christians. The Jewish-Roman War of 66 to 73 AD marked a tumultuous period in ancient Judea's history. The conflict, marked by religious, political, and widespread social tensions, culminated in the devastating siege and destruction of Jerusalem by the Roman force under Titus. The war had profound demographic, cultural, and political ramifications for the Jewish population of Judea, but also for the broader Mediterranean region. While primary sources offer varying accounts of the conflict's toll, its impact on Judea's population and landscape was undeniably significant. And that's what we're here to learn about today. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, it's nice to meet you. And if you're coming back, it's good to see you again. As always, if you'd like to support the channel and keep me going, then you would follow the links to the Patreon. Otherwise, a like, comment, and subscribe if you feel inclined to do so also goes a long way. Now, with that out of the way, let's get on to today's video. The First Roman-Jewish War. Now, this is kind of a part one of two videos about the Roman-Jewish wars in general. In the next video, I'll talk about the Bar Kokhba revolt and the events that led up to that. But let's talk about this first and go right back to the beginning. From 37 BCE to 4 BCE, King Herod ruled Jerusalem as a vassal king appointed by the Roman Senate. Herod the Great was infamous for his ruthless tactics to secure his throne, including the execution of all potential claimants from the previous Hasmonean dynasty. Even his own wife, who hailed from that lineage. To solidify his power, Herod established a new class of nobility loyal solely to him, known as the Herodians, and appointed high priests from unrelated families. Well, there's your primer on what kind of a bloke Herod was. His reign left a legacy of economic hardship, particularly among labor workers employed on his grand construction projects, of which there were numerous. Well, after his death, the economy deteriorated further, leading to widespread poverty and social unrest. The lack of effective leadership exacerbated the situation, leaving the region vulnerable to riots and contributing to the conditions that would eventually spark the Great Revolt. So, with the increasing dominance of the Roman Empire in the Eastern Mediterranean, the Herodian dynasty, initially semi-independent, was formally integrated into the Roman Empire in 6 AD. This transition to a Roman province heightened tensions. The natives did not like it at all, and it culminated in a Jewish uprising led by Judas of Galilee in response to the census of Quirinius. After the death of Herod the Great and the removal of Herod Archelaus from power, the Romans appointed procurators, technically prefects before 41, to govern the Judeans. Initially, these Roman officials respected the Jewish customs and laws, permitting them to observe the Sabbath and granting exemptions from pagan rituals. They even minted coins without images, a departure from the practice elsewhere in the empire. During the years 7 to 26 AD, the province experienced relative calm. However, trouble resurfaced after 37, particularly under Emperor Caligula's reign. The underlying cause of tensions in the eastern part of the empire were admittedly multifaceted, including the influence of Greek culture, the implementation of Roman law, and the rights of Jews within the empire. Caligula harbored suspicions toward the prefect of Egypt, Aulus Avilius Flaccus, who had ties to Egyptian separatists and a history of opposing Caligula's family. So, in 38, Caligula dispatched Agrippa to Alexandria, without prior notice, to assess the situation under Flaccus. Agrippa's visit was met with a good deal of hostility from the local Greek population. Remember that they were under the rule of the Greeks at this time, who viewed him as the king of the Jews. In an attempt to appease both the Greeks and Caligula, Flaccus ordered the placement of statues of the emperor in Jewish synagogues, and just before I go on, allow me to correct myself. They were not under the rule of the Jews, because Cleopatra and Ptolemy had already been defeated, ending the Ptolemaic dynasty. I do apologize. Moving on. However, this move triggered widespread religious riots in the cities. You can't just put your statues wherever you like them. People do not like that. Don't do it. Well, the unrest had to be dealt with. So, in response to all this, Caligula removed Flaccus from his position. And he could have just had him sent away, but in true Caligula fashion, simply had him executed. In 39 AD, Agrippa accused Herod Antipas, the tetrarch of Galilee and Perea, of planning rebellion with Parthian assistance. Herod Antipas confessed, leading to his exile, while Agrippa was rewarded with control over his territories. In 40 CE, the next year, tensions flared up once again in Alexandria, with riots breaking out between Jews and Greeks. Now, the Jews were accused of a grievous crime, and that crime was failing to honor the emperor, and disputes also arose in other cities like Jamnia. Now, angered by the erection of a clay altar, Jewish protesters decided to take matters into their own hands and destroyed it themselves. In response, Caligula ordered the erection of a statue of himself in the Jewish Temple of Jerusalem. This was a much greater insult than the original clay statue. However, fearing a civil war, the governor of Syria, Publius Petronius, delayed implementing the order for nearly a year, until Agrippa convinced Caligula to reverse it. In the year 46, some 6 years later, an uprising erupted in the Judea province, instigated by two brothers, Jacob and Simon, and this lasted for 2 years until 48 AD. It began as a sporadic insurgency, centered in the Galilee. Roman authorities eventually suppressed it, resulting in the execution of both brothers. The relatively conciliatory Roman policy in Judea shifted then with the appointment of Gessius Florus as procurator. That was between 64 and 66 CE. Now, Nero was at this time in power, and he tasked Florus with extracting a large sum of money from Jerusalem's temple, while quelling any resistance. This, of course, was not received very well by those who frequented the temple in Jerusalem, and it led to tensions. When Florus seized funds from the temples, he justified it as reclaiming unpaid taxes. This action, along with subsequent upheavals, sparked a great deal of rioting in Jerusalem. Charismatic insurgents, supported by armed bands, entered the city, igniting a period of revolt against Rome and internal conflict among different factions. Attempts to seek support from the governor of Syria, Cestius Gallus, proved to be futile, intensifying the revolt and leading to the formation of various revolutionary groups. Florus's efforts to quell the riots only fueled more revolutionary fervor, escalating the conflict even further. Now, according to Josephus, he was a Jewish historian of the contemporary time, the eruption of violence in 66 AD was actually triggered by Greeks who were sacrificing birds in front of a synagogue in Caesarea. In response to this, one of the Jewish temple clerks, Eleazar ben Hananiah, halted prayers and sacrifices for the Roman emperor. Grievances over taxation were added to the protests, leading to random attacks on Roman citizens and perceived traitors in Jerusalem. And also, you didn't really have to do much to be perceived a traitor. If you weren't 100% with them, you were effectively a traitor nonetheless, even if you were just trying to keep your head down and not get executed by a Roman patrol. Now, Roman troops, under the orders of Procurator Gessius Florus, breached the Jewish temple and confiscated 17 talents from its treasury, claiming that it's all right, it's for the emperor, just give us the gold. This was also not received well. Someone barging into your house and taking all of your things, not very neighborly. Therefore, this action incited further unrest, with some Jews openly mocking Florus by collecting money as if he were poor, insinuating that he was a beggar and they were throwing coins to him. Now, Florus responded by sending soldiers to raid Jerusalem and arrest several of the most prominent leaders, who were later whipped in public and crucified. All of this despite some of them actually being Roman citizens. So you can see how serious the Romans were taking this. Well, don't worry, the Judeans were taking it equally as serious, because in retaliation, the outraged Judean nationalist factions took up arms and swiftly overran the military garrison in Jerusalem. Fearing the escalating conflict, King Herod Agrippa II and his sister Berenice fled to Galilee. Judean militias targeted Roman citizens and pro-Roman officials, removing all Roman symbols from the country. The rebel faction Sicari seized the Roman garrison at Masada, capturing their fortress. Initially, the violence had stemmed from internal factional conflicts between Jews supporting the rebellion and those who opposed. But the conflict resulted in significant loss of life either way, including the former high priest Ananias. The Roman garrison on Jerusalem's western border was besieged and unable to aid those against the rebellion. Eventually, the garrison surrendered under the command of Metilius in exchange for safe passage from the city. However, the Jewish rebels, led by Eleazar, slaughtered all surrendered soldiers, except Metilius, who was compelled to convert to Judaism, or end up like the rest of the soldiers. According to 4th century church fathers Eusebius and Epiphanius of Salamis, Jerusalem's Christian community fled to Pella before the outbreak of the war. Smart choice. Well, in response to the unrest in Judea, Cestius Gallus, the legate of Syria, mobilized the Syrian Legion 12 Fulminata, reinforced with units from 3 Gallica, 4 Scythica, and 6 Ferrata, along with auxiliaries and allies, totaling approximately 30 to 36,000 troops. Certainly a formidable force. The Syrian legion swiftly captured Narbata and Sepphoris, with the latter surrendering without resistance. Judean rebels retreated to Adzamon Hill, but were defeated there after a brief siege. Advancing further, Gallus reached Acre in western Galilee, then marched on Caesarea and Jaffa, where around 8,400 people met the sword. Continuing the campaign, Gallus seized Lydda and Aphek, and clashed with Jerusalemite rebels in Geva, suffering significant losses to Judean rebels led by Simon Bar Giora, reinforced by volunteers from Adiabene. The Syrian legion then laid siege to Jerusalem, but inexplicably withdrew back towards the coast. On the retreat, they were ambushed and suffered a devastating defeat by Judean rebels at the Battle of Beth Horon, resulting in the loss of approximately 6,000 Roman troops and the Aquila of Legio 12 Fulminata. Gallus then fled to Syria, leaving his troops behind in quite a disarray. Following the victory at Beth Horon, the Judean militias, comprising various factions, attempted to expand their control to Ascalon, but failed to take the city, suffering heavy losses to the defending Roman garrison. Subsequently, the Judean provisional government was established in Jerusalem, with prominent figures like Ananas ben Ananas and Joseph ben Gurion assuming leadership roles. Meanwhile, Menahem ben Yehuda's attempt to seize control of Jerusalem was thwarted, leading to his execution and the expulsion of the Sicarii faction to Masada. Simon Bar Giora's faction, also ousted from Jerusalem, sought refuge in Masada until the winter of 67 to 68. On the Roman side, Emperor Nero dispatched General Vespasian to quell the rebellion, who arrived with 2 legions, 10th Fretensis and 5th of Macedonia at Ptolemais, in April 67. Joining him were his son Titus with Legio 15 Apollinaris, and various local allies, which included King Agrippa II. Now with over 60,000 soldiers, Vespasian initiated operations with the priority of subduing Galilee. Now, here was the situation in Galilee. The Judean rebels were split into two factions, those loyal to the central government in Jerusalem under Josephus, representing the wealthy and priesthood classes, and local zealot militias, composed mainly of the poor, fishermen, farmers, and quite a few Syrian refugees. Several towns surrendered with minimal resistance, but others had to be taken by force. Josephus recounts detailed sieges of Tarichaea, Jotapata, Gamla, while Giscala, a zealot stronghold, fell as its leaders ran away and fled to Jerusalem. By 68 CE, Jewish resistance in the north was more or less crushed, and Vespasian established his headquarters in Caesarea Maritima. He then systematically cleared the coastline, avoiding direct confrontation with the rebels in Jerusalem. According to Josephus, around 100,000 of the Judeans were killed or perhaps enslaved in the Roman conquest of Galilee. However, these numbers, especially such a great number of 100,000, are subject to quite a bit of debate. Well, after consolidating his position in Caesarea Maritima, Vespasian prepared for a new campaign in the Judean and Sumerian highlands. That's Sa-Marian, not Su-Marian, by the way. Don't get confused. Meanwhile, the Jews expelled from Galilee took refuge in Jaffa, named at that time Joppa, rebuilding the city walls and disrupting commerce and grain supply to Rome through a light flotilla. Josephus described their actions, stating, "They also built themselves many great piratical ships, and turned pirates upon the seas near to Syria, Phoenicia, and Egypt. They made those seas unnavigable to all men." Leaders of the failed northern revolt, led by John of Giscala, retreated to Jerusalem with their forces. The city, filled with militants from various factions, including remnants of the Judean provisional government and zealot militias, descended into chaos. The radical zealots seized control, initiating a brutal civil war and executing anyone who advocated surrender. When the zealots deceived the Idumeans with a false message of reconciliation with the Roman army, approximately 20,000 armed Idumeans entered Jerusalem, joining forces with the zealots. This led to the massacre known as the Zealot Temple Siege, resulting in the deaths of prominent figures of the Judean provisional government, including Ananus ben Ananus and Joseph ben Gurion, along with thousands of civilians, of course. But no one remembers their names. Upon learning of the events in Jerusalem, Simon Bar Giora left Masada and began raiding Idumea, where he encountered little resistance and allied with the Idumean leaders, including Jacob ben Susa. In the spring of 168, Vespasian launched a systematic campaign to reclaim rebel-held strongholds in Judea. He successfully captured Aphek, Lida, Javne, and Jaffa, and expanded his operations into Idumea, Perea, and eventually the Judean and Samarian highlands, where Simon Bar Giorra's faction posed a significant threat to Roman authority. By July 69, the Roman army had seized key strategic locations, including Gophna, Acrabata, Bel at Alframe, and Hebron. Meanwhile, back in Rome, significant political upheaval on their side was very much underway. The emperor at the time, Nero, had his downfall because of his erratic and strange behavior. As the Senate, Praetorian Guard, and prominent army commanders all teamed up to conspire against him. Nero's subsequent taking of his own life marked the end of his reign, but the succession was far from stable. The new emperor was Galba, but he was swiftly murdered by his rival Otho, igniting a civil war known as the Year of the Four Emperors. In 69, Vespasian, previously uninvolved in the power struggle, was suddenly hailed as emperor by his legions. He left his son Titus to continue the campaign in Judea, while he journeyed home to claim the throne from the usurper Vitellius, who had overthrown Otho via nefarious methods. Titus led the Roman legions towards Jerusalem, the rebellious province's capital, causing a wave of Judean refugees as towns fell to the Roman forces one by one. The Judean rebels, weakened by their own internal strife, were primarily focused on their own survival and control of the city. Despite factional conflicts among the zealots, they still managed significant military strength. John, a leader of the zealot faction, seized power in Jerusalem after assassinating Eleazar, while Simon Bar Giorra's forces were invited into the city to counter John's faction. Infighting between the factions persisted through the year 69, further destabilizing the rebel cause as nobody could seem to get along. The siege of Jerusalem, the heavily fortified capital of the province, quickly reached a stalemate as the Roman armies found themselves unable to breach the formidable defenses. In response, they established a permanent camp just outside the city, encircling Jerusalem with a trench and constructing a wall as high as the city's own fortifications. Attempting to flee the city meant facing capture and crucifixion on the dirt wall, with as many as 500 executions occurring in a single day. Now you imagine it. You climb up that wall thinking, I'm sick of this, I'm getting out of here. And the first thing you see is not your freedom, but the hundreds of squirming and screaming unfortunates nailed up to crosses, staring back at you, begging you not to go any further. More than a little horrifying, isn't it? Well, that's how the siege was. As Romans began constructing siege ramparts, two rival zealot leaders, John of Giscala and Simon Bar Giorra, reluctantly joined forces to defend the city. However, their internal conflicts only persisted, exacerbated by the deliberate burning of stockpiled food supplies by the zealots. This act, intended to galvanize resistance against the siege, instead simply led to widespread starvation among the defenders. Contemporary historian Tacitus, you all know him, describes the dire situation within Jerusalem, noting the relentless resolve of its besieged inhabitants. Men, women, and even children alike took up arms, showing unwavering determination and a willingness to fight to the death rather than surrender or face expulsion from their homeland. Estimates of the besieged population vary, with Tacitus suggesting 600,000 and Josephus indicating nearly 1 million. This included pilgrims who had come to Jerusalem for Passover festivities, but upon arriving, found themselves trapped and doomed within the besieged city. In the summer of 70 CE, the following year, after a grueling siege of 7 months, Titus and his forces finally reached the walls of Jerusalem. And when they did, it led to widespread destruction of the city. The Romans strategically targeted the weakest points of the city's defenses, successfully breaking through the third and second walls by the end of May. Throughout the final assault, the Zealots, led by John of Giscala, fiercely defended the temple, while the Sicari, under Simon ben Giora, held the upper city. The destruction reached its climax with the razing of the Second Temple, a symbol of Jewish identity and resistance, on Tisha B'Av, that's the 29th or 30th of July 70 CE. The entire city, including all 3 walls and its citadels, was systematically demolished, leaving few structures standing. Survivors were either taken into slavery or scattered, and the once thriving Jerusalem was reduced to a smoldering ruin, with remnants of overturned stones serving as grim reminders of its former glory. John of Giscala surrendered at the fortress of Jotapata, while Simon bar Giora was captured at the site of the destroyed temple. The precious treasures of the temple, including the menorah and the table of the bread of God's presence, were looted and paraded through the streets of Rome as spoils of war during Titus's triumphant procession. Among the captives were John of Giscala and Simon bar Giora, both of whom faced different fates. John was sentenced to life imprisonment, while Simon was executed. And if you know anything about life in a Roman prison, depending on the method of execution, perhaps you'd like to weigh up your options. However, the fall of Jerusalem did not immediately quell all resistance in Judea, as isolated pockets of insurgency persisted as late as 73. Nonetheless, the capture and destruction of Jerusalem marked the decisive end of the Jewish revolt and solidified Roman dominance in the region. This pivotal event in history was commemorated with the construction of the Arch of Titus in Rome, which immortalized the spoils of war from the sacking of Jerusalem. Now, in the following year, the spring of 71, after Titus departed for Rome, Sextus Lucilius Bassus was appointed as the new military governor, tasked with completing the pacification of Judea, leading the formidable 10th Fretensis Legion. Bassus embarked on a series of campaigns to subdue the last remaining pockets of resistance. He successfully captured Herodium and then ventured across the Jordan River to seize the fortress of Macarius, situated on the shores of the Dead Sea. Continuing his advance, Bassus pursued and defeated a group of 3,000 Judean rebels under the leadership of Judah ben Ari in the forests of Jardus, located on the northern shore of the Dead Sea. However, due to an unexpected illness, Bassus was unable to fulfill his mission and passed away before its completion. He was then succeeded by Lucius Flavius Silva, who assumed command and directed his forces towards the final bastion of Judean resistance, the city of Masada. In the autumn of 72, Silva led Legio X, accompanied by auxiliary troops and thousands of Jewish prisoners, totaling 10,000 soldiers, in a determined assault on Masada. Despite his orders for surrender being rebuffed, Silva established multiple base camps and encircled the fortress with fortifications. According to the Jewish historian Josephus, when the Roman forces finally breached the walls of Masada in 73, they were met with a grim sight. The defenders, numbering 967 in total, had chosen, instead of surrender, to take their own lives. Only 7 survivors, spared by chance, were found among the ruins of the citadel. The fall of Masada marked the tragic end of the Jewish revolt, symbolizing the unyielding spirit of resistance against Roman domination. The Roman suppression of the Jewish revolt in Judea had profound and far-reaching consequences, particularly in terms of demographic impact and societal upheaval. The conflict, of course, resulted in widespread loss of life, as many Judeans perished in battles, sieges, and massacres, while numerous cities, towns, and villages were razed to the ground. The extent of destruction, of course, varied across different regions, with some areas suffering more extensive devastation than others. In Galilee, for example, cities like Tarichaea and Gabara were completely destroyed, while others like Sepphoris and Tiberias reached accommodation with the Romans and experienced relatively minimal harm, at least compared to the other cities who did not reach such an accommodation. Similarly, Transjordan and central Judea witnessed varying degrees of destruction. However, it was Judea proper, especially the Judean mountains, that bore the brunt of the devastation, culminating in the utter destruction of Jerusalem, where more than 90%, that's right, 90, of the population perished. Josephus records that many Jews were taken captive by the Romans, with some sent to work on infrastructure projects in distant lands like the Isthmus of Corinth in Greece, while others were consigned to forced labor in Egypt, or simply sold into slavery elsewhere. It's estimated that 1/3 of the Jewish population in Judea died during this revolt, with many succumbing to famine, disease, or violence, and another 10th being captured and subject to harsh treatment and enslavement. Well, despite the immense loss of life and destruction of the temple, the life of the Judeans persisted. However, discontent with Roman rule, of course, continued to simmer beneath the surface, eventually erupting into the Bar Kokhba revolt of 132 to 136. This rebellion, though ultimately crushed by the Romans, further destabilized the region and contributed to the eventual depopulation of Judea proper. The Bar Kokhba revolt, also known as the Third Jewish-Roman War, was a pivotal uprising that occurred in Judea during the 2nd century AD. Sparked by Roman oppression and religious suppression, the revolt erupted in 132 under the leadership of Simon Bar Kokhba, a charismatic figure who rallied the Judean population against Roman rule. And today, that's what we're here to discuss. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new, it's good to meet you, and if you are coming back, it's a pleasure to have you with me again. If you'd like to support the channel, then please follow the links to the Patreon. And if you'd like to support in other ways, liking, commenting, and subscribing helps YouTube push my videos out to more people. Now, without further ado, get yourself relaxed while we settle in and talk about the Jewish-Roman Wars, Part 2. If you've not seen the first video, you may find the link in the description discussing the first Roman-Jewish revolts. Now, before we talk about the Bar Kokhba revolt, we have to set the scene with the Hyksos War. So let's do that first, shall we? Throughout the 1st century CE, tensions between the Jewish population of the Roman Empire and the broader Greek and Roman communities steadily saw an increase. These escalations were marked by various violent incidents, primarily occurring in Judea, where segments of the Judean populace sporadically rebelled against their Roman rulers. Additionally, notable events unfolded in other regions of the empire, such as the infamous Alexandria pogroms, which targeted the sizable Jewish community in the Roman province of Egypt. Despite these challenges, the Jewish diaspora generally thrived across the Roman Empire, with the notable exception of Alexandria. In many instances, the Jews relied on Roman authorities to safeguard their rights and interests within the imperial framework. Now, just quickly, to talk about the First Roman-Jewish War. The culmination of mounting tensions first began in 66 CE. It was initially sparked by the religious and cultural differences between the Greek and Jewish populations. The conflict escalated due to anti-tax protests and violent acts against Roman citizens. As hostilities intensified, the Roman military garrison in Judea itself found itself overwhelmed by the rebel forces, prompting the flight of the pro-Roman king Herod Agrippa II and other officials to the region of Galilee. In response, Cestius Gallus, the legate of Syria, dispatched the Syrian army, including 12th Fulminata Legion and auxiliary troops, to quell the uprising. However, the legion suffered a rather surprising defeat at the hands of Jewish rebels in the Battle of Beth Horon, which sent quite a shock through the Roman leadership. Following this setback, the task of suppressing the revolt was entrusted to General Vespasian and his son Titus. They assumed 4 legions and commenced a systematic campaign beginning in Galilee in 67. The war culminated with the siege and eventual destruction of the rebel stronghold in Jerusalem in 70 AD by legions under the command of Titus. Subsequent operations resulted in the defeat of remaining Jewish strongholds, marking the end of the first rebellion. Once more, if you want more detail, including some rather gory and macabre aspects, I refer you to the first video. Now, moving forward a little more, in 115 AD, Emperor Trajan was leading a military campaign against the Parthians in the eastern region. The Roman intervention was triggered by the Parthians installing a pro-Parthian ruler in the Kingdom of Armenia, a territory traditionally within the Roman sphere of influence. This move, which naturally violated the established balance of power, inevitably led to a conflict. As Trajan's forces marched triumphantly through Mesopotamia, Jewish insurgents in the rear began launching attacks on the small Roman garrisons that were left behind. Simultaneously, a rebellion erupted in the distant Cyrenaica, which quickly spread to Egypt and Cyprus, igniting unrest back in Judea. The uprising, centered in Lydda, posed a threat to the vital grain supply route from Egypt to the front line. The rebellion rapidly extended to recently conquered provinces, with cities boasting significant Jewish populations such as Nisibis, Edessa, Seleucia, and Arbela, which is now the modern city of Erbil in Iraq, who joined the revolt and massacring their small Roman garrisons. The Romans, unfortunately, did not stand a chance against the hordes of rebels with whatever weapons they could summon up. In Cyrenaica, a leader known as Lucaus or Andreas, who had declared himself king, led the rebellion, according to Eusebius of Caesarea. His followers destroyed numerous temples, including those dedicated to Hecate, Jupiter, Apollo, and Artemis, as well as key Roman symbols such as the Caesareum, the Basilica, and even the public baths. The Christian historian Orosius from the 4th century documented that the violence devastated Cyrenaica to such an extent that the Emperor Hadrian had to establish new colonies in an attempt to repopulate the region. Let's hear from Orosius now. He says, "The Jews waged war on their inhabitants throughout Libya in the most savage fashion, and to such an extent that the country wasted that its cultivators had been slain. Its land would have been remained utterly depopulated, had not Emperor Hadrian gathered settlers from other places and sent them thither, for the inhabitants had been wiped out." Now, to the situation in Egypt. Lucaus led the rebels to Alexandria, where they entered the city after it was abandoned by the Roman governor Marcus Rutilius Lupus. Once they entered it, they set it on fire. Egyptian temples and the tomb of Pompey were completely destroyed. The Jewish rebels also achieved victory in a battle of Hermopolis in 116, as evidenced by Egyptian papyrus records. Trajan dispatched new troops under the Praefectus Praetorio Marcius Turbo, but it was not until autumn 117 that Egypt and Cyrenaica were completely pacified. And now to Cyprus. In Cyprus, a Jewish group led by Artemion seized control of the island and massacred tens of thousands of Cypriot Greek civilians. Remember, civilians, not fighters, not guards, civilians. During the major uprising against the Romans under Trajan in 117, Cypriot Jews joined in, and, according to Dio, they slaughtered 240,000 Greeks. A Roman army was sent to reclaim the capital, and after the rebellion was completely quelled, laws were enacted banning any Jews from residing on the island. This prohibition extended to the extent that Jewish survivors of shipwrecks were punished for seeking refuge on Cypriot shores. Talk about harboring a grudge, but can you blame them? In Mesopotamia, a fresh rebellion erupted while Trajan was in the Persian Gulf. Trajan successfully recaptured Nisibis, modern-day Nusaybin in Turkey, Edessa, the capital of Osroene, and Seleucia, which is located in present-day Iraq, all of which harbored very significant Jewish communities. As part of Trajan's entourage, a pro-Roman son of the Parthian king Osroes I, Parthamaspatus, was brought on the expedition. Trajan crowned him as the king of the Parthians in Ctesiphon. The ceremony is described in a source by Cassius Dio, where Trajan elevated Parthamaspates to the throne and adorned him with the diadem, fearing potential Parthian revolt. The Romans had quite a lot of trouble with the Parthians in previous times, and would have more trouble with them in times later on. But that's for the Parthians video. Now Trajan, after this, then headed north to personally oversee the ongoing siege of Hatra. The siege persisted throughout the summer of 117, but Trajan's health, weakened by years of campaigning in the scorching eastern climate, began to deteriorate. Opting to return to Rome to recuperate, Trajan sailed from Seleucia. However, his condition began to worsen, and it was worsening rapidly, leading to his death upon reaching Selinus in Cilicia. Shortly after, Hadrian succeeded him as emperor. Now back in Judea, the Jewish leader Lucius sought refuge after fleeing from Cyrenaica. Marcius Turbo, pursuing him, executed Julian and Pappus, prominent leaders of the rebellion. Lucius Quietus, having conquered the Jews in Mesopotamia, assumed command of the Roman army in Judea and besieged Lydda, where rebel Jews had gathered under Julian and Pappus. The situation became increasingly dire, with the renowned patriarch Rabban Gamaliel II allowing fasting even during Hanukkah. Other rabbis disapproved of this measure. Now, following the capture of Lydda, many Jews were put to death, with the slain of Lydda being remembered with reverence in the Talmud. The rebel leaders, Pappus and Julian, were among those executed, becoming martyrs among the Jews. Just ask any Jew, he'll tell you. Lucius Quietus, once esteemed by Trajan, lost his command following Hadrian's accession and was later killed under unknown circumstances, possibly on Hadrian's orders in the summer of 118. Hadrian opted to end the conflict, abandoning several of Trajan's eastern conquests to stabilize the eastern borders. and despite relinquishing control over Mesopotamia, he installed Parthamaspates as the king of a restored Osroene. Osroene would remain a buffer state between the two empires for the next century. Back in Judea, tensions persisted, and this prompted the Romans, under Hadrian's directive, to station the Legio Six Ferrata permanently in Caesarea Maritima. They knew the fight was definitely not over yet. Which leads us to the year 130. Significant developments unfolded in the province of Judea when Hadrian embarked on a visit to the eastern Mediterranean. According to Cassius Dio, during his visit, Hadrian made the pivotal choice to rebuild the devastated city of Jerusalem as the Holy Roman colony of Aelia Capitoline, naming after himself. This decision, coupled with Hadrian's imposition of other restrictions on the Jewish population, purportedly fueled the outbreak of the 132 Bar Kokhba rebellion. This revolt, marked by extreme violence, stretched the Roman military capabilities to their limits. And we finally arrive at the main topic. Pardon such a build-up, but you really must understand the background that led to this, where the Judeans find themselves, and why they were revolting. Now, let's talk about the Bar Kokhba revolt. Jewish leaders meticulously strategized the second revolt to rectify the numerous errors that marred the first Jewish-Roman war 6 decades earlier. In 132, the uprising, spearheaded by Simon Bar Kokhba and Eleazar, swiftly spread from Modi'in across the region, effectively isolating the Roman garrison inside Jerusalem. Although Rufus initially led the rebellion, his disappearance from historical records after 132 remains a little bit of a mystery. While following the outbreak of the revolt, Bar Kokhba's insurgents dealt significant blows to Legio X Fretensis, stationed in Anatolia Capitolina, which was another name for Jerusalem. With Legio X and Legio VI unable to quell the rebellion, reinforcements were urgently dispatched from nearby provinces. Gaius Publicius Marcellus, the legate of Roman Syria, arrived with Legio III Gallica, while Titus Haturnius Nepos, the governor of Roman Arabia, brought Legio III Cyrenaica. Some historians suggest that Legio XXII Deatoriana was also dispatched from Arabia Petraea, but met its demise in an ambush en route to Aelia Capitolina, potentially leading to its disbandment. Additionally, Legio II Traiana Fortis, previously stationed in Egypt, likely arrived in Judea during this phase. According to rabbinic sources, Bar Kokhba commanded around 400,000 men at the rebellion's peak. The sudden outbreak and initial success of the revolt caught the Romans off guard. Employing a combination of tactics, the rebels primarily engaged in guerrilla warfare, inflicting heavy casualties on the Roman army. This perspective finds support in Cassius Dio's account, suggesting that the revolt commenced with covert assaults aligned with the preparation of hideout systems. However, after seizing control of fortresses, Bar Kokhba shifted to direct engagement, leveraging his numerical superiority. Simon Bar Kokhba assumed the title Nasi Israel and governed over a quasi-independent entity named Israel for more than 2.5 years. Rabbi Akiva, a prominent Jewish sage and spiritual leader of the revolt, hailed Simon Bar Kokhba as the Jewish Messiah and bestowed upon him the Aramaic patronymic Bar Kokhba, signifying son of a star, alluding to the star prophecy in Numbers 24:17, that being a star rises from Jacob. Now, although the name Bar Kokhba is not found in the Talmud, it appears in ecclesiastical sources. The era of Israel's redemption was proclaimed, contracts were formalized, and a significant quantity of Bar Kokhba revolt coinage was minted over foreign coins. Well, as the Roman army advanced slowly, severing supply lines, the rebels resorted to prolonged defensive strategies. The defense infrastructure of Judean towns and villages primarily relied on extensive networks of hideout caves, constructed in abundance across almost every populated area. Many households utilized subterranean hideouts, where Judean insurgents sought to withstand the Roman supremacy by exploiting the narrow passages and even launching ambushes from underground. These cave systems, often interconnected, served not only as shelters for the rebels, but also for storing provisions and offering refuge to their families. Hideout systems were extensively deployed in the Judean hills, the deserts, northern Negev, and to a lesser extent in Galilee, Samaria, and the Jordan Valley. In fact, as of 2015, approximately 350 hideout systems have been documented within the remains of 140 Jewish villages. After facing a series of setbacks, Hadrian summoned his general, Sextus Julius Severus, from Britannia, and troops were mobilized from as far away as the Danube. In the winter of 133 to 34, Severus arrived in Judea with a formidable army, comprising of 3 legions from Europe, as well as cohorts from additional legions of between 30 and 50 auxiliary units. The size of the Roman force assembled against the rebels far surpassed that commanded by Titus 60 years earlier. Nearly 1/3 of the entire Roman army participated in the campaign against Bar Kokhba. That just goes to show how much was at stake. It is estimated that forces from at least 10 legions were involved in Severus's campaign in Judea, along with 30 or 40 of those extra units. It pretty much totaled up to about 60,000, or perhaps even as far as 120,000 with all the auxiliaries involved. Now that's quite a formidable force. And by the way, there is speculation that Legio IX Hispana was among the legions Severus brought from Europe, and its disappearance during the 2nd century is often linked to this war. According to some interpretations, one of the pivotal battles in the conflict occurred near Tel Shalem in the Beat Shean Valley, adjacent to what is now identified as the legionary camp Legio VI Ferrata. This theory suggests a significant expansion on the rebels' reach, potentially encompassing the northern valleys in addition to Galilee. Archaeological discoveries at Tel Shalem include remnants of a triumphal arch dedicated to Emperor Hadrian. It provides evidence that supports this interpretation. Also, findings such as a bust of Emperor Hadrian specifically tie the site to this period, reinforcing the theory of a major, decisive battle at Tel Shalem. Simon Bar Kokhba designated Herodium as his secondary headquarters, with Yeshua ben Galgula likely serving as his second or third in command. Findings across the site provide evidence for this revolt, from external structures to the intricate water system beneath the mountain. Now, it leads us into the final phase of these revolts, where the Romans began to get the upper hand. Bar Kokhba began to experience a loss of territorial control, except for the vicinity of the Betar fortress, where he made his last stand against the Romans. Well, following the loss of many strongholds, Bar Kokhba and his remaining forces retreated to that fortress of Betar, which came under siege in the summer of 135. Legio 5 Macedonica and Legio 11 Claudia are reported to have participated in this siege. Now, according to Jewish tradition, the fortress fell and was destroyed on the fast of Tisha B'Av, a day of mourning for the destruction of the first and second Jewish temples. Salt in the wound, perhaps. Rabbinical accounts attribute the defeat to Bar Kokhba's suspicion of his maternal uncle, Rabbi Elazar Hammodai, whom he allegedly killed for suspected collaboration with the enemy, thereby forfeiting his divine protection. The aftermath of Betar's capture is described as a massacre in the historical sources that we have. The Jerusalem Talmud records that the death toll in Betar was staggering, with the Romans reportedly continuing to slaughter until their horses were submerged in blood up to their nostrils. Perhaps they've taken a little bit of poetic license with that, but you get the point. There was an inordinate amount of killing. Now, according to a rabbinic midrash, 8 prominent members of the Sanhedrin were executed by the Romans. That was Rabbi Akiva, Hanina bin Teradion, Rabbi Huspith, Elazar bin Shemamua, Hanina ben Hakanai, Jeshbab the scribe, Judah ben Dama, and Judah ben Bava, all gone in the same day. Now, the exact date of Akiva's execution is debated, with some place it at the outset of the revolt based on the Midrash, while others connect it to the later stages. Either way, the rabbinic narrative depicts excruciating tortures. Akiva was flayed with iron combs. Ishmael had his scalp slowly taken off, and Hanina was burned at the stake with wet wool and a Torah scroll wrapped around his body to prolong the suffering. Certainly not a good way to go. But what about Bar Kokhba? Well, his fate remains a little uncertain, with Babylonian Talmud traditions suggesting that he died from a snake bite or natural causes during the Roman siege, or possibly by order of the Sanhedrin as a false messiah. Lamentations, Rabbah, mentions that Bar Kokhba's head was presented to Emperor Hadrian after the siege of Betar. Now, After the fall of the city, the Roman forces engaged in their systematic killings, systematically destroying all of the remaining Jewish villages and hunting down any refugees they could find. Legio III Cyrenaica played a significant role in this final phase of the campaign. And yes, it was a very brutal phase, but it was a kind of brutality that was matched by what they got. Everybody was as ruthless as the next. Well, historians hold differing views on the duration of the Roman campaign post-fall of Betar. Some argue that the further resistance was very swiftly crushed, while others suggest that pockets of Jewish rebellion continued to evade capture with their families into late 135 and possibly even the spring of the following year. However, whichever way it really is, it's clear that by early 136 that the revolt had been well and truly quelled. Cassius Dio noted that, and I quote, "Many Romans, moreover, perished in this war. Therefore, Hadrian, in writing to the Senate, did not employ the opening phrase commonly affected by the emperor. If you and your children are in health, it is well, and the army are in health." Some scholars argue that the unusually high number of preserved Roman veteran diplomas from the 150s and 60s suggest a significant conscription effort across the Roman Empire to replenish heavy losses within military legions and auxiliary units between 133 and 35, corresponding to the revolt. And as previously mentioned, 12th Deuteronia may have been disbanded due to such severe losses. Additionally, some historians propose that the disbandment of Legio IX Hispana in the mid-2nd century could be linked to this war. Previously, it was widely believed that the Ninth had vanished around 108 CE, possibly meeting its end in Britain. However, archaeological discoveries from the mid-2010s in Nijmegen, dating to 121 CE, revealed inscriptions of two senior officers who actually served in the Ninth around 120 CE and continued to hold prominent roles for several decades. This led to the conclusion that the legion was disbanded between 120 and 197, either due to its involvement in the Bar Kokhba revolt, conflicts in Cappadocia, or perhaps operations along the Danube in 162. Well, let's have a little bit of retrospect. What was the aftermath? Well, the revolt had devastating repercussions for the Jewish population in Judea, resulting in extensive loss of life, widespread displacement, and rampant enslavement. The scale of the suffering exceeded that of the aftermath of the First Jewish-Roman War, leaving central Judea in a state of utter desolation. Some scholars characterize these consequences as an act of genocide. Jewish religious and political authority faced harsher suppression, and the province of Judea was renamed Syria Palestina. Casualties and widespread destruction. According to Roman historian Cassius Dio, I quote, 50 of the most important outposts and 985 of their most famous villages were razed to the ground. 580,000 men were slain in the various raids and battles, and the number of those that perished by famine disease, and fire was past finding out. Thus, nearly the whole of Judea was made desolate. That's from Cassius Dio's History of Rome, section 6914. And it's probably true, because excavations reveal that every village in the region of Judea had been destroyed in the revolt. Most Roman period settlements in Judea show layers of destruction or abandonment, suggesting that Jewish settlement had been almost entirely wiped out by the end of the revolt. Now, of course, it is suggested by some modern observers that Dio had exaggerated some numbers. However, a lot of people think that they're highly plausible, given accurate Roman census declarations. Well, either way, it wasn't just Judea. Jews were expelled from Jerusalem and various other districts, including Gophna, Herodion, and Akraba. Post-revolt Judea, though, saw the replacement of the departing Jewish population with a mixed populace, consisting of Roman veterans and immigrants from the western parts of the empire. These settlers occupied areas such as Aelia Capitolina and its surroundings, administrative centers, main roads, and the Judean countryside. Additionally, immigrants from neighboring provinces like Syria, Phoenicia, and Arabia made their way to the region and settled. Villages in the direct vicinity of Jerusalem were all depopulated, and arable land that was owned by Jews confiscated. To address these vacant villages, Roman and later Byzantine authorities initiated the construction of estate farms and monasteries, benefiting the nobles and the church. The rural areas around Aelia Capitolina underwent a process of Romanization, with evidence of Roman citizens and veterans settling there during the late Roman period. Evidence of Roman veteran settlement can be found throughout Judea proper, including artifacts like a marble sarcophagus depicting Dionysus in Turmus Aya, Latin-inscribed stones at Girbet Dibna, a Minerva statue at Girbat al-Mafyar, a centurion's tomb at Beit Natif, and a Roman mansion with Western elements near Beit Guvrin. Now, the enslavement of Roman, rather Jewish captives was very widespread, with sources indicating that there were very great many of them sold into slavery all across the empire. A chronicle from the 7th century states that Jewish captives were sold for the price of one ration of food for a horse, suggesting such a flood of new slaves in the market that supply and demand had simply made them so cheap. Captives who were not sold were deported to various locations, contributing significantly to the Jewish diaspora. Following the suppression of the Bar Kokhba revolt, Hadrian enacted a series of religious decrees aimed at extinguishing Jewish nationalism in Judea. He banned Torah law and the Hebrew calendar. He also executed many Jewish scholars. And he wasn't done there. The sacred scrolls of Judaism were ceremonially burned at the temple complex he constructed on the Temple Mount, where statues of Jupiter and himself were installed instead. These measures remained in force until Hadrian's death in 138, which brought at least a little bit of relief to the surviving Jewish communities. Additionally, the Romans imposed a lasting punishment by attempting to erase the memory of Judea, or ancient Israel. They dropped the name Judea from the provincial title, renaming the province Judea as Syria Palestina. This move was unprecedented, as rebellions had never before resulted in expunging of a nation's name. Furthermore, in an effort to ensure the prosperity of the newly established Roman colony of Aelia Capitolina, Jews were prohibited from entering except on the day of Tisha B'Av. By severing the association of Jews with Judea and forbidding them to practice Judaism, Hadrian sought to eradicate a nation that had inflicted significant casualties on the Roman Empire. And that's the end of the story for the Second Roman-Jewish War, or the Jewish-Roman War, whichever side you're on. But like any other page of history, it's just another way of looking at it in a detached manner. Well, it was interesting, to say the least, wasn't it? In 490 BC, the Athenians achieved an unexpected triumph over the Persian Empire at the Battle of Marathon. As part of his campaign to punish the Greek city-states that had supported the Ionian revolt and expand the Persian Empire, King Darius I launched the first Persian invasion of Greece. Thus, on the plain of Marathon, nearby to Athens, the Persian army descended, bolstered by a coastal fleet and a numerically superior force. Despite being outnumbered, Miltiades led the Athenian army, supplemented by a small contingent from Plataea, into an attack on the Persians. He used a novel tactic to encircle the Persian forces by weakening their center lines and strengthening their flanks. Massive Persian casualties and a shattered battle line were the result of this strategic move, sending the Persians fleeing in disarray back to their ships. The morale of all Greek city-states was greatly boosted by the triumph, which proved that the Persians could be vanquished. Legends abound commemorating the battle and its significance in defending Greek liberty and political autonomy. One such legend is that of Pheidippides, the messenger who ran from Marathon to Athens to announce the victory, a story that is said to have inspired the modern marathon event of our Olympic Games. Hello and welcome to the channel. If you're new here, good to meet you, and for those coming back, good to see you again. Off we go back to ancient Greece today. That is going to be fun. Supporting the channel is just enjoying the channel, and I certainly hope you're doing that. The like and subscribe's up there too, and if you feel the need to look in the description, you may find some other links that are perhaps relevant to you. But first, let's get nice and relaxed and we can begin with today's topic. Initiated largely by the Ionian Revolt, the Persian invasion of Greece marked the beginning of the Greco-Persian Wars. You see, both sides had been interacting for a long time, and this war was the result of both the revolt and their reactions to it. The young Persian Empire was rapidly expanding by 500 BC, but it was beset by insurgencies among the peoples it had conquered. When King Darius took the throne, he wasted no time in putting an end to the various rebellions. He had already expanded Persian influence into Europe before the Ionian Revolt broke out, subjugating Thrace and establishing Macedon as a tributary state. At the time, Greece was politically divided, which made it an easy target for the Persians to expand into, little by little. Now, the Ionian Revolt demonstrated the danger that the Greek city-states could present to the Persian stability. Thus, in retaliation for the uprising, Darius plotted a punishing expedition to conquer the Aegean and Greece. Aristagoras, the tyrant of Miletus, and Artaphernes, a Persian satrap, launched an unsuccessful assault on Naxos to start the war. Artaphernes decided to depose Aristagoras after the endeavor failed, and the democratic government that Aristagoras founded in Miletus, which he had renounced in anticipation of his dismissal, sparked rebellion in other cities of the Ionian region. Aristagoras sought out allies on the Greek mainland, but he only received military backing from Athens and Eretria. A number of internal political events, most notably the birth of democracy following the deposal of Athens dictator Hippias in 510 BC, impacted the Athenians' choice to put their support behind the revolt. Hippias, the exiled son of Pisistratus, the political tycoon of Athens, sought asylum in Sardis with Artaphernes. In return for help re-establishing his rule, he pledged to subjugate Athens to Persian influence. At the same time, Cleisthenes and the Alcmeonidae family, who saw themselves as the rightful rulers of Athens, were greatly dismayed when Cleomenes I of Sparta installed Isagoras, who favored a pro-Spartan administration. Cleisthenes formed a new political faction, with strong support from the Athenians after losing politically to the coalition headed by Isagoras. Although this strategy was initially successful, Cleisthenes and other prominent members of the Alcmeonid family were exiled when Cleomenes I of Sparta returned to Athens at the request of Isagoras. The Athenians rose up in rebellion against Cleomenes and Isagoras' attempts to create an absolute oligarchy, and drove them from power. Thus, the Athenians were given more power when Cleisthenes swiftly instituted reforms upon his return in 507 BC. These reforms did not instantly create a complete democracy, but they did set the foundation for it. Now, Athens' newfound independence made the city-state extremely resistant to rule by Sparta, Persia, or anybody that wasn't Athens. And fair enough. Cleomenes was so unhappy that he led the Spartan army into Athens to try to oust Isagoras, but they were unsuccessful. Simultaneously, Athens turned to Artaphernes in Sardis for assistance in their fear of the outcome, and Artaphernes demanded the traditional symbols of submission, earth and water. Despite receiving severe criticism upon their return to Athens, the Athenian ambassadors acquiesced. Hippias fled back to Sardis and begged the Persians for help in recapturing Athens after Cleomenes' attempts to restore the exiled tyrant failed as well. Athens responded by sending emissaries to Artaphernes in an attempt to dissuade him from supporting Hippias. But Artaphernes instead demanded that he be reinstated. The city-state of Athens refused, and instead readied itself for war with Persia, joining forces with the rebellious Ionian cities. This was especially true, given that many of these cities had been Athens' colonies, and had since become democratic republics. Afterwards, 25 triremes, that's a kind of ship that they had in ancient Greece, quite effective, were dispatched by Athens and Eretria to lend support to the Ionian revolt. They marched on Sardis and burned down the lower city. But unfortunately, the triumph was fleeting, and they were routed to the coast by the Persian armies, suffering heavy casualties in the process. Despite their withdrawal, King Darius of Persia became even more enraged by Athens and Eretria as a result of their daring move, and he vowed to take vengeance upon them. The Ionian revolt came to a close with the Persian conquest of Lade in 494 BC. The Persian fleet had already subdued the remaining rebels by 493. Previously, ungoverned territories in the Propontis and the eastern Aegean were incorporated into the Persian Empire by Darius during this juncture. Once they had Ionia under control, the Persians could finally punish Athens and Eretria for their role in the Persian threat. After the Ionian revolt was put down in 492, Darius dispatched an expedition to Greece, led by Mardonius, his son-in-law. In addition to re-subjugating Thrace, Mardonius fully subjugated Macedonia to Persia, ending its previous status as a relatively independent vassal. However, his fleet was destroyed in a violent storm, and the campaign came to a premature end. When Hippias fled to the son of the satrap Artaphernes, and the Median admiral Datis led another expedition in 490, Darius was once again in charge. The injury Mardonius suffered in the last campaign caused him to lose favor with the team, and the new expedition's goals were to conquer or destroy Eretria and Athens in Greece, punish Naxos for its resistance in 499, and incorporate the Cyclades into the Persian Empire. By carefully hopping around from island to island across the Aegean, the Persian army captured and punished Naxos before reaching midsummer off the coast of Euboea. After sieging, capturing, and burning Eretria, they swung south towards Attica to punish Athens, the campaign's ultimate goal. And there, at the Bay of Marathon, about 27 kilometers northeast of Athens, the Persians touched ground, with the advice of the exiled Athenian dictator Hippias. Then, under the command of the seasoned general Miltiades, the Athenians wasted no time advancing to Marathon in an effort to cut off the Persians' access to the plain and their ability to push further inland. At the same time, Pheidippides, Athens' fastest runner, was sent to Sparta to ask for military aid. However, his arrival occurred during the Carnea festival, which meant that the Spartans would have to wait at least 10 days for the full moon before they could get ready to go for battle. Even though the arrival of 1,000 hoplites from the small city of Plataea boosted morale and secured eternal Athenian gratitude, the Athenians had to hold their ground at Marathon in the meantime. And looking out at the Persians' army's numbers, it was not going to be easy. Thus, over the plain of Marathon, the two armies engaged in a stalemate that lasted for approximately 5 days. Now, it was either a forest of trees or an abatis of stakes that protected the flanks of the Athenians' camp. As the Athenians' arrival drew nearer by the day, the delay worked in the Athenians' favor. Athletes selected one general from each of their 10 tribes to lead the army, and Miltiades was one of them, and the entire citizen body elected Callimachus to be the polemarch, the war archon. Herodotus states that the strategoi, or the general, took turns in being in charge, but on Miltiades' day, they all yielded to his command. Even though he knew that the Spartans were on their way, Miltiades waited until his command day to take the attack to the Persians, according to Herodotus at least. Problems do arise with this account due to the lack of proof of rotating generalship, and the fact that the Athenians gained very little benefit from attacking before the Spartans arrived. The arrival of the Athenians at Marathon was preceded by the Battle of Discernible Lag. It is possible that Herodotus made a mistake in his explanation of this delay because he thought Miltiades was eager to attack. But Herodotus is going to do what Herodotus does, and that is write somewhat questionable accounts. Well, as we will see later on, the main reason for the hold-up was likely just that the Persians and the Athenians weren't ready to risk fighting at first, and because of this we sort of have to wonder why the conflict did happen at that particular time. While all of the sources do agree with Herodotus that the Greeks attacked the Persians first, the motivation behind this action prior to the arrival of the Spartans remains a bit of a mystery. To put it simply, there's two competing hypotheses. Well, according to the first school of thought, the Persian cavalry withdrew from Marathon, and upon seeing them go, the Greeks took the advantage of launching an attack. An entry in the Suda dictionary, and the fact that Herodotus does not mention cavalry in his account of the battle, provides the groundwork for this theory. But the most common version of this theory holds that the cavalry were to be sent by sea to attack an undefended Athens at the rear as the remaining Persians pinned down the Athenian army at Marathon, while the other version states that they were completing the tedious process of re-embarking on the ships, and if you've ever tried to get a horse on a boat, you know what they're talking about. So, this theory takes Herodotus at his word and says that the Persian army started re-embarking after Marathon with the intention of sailing around Cape Sonion and attacking Athens directly. Therefore, this re-embarkation must have happened prior to the battle, and possibly even caused it. The alternate explanation is that the Persians' decision to attack on the Athenians was the sole cause of the conflict. Assuming that the Athenians took the tactical offensive and attacked the Persians when they saw their advance, this theory can be reconciled with the traditional account of the Persians attacking the Athenians, even though this theory has the Persians moving to the strategic offensive. Obviously, we don't really have enough evidence to say which theory is more plausible. Nevertheless, according to both explanations, the conflict was precipitated by Persian actions that took place on or around the fifth day. There is another possibility that both explanations are true. The Persians launched their assault on Athens with their cavalry by ship, while simultaneously launching their infantry attack on Marathon, which led to the Greek counterattack. Well, dates of various events are provided by Herodotus, utilizing the lunar solar calendar, which differed among the Greek city-states. Historians can utilize astronomical calculations to transform these dates into the proleptic Julian calendar, which is widely used for establishing chronology. This date has been traditionally acknowledged since 1855, when Philip August Bock demonstrated that the fight occurred on September 12, 490 BC, based on the calculations of the Julian calendar. But this finding is conditional on when exactly the Spartan festival took place. After all, the Spartan calendar might have been a month earlier than the Athenians. On the 12th of August, 490 BC, if this were true, then the conflict would have taken place. Well, Herodotus does not specify how many Athenians were in the army during the Battle of Marathon. Ancient historians and chroniclers like Plutarch, Cornelius Nepos, and Pausanias all attest that 9,000 Athenians and 1,000 Plataeans made up the Athenian army. In contrast, according to Justin, there were 10,000 Athenians and 1,000 Plataeans. The quantity of soldiers sent by the Athenians and Plataeans to the Battle of Plataea 11 years later is remarkably similar to these figures, according once again to Herodotus. And Pausanias further mentioned that the monument honoring the fight had the names of enslaved people who had been released in return for their military service. These figures are usually considered plausible by modern historians. The entire Athenian army at Marathon and Plataea would have constituted around 3% of the total population, considering that the population of Attica, the area governed by Athens, was around 315,000 at the time, and that is including slaves. This estimate shows the crucial role that these battles played in Athenian and Greek history, highlighting the massive mobilization of resources by the Athenians in reaction to this collective threat from the Persians. Darius commanded a fleet of 600 triremes, as reported by Herodotus. The Persian army's size is not really mentioned, but he does say that it was large and densely packed. There are a variety of Persian force estimates found in other ancient sources. For example, Simonides, a poet who lived at the same time or around it, claims that the number of campaigners was 200,000. According to the Roman historian Cornelius Nepos, there were around 200,000 foot soldiers and 10,000 mounted troops, but only 100,000 fought on land, and the remaining were on the last fleet that rounded Cape Sonion. The numbers that the Suda Dictionary, Plutarch, and Pausanias all came up with are around 300,000. Lysias and Plato both say 500,000, and Justinus says 600,000. Of course, I will remind you, you should probably not take those numbers too seriously. Now, the number of Persian infantrymen has been estimated by modern historians to be anywhere from between 20,000 to 100,000, with 25,000 being the most commonly accepted figure. On average, 1,000 people make up the cavalry. While the Ionians and Aeolians were among the many contingents from the Achaemenid Empire that made up the fleet, they are not specifically named as having fought in the battle, and may have stayed on board. The Persians and Sakai were prominent figures in Herodotus's account of the Achaemenid line's central section at Marathon. He recounts, "They fought a long time at Marathon. In the center of the line the foreigners prevailed, where the Persians and Sakai were arrayed. The foreigners prevailed there, and broke through in pursuit inland, but on each wing the Athenians and Plataeans prevailed. In victory they led the routed foreigners flee, and brought the wings together to fight those who had broken through the center. The Athenians prevailed, then followed the fleeing Persians and struck them down. When they reached the sea, they demanded fire and laid hold of the Persian ships." End of the account from Herodotus. Well, the Athenians faced multiple strategic obstacles during the Battle of Marathon. Even after deploying all of their hoplites to confront the Persians, they were likely outnumbered by a factor of 2 or more. Athens was extremely exposed after its full mobilization, leaving it practically defenseless against any attack, and effectively opening the door to a secondary Persian maneuver that could cut off their forces from the city. Losing at Marathon would spell disaster for the Athenians, because they had no backup army. Strategically, they aimed to engage the Persian forces at Marathon in a way that would prevent them from being outmaneuvered and flanked by blocking the plain's exits. The Athenians still had important strategic advantages, though, despite all the limitations. You see, they had successfully confined the Persians to the plain of Marathon, so there was no immediate need to fight. But with each passing day, the Athenians' chances of receiving reinforcements from the Spartans grew. The Athenians chose to play defense in the early stages of the conflict, because attacking was fraught with danger, and delaying might have paid dividends. The Athenians chose to remain on the defensive was even more justified when they considered the weakness of hoplites against cavalry and the formidable cavalry forces of the Persians. It is probable that the Persian strategy revolved around their tactical alternatives. Later battles, such as Plataea and Thermopylae, would demonstrate that Persian infantry, in contrast to Greek hoplites, were unprepared for direct confrontations due to their lighter and less armored nature. It is possible that the Persians were discouraged from launching a frontal attack by the Athenians' formidable defensive position. The Athenians had set up a camp on a spur of Mount Agrielice, which provided commanding views of the Marathon plain. In fact, the ruins of these towers can still be seen today. That's one to put on your list isn't it? Imagine you stand at the ruins of those towers and look down upon those plains. Ah, history is alive. Anyway, although the precise cause of the conflict is still up for discussion, it did change the strategic or tactical balance of power in favor of taking action. It would have been strategically necessary and opportune for the Athenians to launch an offensive maneuver if the widely held belief that the Persian cavalry was momentarily off the field were correct. Another possible interpretation is that the Athenians were actually forced to act swiftly due to a sudden change in the battlefield dynamic, which could have been prompted by a Persian offensive move. A static defense by the Athenians would not have worked against the Persian force's high proportions of missile troops. The hoplites' power came from fighting in close quarters, so they had to rush the Persians into a fight. The question of why the Persians waited a few days before launching the attack arises if they were the ones to start it. Now, this could have been due to the number of strategic considerations. The Persians could have known or suspected that the reinforcements from Athens were indeed approaching, or they could have felt that they needed to win decisively so they could leave Marathon indefinitely. Well, either way, on the day of the battle, when the gap between the two armies was about 1,500 meters, the Athenian general Miltiades formed a strategic formation. The two main tribes, Themistocles Leontis and Aristides Antiochus, were arranged in a 4-rank depth. On the other hand, the tribesmen who occupied the flanks were organized into 8-man ranks. Some contemporary observers have hypothesized that this was a strategic move to allow for a double encirclement of the Persian center. However, this view assumes an advanced degree of military skill and training among all the Greeks, which was, it seems to be, probably non-existent during that period. I mean, we're talking about around 500, 400 BC. In fact, it wasn't until 371 BC, the Battle of Leuctra, that such an intricate tactical planning is seen anywhere in Greek warfare. But back to the topic. Well, to prevent the Greeks from being outflanked, it's more likely that this formation was meant to make sure the Athenian line was as long as the Persian line. By making this last-minute change, the Athenians were able to meet the Persians halfway between their needs for depth and breadth in the ranks, resulting in a formidable front line. Reportedly, after the Athenians had reformed their line, Miltiades issued a straightforward order to advance, saying, "At them." Now, it was thought physically impossible for the Athenians to run the whole distance to the Persian lines while wearing the heavy armor, but Herodotus seems to think otherwise. I'm not sure if Herodotus has ever donned a full suit of that kind of armor, but I have worn a kind of 3/4 length shirt of chainmail before, one that goes kind of halfway down the thigh. And let me tell you, even walking in one of them is, well, you can't do it for too long. Great training, though, I will say that. Well, the Athenians probably marched until they were about 200 meters from the Persian archers' effective range, and then started running toward the enemy. It's also possible that they ran in disorganized formation until they reached the 200-meter mark, after which they reformed for the last push into combat. Herodotus implies that the Greek army had never charged into battle before, most likely due to the novelty of facing an enemy whose primary weapon was missiles. Now, the Persians were taken aback by this strategy and thought the Athenians were practically insane when they charged. In their minds, they charged the Athenians with madness which must be fatal, seeing that there were few and yet pressing forwards at a run, having neither cavalry or archers of their own. The Persians may have anticipated a different strategy from the Greeks based on their past encounters. But that's not what they got. The Athenians advanced through the Persian arrow barrage and finally made contact with the Persian army. At Marathon, a sharp and protracted conflict erupted. The Persians and Sacae, who were stationed in the middle of the line, broke through and pursued the Greeks inland after gaining the upper hand. Athenian and Plataean forces were able to vanquish their enemies on both flanks. The Athenian wings rapidly overcame the less experienced Persian levies positioned on the flanks. These Persian troops, lacking the discipline and training of the Greek hoplites, were unable to withstand the determined assault, and soon broke, fleeing the battlefield. Once the flanks were routed, the Athenian wings executed a coordinated inward maneuver, turning towards the center of the Persian formation. This move effectively encircled the Persian center, which had initially managed to push back the thinner Greek center due to its stronger and more concentrated forces. The combined pressure from the Athenian wings closing in on both sides overwhelmed the Persian center, leading to its eventual collapse. The battle concluded when the Persian center, seeing their flanks routed and realizing they were being encircled, broke into panic and fled towards their ships, closely pursued by the Greeks. Unfamiliar with the local terrain, many Persians ran towards the swamps, where an unknown number of them drowned. The Athenians chased the retreating Persians back to their ships, managing to capture a few of them, though the majority successfully launched and escaped. Herodotus recounts a dramatic incident involving Granicus, the brother of the playwright Aeschylus, who was among the Athenian fighters on that very day. Granicus charged into the sea, grabbed the Persian trireme, and began pulling it towards the shore. A member of the ship's crew saw him and cut off his hand, and Granicus died as a result. Well, according to Herodotus, 6,400 Persian corpses were counted on the battlefield, with an unknown number perishing in the swamps. He also recorded that the Athenians lost 192 men, while the Plataeans lost about 11. Among the fallen were the war archon, the polemarch Callimachus, and the general Stesilaos. The Greek success at Marathon can be attributed to several factors, primarily superior equipment and tactics. Herodotus notes that the Greeks, though not using bronze armor but rather leather or linen, were still better equipped for combat, and the phalanx formation which the hoplites used was particularly effective because these soldiers were well versed in hand-to-hand combat, unlike the Persian troops, who were accustomed to a different type of warfare. And thus at Marathon, the Athenians deliberately thinned their center to match the length of the Persian line, rather than through any sophisticated tactical planning. And the Persian center, realizing their wings had been broken, attempted to regroup, but was unfortunately caught in the flanks by the victorious Greeks. Now, Lazenby in 1993 suggests that the ultimate reason for the Greek victory was the courage displayed by Greek soldiers. He said, "Marathon was won because ordinary amateur soldiers found the courage to break into a trot when the arrows began to fall, instead of grinding to a halt. And when, surprisingly, the enemy wings fled, not to take the easy way out and follow them, but to stop and come to the aid of the hard-pressed center." Another modern historian, Vic Hurley, attributes the Persian defeat to their failure to field a representative army, calling the battle the most convincing example of the ineffectiveness of infantry bowmen in close-quarters combat, without support from cavalry or fortifications. As soon as the battle ended, Herodotus stated that the Persian fleet had planned to attack Athens directly from the direction of Cape Sonion. The exact timing of this maneuver is a matter of debate, however, but regardless of when it happened, the Athenians swiftly realized that their city was still under threat. The two central tribes of the Athens line, under Aristides' command, were left to guard the battlefield as they returned to Athens as quickly as possible. The Persians were unable to secure a landing because the Athenian forces had reached Athens at the last possible moment. The Persians saw this as a missed opportunity and headed back to Asia. A prominent Athenian aristocratic family, the Alcmaeonids, were allegedly involved in this Persian maneuver, according to Herodotus. There was supposedly a shield signal given after the battle, but no one knows for sure what it means or how accurate it is. Well, after completing the 220 kilometers, 140 miles in just 3 days, the Athenian army arrived at Marathon the day after the battle. On their tour of the battlefield, they paid tribute to the Athenians' decisive triumph. 2 tumuli on the battlefield were built to honor the burial of the Athenians and Plataeans who died at Marathon. The Athenians' tomb bore the inscription of an epigram written by Simonides. Fighting at the forefront of the Greeks, the Athenians at Marathon laid low the army of the Gilded Medes. Following the conclusion of the battle, Darius began the process of putting together a massive new army, with the objective of completely undermining Greece. On the other hand, in the year 486 BC, a rebellion occurred among his Egyptian subjects, which put any expedition against Greece on hold. While Darius was making preparations to march on Egypt, he passed away, and his son Xerxes I succeeded to the throne of the Persian Empire. In a short amount of time, Xerxes was able to put down the Egyptian uprising and resume making preparations to invade Greece. And beginning in the year 480, the second Persian invasion began. The invasion was initially marked by victories for the Persians at Thermopylae and Artemisium. Following the evacuation of Athens by the Athenians, the Persians set fire to the city, leaving it in ruins. However, they were ultimately defeated at the Battle of Salamis, which was the ultimate turning point in the conflict, thanks to Themistocles, best general that Athens ever had. Well, until he decided to stab everybody in the back. But hey, go and watch the video on Themistocles if you want to know about that. Well, despite the fact that the defeat at Marathon had a negligible effect on the vast resources of the Persian Empire, the Greeks regarded it as extremely significant, and as a result it was the first time that the Greeks were successful in defeating the Persians. This victory demonstrated that the Persian forces were not as invincible as they seemed, and that resistance, rather than submission, was a viable option. Well, according to the famous opinion of John Stuart Mill, the Battle of Marathon, even as an event in British history, is more important than the Battle of Hastings. In a similar manner, Isaac Asimov suggested that if the Athenians had lost in Marathon, Greece might have never gone to develop the peak of its civilization, a peak whose fruits we modernists have inherited. But of course, we really remember it from the legend. Herodotus states that on the eve of the battle, the Athenians dispatched the runner Pheidippides to Sparta to beg for help. He reached Sparta the day after setting out, having run more than 225 kilometers. And then, after the battle, the Athenians marched rapidly back to Athens, covering roughly 40 kilometers in order to ward off the Persian fleet sailing around Cape Sonion. This was necessary due to the heavy armor and exhaustion of the soldiers, and the Persian ships turned their backs on Athens when they saw their return in the late afternoon, which sealed the Athenian triumph. Well, in subsequent popular imaginations, these two occurrences are actually a little mixed up, resulting in a legendary but false account of what transpired. In this legend, Pheidippides dashes from Marathon to Athens following the fight, proclaiming the Greek triumph with the cry, "We've won!" And then he succumbs to fatigue, dying on the spot. Thersippus of Erchios, or Eucles, is the name of the runner mentioned for the first time in Plutarch's 1st century AD on the glory of Athens, where he cites Heraclides of Pontus's lost work. And in the 2nd century AD, Lucian of Samosata recounts a similar tale, but instead of Pheidippides, he calls the runner Philippides. Philippides is the name that appears in several medieval and even modern editions of Herodotus for the runner who traveled between Athens and Sparta prior to the battle. Well, at the tail end of the 19th century, when the concept of a modern Olympics was first mooted, its proponents sought for a magnificent popularizing event that would harken back to Greece's ancient glory. It was one Michael Brielle who proposed the concept of a marathon race in 1896 in Athens, the site of the first modern Olympic Games. The modern Olympic Games creator, Pierre de Coubertin, and the Greeks were both strongly in favor of this concept. After all, why wouldn't they? The competitors would run from Marathon to Athens, just like in the legendary version of the events. And, of course, the event became a staple of the Olympic Games after its meteoric rise to fame, inspiring other cities around the world to host their own versions every year. After initially fluctuating between 40 and 25 miles or thereabout, the distance between Marathon and Athens was eventually set to 26 miles, or around 42 and a bit kilometers. And that's the legacy of the marathon to this very day. Well, thank you very much for listening. The Battle of Marathon. What an epic. I'd like to thank my top-tier patrons, Britt, Charles, Stark Factory, JC, Jeffrey, Wendy, Tim, James, Aaron, Scott, Dark, Ben, and Melissa. In the May of 334 BC, during Alexander the Great's campaign against the Persian Empire, he scored his first major victory at the Battle of the Granicus, a conflict that occurred in northwest Anatolia, modern-day Turkey, close to the Granicus River. Positioned along the steep river banks, the Persian forces, commanded by local satraps and generals, presented a formidable challenge to the young general, owing to the difficult terrain. Crossing the river and charging straight at the Persian commanders was an act of bold leadership and tactical genius under pressure on the part of Alexander. The Macedonian cavalry and infantry were able to gain a foothold on the opposite bank, despite the difficult crossing and initial heavy resistance, thanks to the Persian battle line being disrupted by their aggressive approach. Eventually, the Persian line collapsed, and Alexander's forces swiftly gained the upper hand. Politically and militarily, the triumph was pivotal, as it cemented Alexander's position within his own army, and deterred any potential alliances between Persian and Greek states in the future. With the victory, the stage was set for Alexander's rapid and extensive conquest of the region, now that the gates of Asia Minor had been flung open before him. Welcome to the channel, everyone. To the newcomers, nice to meet you. To those returning, good to see you again. Off we go on another adventure, this time all the way back into the time of Alexander the Great. Those who want to support the channel are already doing so. Just enjoy it. Have a laugh sometimes and learn something. Get nice and relaxed. Like and subscribe also helps the algorithm, and there's a few links in the description if you feel inclined. But, most importantly, let's all get ready for a long one again. Take a seat, or busy yourself with whatever you want to do. We're about to begin. Following the victory in Chaeronea in 338 BC, King Philip II of Macedon coerced the majority of the Greek states into joining what was known as the Hellenic League, a military alliance. You see, in 480 BC, the Persians had invaded Greece again, and this time they wanted revenge, so that they went to war with the Achaemenid Empire. He began making preparations for war after successfully persuading the other Greek states to elect him as the leader of the Hellenic League. Meanwhile, the Achaemenid Empire, also known as the Persian Empire, had been in shambles ever since King Artaxerxes III was assassinated in 338 BC. This led to Egypt's second succession from the empire, which was a major issue. No one wants to lose Egypt. It's a good one to have on your team, particularly because of all the crops that grow along the Nile River. You get a little bit hungry when Egypt leaves the party in ancient times. Well, there was no Persian army of any size in Asia Minor at the time, and no one even anticipated that the Persian fleet would soon be in the Aegean Sea. Philip probably intended to take advantage of the imperial anarchy, but his army was not prepared to invade Asia Minor on a massive scale, at least not just yet. And this is why he most likely dispatched a more manageable portion of the army, not fully committing. Well, he sent thousands of Macedonian soldiers on an expedition to the western coast of Asia Minor in the spring of 336 BC. This advance guard was probably sent out with orders to seize as much ground as possible, or, short of that, to lay the groundwork for a bridgehead across the Hellespont from Asia to help the main army cross later when it needed to. Now, in comes one of the main characters. Parmenion, Philip's finest general, was probably in charge of the advance guard, while Attalus serving as his deputy. At first, the campaign was fruitful. The Macedonians peacefully captured numerous Greek cities in Western Asia Minor, very little resistance, walking straight in. But suddenly, in the year 336, everything changed. It was in the October of that year that Philip was assassinated. Alexander III, who succeeded his father Philip, had to quell the multiple uprisings in Greece and the Balkans before he could restore Macedonian rule. Thus the operations in Asia Minor were diverted from his attention by this. At the same time, in the fall of 336 BC, Darius III succeeded to the title of Great King of the Achaemenid Empire. He restored order to the empire, and upon doing so, made plans for a retaliatory attack against the Macedonian expedition. This town is not big enough for the both of us. One can only imagine. Well, of course, deep-seated anxieties between the Persians and the Greeks, and, as extension, Macedonians too. Well, the Egyptian uprising, which occurred between the last days of 336 and the beginning of 335, was Darius's top priority, and until it was put down, nothing could really be done further north. After this, he dispatched Memnon of Rhodes to lead a group of Greek mercenaries, infantry fighting as hoplites, to Asia Minor. Memnon likely vanquished a Macedonian army in the early spring of 335 at Magnesia, or on the Meander, or ad Sipylum. In the same year, in the Troad, a Persian army, perhaps led by a satrap or a few different satraps, routed yet another Macedonian force. With the exception of Abydos and maybe Rhoetium, the expeditionary force lost control of the majority of Greek cities by the end of 335. In the early spring of 334, after quelling the uprisings in Greece and the Balkans, Alexander decided to march his army to the Hellespont. About 32,000 infantry and 5,000 cavalry made up the force. 20 days later, he reached Sestus, withdrew his army, and prepared to cross the Hellespont. Alexander led the remaining infantrymen from Eleos across the sea to land near Carpe Sigium, where the bulk of the army was marched from Sestus to Abydos in Asia Minor. Arispa, Percote, Lampsacus, Colonae, and Hermotus were among the places he passed after Ilium, a tour of all of the great sites of Asia Minor at the time. One can only imagine being a soldier in Alexander's army, that excitement of going out to see the world, albeit with a little bit of naivety. I suppose when you're that young, you don't think of the risks. Well, if you're going to be in anyone's army, you may as well be in Alexander's. You have a pretty damn good chance of winning. Well, Darius, he would have known where Alexander was going, at least for a while, perhaps even before the invasion army departed from Macedon. You see, the great king of Persia was still unconcerned about it, though, and delegated the defense of Asia Minor to his satraps. After all, how far could one Macedonian general get? Well, the possible causes for this include Alexander's perceived lack of experience as an overseas commander, and the relatively easy retreat of the Macedonian expeditionary force the year before, who gave up without much of a fight. Hearing of Alexander's crossing, the Persian satraps and commanders assembled their armies and camped near Zelea. Now, Hellespontine Phrygia's satrap Aristes is believed to be in overall command, because the enemy had invaded his territory, even though ancient historians don't specifically name a Persian commander-in-chief, so we're led to decide on the most likely scenario. Grains of salt, please. Now, at Zelea, the Persians convened a council to review the situation and decide on the best course of action. And here we do have our sources of the time, Arrian and Diodorus Siculus, who assert that Memnon counseled the Persians against engaging in open combat with the Macedonians. He deduced that the Macedonian infantry was more formidable than theirs, and that Alexander was physically present, but Darius was nowhere to be found. In order to prevent Alexander from continuing his campaign with proper supplies, he suggested a scorched earth strategy. Burn the farms, burn it all. The granaries too. We can't have the Macedonian soldiers looting and eating the food that is grown on our soil, can't we? Well, to safeguard their subjects' property, Arcides and the other Persians, remember that Arcides is the Hellespontine Phrygia's satrap and the commander, Arcides and the other Persians disregarded Memnon's advice. They weren't too keen to just burn everything down that quickly. In addition, they had perceived that Memnon was plotting to keep the war going, in hopes of making himself a golden boy in the eyes of Darius. There has been parallels drawn between the wise counsel offered by the Greeks to the Persians in Herodotus's work and Memnon's words of wisdom. According to Herodotus, the Persians were mocked because they suffered misfortune after rejecting such advice, and this is why it is implied that Arrian and Diodorus concocted Memnon's counsel. Although the debate may have transpired as depicted. Some maintain that the significance of Memnon's advice was exaggerated, since the objective of gathering was not to discuss strategy. The council at Zelea probably did not discuss war strategy, but rather the tactics of the approaching battle, because Darius had probably already ordered his satraps to engage Alexander's army anyway. Regardless, following the council, the Persian forces positioned themselves on the eastern bank of the Granicus River, patiently awaiting the Macedonian assault. According to Arrian, Alexander received word from his scouts about the whereabouts of the Persians as he advanced towards the Granicus. He organized his army into battle formation. If the army could not cross the river with its extended front, Parmenion feared, it would have to cross in column, destroying its battle formation. He told Alexander that tenting on the western bank and making an uncontested crossing tomorrow at dawn would be better than leaving the army exposed to a Persian attack, but not wanting to waste any time, Alexander gave the order to launch the assault right away. This pattern of Parmenion and Alexander debating tactics and strategy appears again and again in the works of the ancient historians. Parmenion comes across as cautious in these exchanges, while Alexander is portrayed as more daring. Every time that the old general advises Alexander against doing something rash, Alexander seems to ignore him and just goes on to accomplish his own daring plan. Perhaps Callisthenes first used these motives in his writings to highlight Alexander's bravery. Well, either way, historians have therefore speculated that the conversation may have been an invention, kind of a play on the personalities. Makes for an interesting story, but it's not too far-fetched. You'll find less believable things in the works of the ancient historians, especially their estimates on numbers, that's for sure. Now, according to the Gregorian calendar, May was the month of Dicios in Macedonia when the battle took place, and some Macedonians expressed their unwillingness to fight prior to the battle, citing the religious tradition that forbade them from engaging in combat during the month of Nisan. This was resolved when Alexander proclaimed that this month should be counted as a second Artemision, and there was no taboo on warfare in that month, which came before Dicios. Well, today, the Granicus is known as the Biga River. It has long been believed to be the site where the battle occurred at a ford or even downstream on the Biga River, or perhaps above the river's confluence with the one that flows through Gumasque. The idea that the Biga River might have flowed eastward in its valley during the battle was put forward more recently by N.G. Hammond. But there is still modern-day evidence of an ancient riverbed there, and according to the ancient chroniclers, the Persians stationed their Greek mercenary infantry along a continuous ridge. Hammond has positioned the ford between the modern villages of Gumasque and Sesmelti due to the fact that the ridge has only one potential candidate. Scholarship that came after the battle corroborated this theory, although the ancient historians stressed the difficulty of fording the river, in contrast to contemporary accounts that the river is not that difficult to cross. But then again, anything's difficult to cross wearing all that armor. Of course, it is possible that the ancient historians embellished Alexander's achievements just a little bit to give the impression that they were more significant, which personally I don't think they really needed to. They were significant enough as it is, without any embellishment. Well, I suppose I wasn't there, so. Now, let's talk a little bit about the army of Macedon. Well, infantry units made up the bulk of it, of course. In fact, there were 12,000 heavy infantry, among whom were the foot companions and a smaller number of elite hypaspists. There were 1,000 light infantrymen too, including archers and the best Agrianian javelin men. A total of 1,800 elite companion cavalry, 1,800 cavalry from Thessaly, and 600 cavalry from Greek allies made up the heavy equestrian contingent, and there were a total of 900 light cavalrymen, including Paeonians and Thracians. Though he had marched to the Granicus without them, Alexander likewise possessed Greek allied and mercenary infantry, just in case. Thus there was a grand total of about 18,100 men in Alexander's army, that once again being 12,000 heavy infantry, 1,000 light infantry, and 5,100 cavalry. Moving from right to left, Alexander assigned Philotas command of 7 of his 8 squadrons of companion cavalry, the archers and the Agrianians. The Agrianians were probably positioned in front of the companion cavalry, because they typically fought alongside them. Their flank was occupied by the prodromoi, the Paeonian cavalry, and the 8th squadron of the companion cavalry, commanded by Socrates. Amintas, son of Archebeos, was in charge of these 3-horse units as a whole. They were followed by Nicanor's hypaspists, who stood guard on the right flank of the foot companions adjacent to them. Perdiccas, Coenus, Craterus, Amintas, Philip, and Meleager were the 6 foot companions under the command of Andromenes' son. The Thracians' cavalry, led by Agathon, stood to Meleager's left of his foot companions. The Greek cavalry assigned to Philip, son of Menelaus, was stationed adjacent to them. On the far left, there was Callas's Thessalian cavalry, and Parmenion was assigned the general command of Philip and Meleager's foot companions, as well as the cavalry on the left flank. On the right side of the army, Alexander had the remaining troops under his command. But the battle action did not involve the mercenary infantry or Greek allied infantry that had been part of the invasion force. They stayed behind, at least for now. Now, what about the Persian side? Well, we know about that from Arrian, who provides a total of 20,000 cavalry and 20,000 infantrymen, all of whom were paid off Greek mercenaries. You can imagine that they weren't going to fight too hard for the Persians, but money talks. Well, according to Diodorus, we have a little bit of a different account. Remember how I said those ancient sources can blow things out of proportion a little bit? Well, Diodorus claims there was 10,000 cavalry and 100,000 foot soldiers. And if you thought that that was a little out of proportion, another historian, Justin, provides an even more impressive figure of 600,000 30,000 in total. Of course, the modern historian Azargat says that the Greek accounts greatly exaggerated the size of the Persian Empire's armies. But the empire and the armies were still huge. Well, since they were biased towards nationalism and lacked accurate information, pre-modern writers did this quite a lot. And according to Gut, it is an invariable habit. Well, if you've read through Herodotus, I'm sure you'd know about that. Well, according to Arrian, N.G.L. Hammond accepts the number of Persian troops. The figures provided by Justin and Diodorus are pretty much considered fictitious, due to the logistical impossibility of fielding such an army. Most historians agree that Diodorus's estimate of 10,000 cavalry is the more credible one. The claim made by Arrian regarding the number and makeup of the Persian infantry has prompted a more in-depth examination, and there are differing opinions on whether the number of 20,000 is indeed correct, especially considering that it encompasses native infantry, who are not even Greek. Well, some have hypothesized that the sparse number of Greek mercenaries may have been the sole infantrymen on the scene. Although Arrian's assertion of 20,000 infantrymen is credible, one modern historian, Christoph Nowotka, does not believe that they were all Greek mercenaries. It would have been extremely rare for the great king of Persia to summon such a huge army without extensive planning and supervision. So, according to his assessment, only a small percentage of the infantry would have consisted of Greek mercenaries, since the Achaemenids had neglected to make such preparations for the battle. So, most of the infantry were small, local units that weren't really all that useful in terms of grand strategy. And there are people who agree with this assessment. In fact, Ernst Badian agrees with Plutarch that non-Greek infantry was part of the Persian army and stationed directly behind the cavalry. He bases this on the fact that both sides' infantry engaged after the Macedonian phalanx crossed the river. The total number of infantrymen, in his opinion, should be around 20,000. Well, according to another modern observer, A.M. Devine, Arrian probably inflated the number of Greek mercenaries for purely propaganda reasons. Besides Diodorus and Polyaenus, he says, no one else writes about Greek mercenaries in Asia Minor during that time. According to Diodorus, there were 5,000 men in Memnon's Greek mercenary group that Darius dispatched to Asia Minor to engage the Macedonian expeditionary force. Polyaenus lists 4,000 as a lesser figure. If the estimate of Diodorus of 10,000 cavalry is credible, and Arrian's assertion that the infantry was composed entirely of Greek mercenaries is indeed correct, then the Persian army probably had about 14 to 15,000 men. Comparatively, Alexander fielded 18,100, which was a vast improvement in both quantity and quality. Now, once again, according to A.M. Devine, the Persians' decision to deploy their cavalry in the forefront and defend a river crossing is a reflection of their inferior force. The rationale behind Alexander's decision to launch a frontal assault there would also be clarified. Similarly, if there had been 20,000 Greek mercenaries instead of 4,000 or 5,000, the subsequent encirclement and slaughter of these men would have been highly improbable. Last, but not least, the small number of casualties for the Macedonians would be consistent with the low estimate for the size of the Persian army. So, was it really that great victory against the overwhelming odds? It doesn't seem so. But hey, it's still a victory. Anyway, along the Granicus banks, the Persians posted their cavalry, with their respective cavalry units, Memnon and Arsames holding the left wing. Arsaces led the Paphlagonian horsemen who were stationed next to them. He was accompanied by Siphratates, who commanded the Hyrcanian horsemen. Cavalry of unknown ethnicity held the center, and 1,000 Median cavalry, 2,000 of them under Rheomithres' command, and 2,000 Bactrian horse made up the right wing. When the Persians saw that Alexander was stationed opposite their left wing, they sent some cavalry to reinforce it. Behind the cavalry, under the command of the Persian Omares, were stationed more Greek mercenaries. Many of the Persian commanders' decisions have come under fire from historians. One of these is the cavalry's deployment on the riverbank, which prevented them from charging. The absence of charge tactics by the Persian cavalry during that era explains this. From a distance they would instead approach the enemy formations, launch javelin attacks to disrupt and demoralize. The cavalry would transition to curved swords for close-quarter combat once the formation had become sufficiently disorganized. Historians have also pondered the question of why exactly, after his successes in leading the Greek mercenaries, Memnon was assigned command of a cavalry unit on the front line. The Persian commander's distrust and envy of him could have been a driving factor. Well, being right there on the front line would have made Memnon much easier to command after all. The third grievance from the modern observers is that their infantry are being sent far from the front lines. The Persian commanders may have been motivated by animosity towards the Greek mercenaries who had vanquished the Macedonians at Magnesia the previous years. They could have restored their honor by vanquishing Alexander using only their cavalry. Well, Arrian, Plutarch, and Diodorus are the three ancient historians who presented conflicting versions of the account. Though shorter, Plutarch's narrative is most consistent with Arrian's narrative, with a few minor exceptions. Arrian's account is the longest and most detailed. In contrast to Arrian and Plutarch's accounts, Diodorus Siculus presents a very different picture. Arrian, first, claims that a moment of quiet was observed after the two armies had completed their deployment. Following this, Alexander gave the order for Amyntas, the son of Arrhabaeus, to launch an attack on the Persian left flank. The formation should have consisted of the following: the Paeonian cavalry, the prodromoi, an infantry unit whose composition is a little unclear, and the companion cavalry squadron of Socrates, which is now being led by Ptolemy, the son of Philip. Arrian later clarifies that Alexander's assault followed the retreat of Amyntas's forces, but initially gives the idea that he advanced simultaneously with the rest of the right wing and the infantry. It's possible that Arrian's source did this to give Alexander a more heroic appearance. Volleys of javelins were fired by the Persians in response to the advance of the vanguard, The Persians were defending the higher ground at the top of the bank, and Amyntas's force was greatly outnumbered. The Macedonians were overrun and forced to retreat towards Alexander, who launched an assault with the remnants of the right wing's companion cavalry. The failure of Amyntas's attack, according to A.M. Divine, was not accidental, but rather a trap to force the Persian cavalry to break formation and pursue Amyntas's retreat into the riverbed. If the Persian formation had been disrupted, Alexander himself could have launched a second attack on them. Various versions and readings of Arrian's account of Alexander's cavalry attack have been proposed. While the Persian center has been interpreted by some historians as the target of Arrian's description. According to J.F. Fuller, Alexander led his attack diagonally to the left in order to attack the Persian center from that side. Similarly, according to A.B. Bosworth, this migration was headed leftward towards the Persian center downstream. As they ascended to the eastern bank of the Granicus, the Macedonian forces would have formed up in a wedge formation after initially moving in a diagonal line, which takes quite a lot of coordination, credit where it's due, and adrenaline notwithstanding. Now, according to some, Alexander actually launched an assault on the Persian left flank, and Arrian makes it very evident, according to Ernest Badian, that the Persians had gathered their cavalry on the left flank, and it was precisely this formation that Alexander attacked. As a result, Alexander would have had to have gone in a fairly straight line. It seems he would have stepped onto the riverbed at a very narrow point, leaving his cavalry in a column that would be attacked from the flanks as they climbed the Persian side of the river bank at a wider point. While remaining on the riverbed, Alexander could have avoided this by leading his men to the left, against the flow of the water. He could have made his formation more visible to the Persians as they emerged from the opposite bank if he had have done this. According to N.G. Hammond, the troops were ordered to stay in line as they crossed the Granicus, so they moved upstream to the right, and this would have allowed Alexander's cavalry to largely mimic the Persian cavalry's formation, while avoiding disorderly and column crossings. It was an oblique formation, not just an oblique movement. Well, Alexander and his army fought a fierce battle against the Persians and their commanders, according to Arrian's account. The Macedonians were able to gain the upper hand due to the superior melee effectiveness of their lance, the ziston, compared to the Persian javelin. Alexander himself requested a new lance from his servants Aratus after it broke during the combat. Thus Alexander received Demaratus of Corinth's lance, since Aratus had also broken his in combat. Mithridates, Darius' son-in-law, was subsequently observed by Alexander directing a cavalry unit. After charging at him, Alexander slashed him in the throat with the lance. The helmet then shielded Alexander from another Persian nobleman, Rosakes, who struck him with a sword. With a swift thrust to the chest, Alexander vanquished him in turn with the lance. As Mithridates prepared to sneak up on Alexander from behind, Cleitus the Black severed his sword arm, and by this point Alexander's force had been reinforced by the other Macedonian cavalry who had taken up positions on the banks. By this stage of the fight, The Persian cavalry had been driven back by the Macedonian cavalry and light infantry that were scattered among them. It was all starting on Alexander's left flank, according to Arrian, where the Persians were fighting the hardest. Afterwards, the Persian cavalry on either flank fled as the center was breached. After a brief pursuit, Alexander shifted his focus to the Greek mercenaries, who had mostly done, well, pretty much nothing since arriving. The mercenaries were caught off guard by the sudden change of events, and were pursued by the foot companions in the lead and the cavalry in every other direction. Shortly after they were routed, and only a handful managed to flee. Well, that is the account of Arrian. But what about Plutarch? What did he have to say about it? Well, the movements and strategies of the armies receive rather less attention in Plutarch's accounts. It's just not as detailed. It's primarily devoted to the aristeia of Alexander's personal combat with the Persian leaders. But there are some discrepancies. But generally speaking, the story lines up with Arrian's account, unless we really go into technicalities. But the Persians had infantry and cavalry stationed at the front line, according to Plutarch, just as it was in Arrian's writing. While Alexander's battles with Rosakes and Sphithridates were similar, Alexander spearheaded the initial assault on the Persians himself. Crossing the river, the foot companions engaged the Persian infantry as the cavalry battle raged on. Everyone was vanquished after a brief skirmish, with the exception of the Greek mercenaries. They withdrew to a more advantageous vantage point. Alexander was asked to negotiate their surrender, but he declined and chose to attack instead. Most of the Macedonian casualties were caused by the mercenaries' fierce fighting. Well, in terms of Diodorus's account, the armies of Macedon and Persia camped on opposite sides of the Granicus and remained stationary for the remainder of the day. The following day, at first light, Alexander crossed the Granicus without any resistance. After that, the cavalry of both armies charged into the battle. Then, in a slightly different account from Arrian and Plutarch, Diodorus details Alexander's personal combat with the Persian nobles. Following the deaths of numerous Persian commanders and widespread retreats of Persian cavalry, Alexander's opponents were ultimately defeated. As they took flight, the remaining Persian cavalrymen followed suit, and after this, the infantry began fighting, and the Persian infantry quickly lost the battle. Well, in terms of the modern perceptions, Alexander of Macedon, written by historian Peter Green in 1974, offered a solution to the conflict between Diodorus and Arrian's narratives, a middle ground of some sort. Well, Green argues that the river bank was defended by infantry rather than cavalry, and that Alexander's army was obliged to retreat after suffering heavy casualties in their first foray across the river. After reluctantly listening to Parmenion's advice, Alexander forded the river at night in an undefended spot, and on the following day fought the battle. The Persian cavalry arrived at the site of the battle ahead of the slower infantry, and the fighting continued in a fashion similar to that described by Arrian and Plutarch, as the army rushed to the spot of Alexander's crossing. To explain the discrepancy between his story and the ancient records, Green suggests that Alexander later attempted to hide the fact that his crossing had failed. According to Green, Alexander would not be able to accept even a temporary loss due to political considerations. The 2013 reprints preface included Green's admission that he no longer found his theory compelling, and that the inexplicable contradiction still perplexed him. While a number of other historians have sided with Arrian and Plutarch and outright rejected Diodorus' story as false. You see, the Macedonians were known for their seamless coordination of infantry and cavalry, so Diodorus' depiction of a distinct conflict between the two types of troops would have been highly unusual. The Persians probably would have noticed and fought against a Granicus crossing at night or dawn. I mean, it's kind of hard to miss, don't you think? It could have caused the Persian army to withdraw, even if there was another, less obstructed crossing available. That would have meant that Alexander missed out on the chance to swiftly wipe out the lone Persian army stationed in Asia Minor at the time. Even more so than if the Macedonians had have attacked at dawn. The Persians would have fought with the sun in their eyes if they had attacked in the afternoon, and we know they wouldn't have done that, because none of them brought their sunglasses. Now, what about the casualties? Let's get back to being serious for a moment. Arrian reports 115 casualties for the Macedonians. Now, this breaks down to 25 companion cavalry, 60 normal cavalry, and 30 infantry, all of whom were killed in the preliminary attack. The casualties recorded by Plutarch were 34, with 25 being cavalry and 9 infantry. Out of the 120 cavalry killed, 9 were actually infantry according to Justin's account. Now, according to A.M. Divine, the first person cited by Arrian regarding the number of casualties was Ptolemy I, and Ptolemy I was citing Callisthenes. Aristobulus was the source that Plutarch drew from. Since Plutarch's 25 dead are likely the 25 companions that died during the preliminary attack, it appears that he has misinterpreted the information. No one's perfect. Justin's depictions appear to be a muddled-up hybrid of Aristobulus and Ptolemy I. Due to the brief nature of the conflict, A.M. Divine finds Arrian's calculations to be quite plausible. That figure I just cited of 115. What about the Persian army? Well, according to the Macedonians, they lost 1,000,000 bajillion gajillion men. No, I'm just joking. Well, countless Persian chieftains met the same fate as the nobles who fought side by side with Alexander. Among the individuals mentioned by Arrian are Niphates, Petenes, Arbopales, who was Darius' brother and Artaxerxes II's son, Pharnaces, Darius' wife's brother, and Omares. After escaping to Phrygia, Arsaces took his life due to the guilt he felt over the loss. Artaxerxes, the satrap of Greater Phrygia, is mentioned as killed by Diodorus. However, he is later mentioned as a casualty at the Battle of Hyksos. 1,000 Persian cavalrymen were killed and 2,000 Greek mercenaries captured, according to Arrian. Plutarch records a death toll of 2,500 horsemen and 20,000 foot soldiers. 2,000 cavalry and 10,000 infantry were killed, according to Diodorus, and 20,000 men were captured. While modern historians such as A.M. Devine finds the death tolls reported by Plutarch and Diodorus, of course, to be absurdly high. He thinks that Arrian's estimates of 2,000 captured Greek mercenaries and 1,000 killed cavalry to be about right. He uses Arrian's number on the mercenaries who were captured to suggest that the other 18,000 were killed, a claim he denies. His assumption that the number of Greek mercenaries was no more than 4,000 to 5,000 suggests that between 2,000 and 3,000 of them may have perished in the slaughter. The sum of these losses amounts to anywhere between 5,000 to 6,000 Persians. Well, what about the aftermath? Well, Macedon received the 2,000 captured Greek mercenaries, and they sent them there to serve as slave laborers. Alexander considered them to have betrayed their fellow Greeks by selling themselves out to the Persians. A fair assessment. Well, this was in direct violation, however, of the Hellenic League Pact, which had mandated that the Greeks fight Persia and not each other. In addition, he sent 300 sets of Persian armor to the Acropolis in Athens as a sacrifice to Athena, and I'm sure Athena was very pleased to receive it. Alexander, son of Philip and all the Greeks, except the Lacedaemonians, presenting this offering from the spoils taken from the barbarians inhabiting Asia. He had an inscription fixed over them to mark the absence from his united Greek army. Alexander the Great had a group of statues called the Granicus monument erected in the Dion temple of Zeus. Bronze sculptures by Lysippus depicted Alexander riding a horse alongside 25 of his comrades who had perished in the first cavalry charge. And after the Fourth Macedonian War in 146 BC, Quintus Caecilius Metellus Macedonius brought this group of statues to Rome and placed them in a portico he constructed beneath the Capitoline Hill. But what about Parmenion? Well, he took control of Dascylium after the Persian garrisons evacuated. Sardis capitulated to Alexander as he marched toward it, and after continuing to Ephesus, he found that its garrison of Greek mercenaries had also evacuated the city. After receiving surrender offers from Magnesia and Tralles, he dispatched Parmenion to those cities. He had Lysimachus restore democracy and dismantle the oligarchies in the city of Aeolis and Ionia that were still under Persian rules, and Miletus fought back when Alexander arrived, so that the city was placed under siege. But what about the Persians? Well, a sizable section of them were actually able to escape, and they fled to Halicarnassus. Their casualties on the way were not catastrophic, but of course they had to leave all of the dead behind. But the Achaemenid Empire faced a strategically dangerous conclusion. You see, it was the first time that the citadel of Sardis had fallen, and that an enemy could continue its march without significant obstacles all the way to Halicarnassus. Achaemenid satraps had been vanquished in Asia Minor, and Sardis had been besieged before. So, the Persians now looking north and contemplating a retreat east, viewed those dark clouds rolling in, and it seemed there was nothing they could do about it. See you at Gaugamela. A turning point in ancient history, the Battle of Gaugamela, taking place on the 1st of October 331 BC, perhaps the most critical confrontation of Alexander the Great's military career. The Persian Empire, ruled by King Darius III, was Alexander's final opponent in this conflict. Darius chose the battlefield of Gaugamela, close to modern-day Mosul in Iraq, so that he could take advantage of his numerical superiority and the strength of his chariots. Even though the Macedonian force was fewer than the Persians, Alexander used inventive tactics to overcome the numerical disadvantage. He adopted a rejected flank tactic, which drew Persian infantry out of formation and let his cavalry take advantage. As a result of the nimble movements of Alexander, he was able to launch a decisive charge at Darius and achieve victory. And, as of the Battle of Gaugamela's conclusion, the path was cleared for his unimpeded push into Central Asia and India. Hello everyone, and welcome to the new viewers. Welcome back to the regular viewers. If you'd like to support the channel, a like and subscribe is right there. Otherwise, just enjoy the content. If you want to go above and beyond, there's a few links in the description. But for now, let's all get nice and relaxed. Today's a special one, all about the Battle of Gaugamela, taking you back more than 2,000 years ago. Following Alexander the Great's victory over King Darius III at the Battle of Hyksos in November 333 BC, the wife of Darius, along with his mother and daughters Stateria II and Dripetus, were taken captive by the Macedonians. Additionally, Alexander gained complete control over southern Asia Minor, which is present-day Turkey. Now, as a consequence of his defeat, King Darius retreated back to Babylon, where he aimed to regroup his remaining forces from a previous battle. After a prolonged conflict that started in January and lasted until July 332 BC, Alexander had successfully taken control of the Levant. The siege of Gaza marked Alexander's second significant military encounter, and due to the high casualties and redeployment of Persian troops to assist in the Battle of Hyksos, the number of Persian forces in Egypt was very much diminished. As a result, when Alexander arrived in Egypt, the Persian satrap named Mazakes surrendered without much notable resistance. In terms of Darius, well, he attempted to discourage Alexander from launching additional military offenses against his dominion through diplomatic means. One modern historian, Nawotka, asserts that due to the contradictory accounts from the ancient authors, it's somewhat speculative to rebuild the peace discussions. Now, ancient historians, on the other hand, offer varying descriptions of his interactions with Alexander, which can be categorized into three distinct instances of bargaining. According to reports, Darius first sought peace and the safe return of his family, who, by the way, were being treated with kindness by the Macedonians. He first proposed paying a ransom of 10,000 talents, then suggested giving up property in Asia Minor, west of the Halys River. But eventually, he even offered to acknowledge Alexander as an equal monarch, which is ironic because Darius's title, or one of, in the traditional fashion of those kings, is actually the King of Kings, extending an olive branch of equality in royal status. Well, that seems to be quite an act of desperation. Unfortunately for Darius, Alexander declined every single one of these offers. Now, the 1st and 2nd century historians, Justin, Arrian, and Curtius Rufus, have their own accounts of the battles of the time. Now, according to them, Darius had dispatched a letter to Alexander following the Battle of Hyksos. The message explicitly instructed Alexander to retreat from Asia and liberate all of his captives. Curtius and Justin report that Darius proposed a payment in exchange for his captives, whereas Arrian does not make any reference to such a payment. Curtius characterizes the tone of the letter as reportedly quite offensive, almost threatening. And of course, Alexander did not appreciate that kind of attitude. A subsequent negotiation endeavor occurred following the seizure of Tyre. Darius proposed a matrimonial alliance between Alexander and his daughter Statera II, along with the concession of all land located to the west of the Halys River. Justin is more general and does not specify a particular daughter. He merely refers to a part of Darius's realm. Diodorus Siculus, you may have heard of him, a Greek historian from the 1st century, also recounts the proposal of granting all land located to the west of the Halys River, along with a covenant of friendship and a substantial ransom for Darius's prisoners. Diodorus is the sole ancient historian who records the occurrence of Alexander's concealment of this letter, and his subsequent presentation of a counterfeit one that served his own personal goals. Well, as Diodorus is the only one who cites this, it must be taken with a little bit of a grain of salt. Following this unsuccessful second diplomatic attempt, King Darius commenced preparations for another confrontation with Alexander. However, despite previous attempts, Darius made one more endeavor to engage in negotiations with the Macedonians, following Alexander's departure from Egypt. The third offer made by Darius was even more generous. He commended Alexander for his treatment of his mother, Sisygambus, and granted him several rewards, that being all land located to the west of the Euphrates, a shared control over the Achaemenid Empire, the marriage to one of his daughters, and a substantial amount of 30,000 talents of cash. According to Diodorus, Alexander openly discussed this proposal with his companions, and one can't blame him. It's a pretty good deal. Well, Parmenion was the sole individual who voiced his opinion, stating, "If I were Alexander, I would willingly accept the proposed terms and establish a formal agreement." Well, according to the ancient sources, Alexander said back to him, "I would do the same if I were Parmenion." Alexander ultimately declined Darius's invitation and firmly asserted that there could be only a single ruler of Asia. He summoned Darius to either submit to him or get ready to fight, with the purpose of determining the ultimate ruler of all Asia. The accounts provided by other historians regarding the third negotiation have resemblance to Diodorus's narrative, but with variations in specific aspects. Diodorus, Curtius, and Arrian assert that an embassy was dispatched in lieu of a written correspondence, a claim which, by the way, is also made by Justin and Plutarch, who lived in the 1st century. Plutarch and Arrian state that the amount of ransom provided for the prisoners was 10,000 talents, whereas Diodorus, Curtius, and Justin all report a value of 30,000. According to Arrian, Darius made his third attempt during the siege of Tyre. However, other historians believe that the second negotiating attempt occurred during that period. Despite his previous unsuccessful negotiation attempts, Darius had made the decision to now prepare for another confrontation with Alexander. Thus, Alexander traveled from Egypt to the Tigris River, passing through Syria in the northeast during the late spring or early summer of 331 BC. He arrived at Thapsacus on the Euphrates River in July or August. Mazaeus, under the orders of Darius, was supposed to lead 3,000 cavalrymen to protect the Euphrates crossing near Thapsacus, but he managed to escape as Alexander's army approached. According to Arrian, Alexander reached the Tigris by the end of September. In the summer of 331 BC, Alexander traversed the Euphrates River. Instead of taking a direct southeast route to Babylon, he opted for a northern path. This decision allowed him to have a clear view of the Armenian mountains and the Euphrates River on his left side. Additionally, this route provided easier access to supplies and spared his soldiers from enduring the intense heat of the more direct road. The Macedonians received information from the captured Persian scouts that Darius had established a camp beyond the Tigris River. So, despite the challenges, Alexander successfully crossed over the river, as it was not defended, on his way for the confrontation. However, back to Diodorus Siculus for a moment, who shows that Alexander's expedition to Mazaeus was the sole mission undertaken to cross the Tigris. In fact, due to his perception of the river's depth and the strength of its stream, he decided against defending it. Mazaeus employed scorched earth tactics in the region that Alexander's army had to cross, as reported by Diodorus and Curtius Rufus. On the 20th to the 21st of September 331 BC, a nearly complete lunar eclipse occurred after the Macedonian army crossed the Tigris River. Shortly after, Alexander's army captured 2 or 3 cavalrymen from the forces of Mazaeus. These captives provided valuable information about the location of Darius's army. They told him that they were all about 8 miles away, at a place called Gaugamela. Based on this intelligence, Alexander deduced that Darius would not respond to the ground-flattening activities at Gaugamela. So, he allowed his soldiers 4 days to rest and recover before engaging in battle with Darius's army. The Persians were expected to disrupt Alexander's army and sever its long supply routes as it advanced into Mesopotamia. However, for them, they were unsuccessful in accomplishing either of these objectives. The Persians were reportedly surprised by Alexander's choice to take the northern route, completely unexpected. Well, just like Cyrus the Younger, who chose to take the direct southern route to Babylon, Darius would have anticipated Alexander to follow the same way. However, Cyrus was ultimately defeated at the Battle of Cunaxa in 401, so perhaps taking the southern route's not the best idea. Now, Darius's use of scythed chariots and the second scorched earth strategy indicates his intention to replicate that battle. Despite the failure of the scorched earth campaign, Alexander's army would still lacked sufficient provisions to maintain itself if it had taken the southern route. At the plain of Cunaxa, Darius planned to decisively defeat a malnourished and overburdened Macedonian army, but lo and behold, they took the northern route instead. So it looks like they burned all of the farms for nothing. Well, after Alexander left for the northern road, Mazaeus undoubtedly returned to Babylon to convey the news. Darius most likely made the decision to prohibit Alexander from crossing the Tigris. It is probable that Alexander crossed the river around Thapsacus instead of Babylon, causing the strategy to fail. Darius intentionally led the Macedonians to Gaugamela, according to one historian, Jonah Lendering, which was the Persians' preferred location for war. In contrast, it suggested that Alexander had to make spontaneous decisions, and really didn't have much of a choice but to choose Gaugamela as the ideal place to fight. Not the best place, but the best among the worst. Now, in terms of the ancient sources, the exact location of the conflict remains a little bit hazy. We don't have precise or reliable information, and archaeologically, as of 2024, we've not found anything really conclusive. But there are several possible locations mentioned in the text, including Tel Gomel, a mountain south of Wardak. We also have Karamlesh, Karakosh, and Tel Aswad. Either way, they're all pretty close to modern-day Mosul. After archaeologist Sir Aurel Stein proposed the name Karamlesh in 1938, it became widely accepted as the most likely site. That being said, that doesn't mean that it's always correct. These locations are all situated in the Nineveh plains of modern-day Iraq, to the east and west of Mosul and Erbil, and to the north and south of Jebel Maklub, or Mount Al-Faf, and Mount Maklub. Although Arrian's estimates of Alexander's army's strength are widely accepted by modern scholars, the ancient sources once again provide varying accounts for the size of Darius's army. Contemporary writers agree only on the fact that exaggerating figures mentioned in the ancient sources is pretty common, and they're not really reliable. In fact, the figures presented by Diodorus, Plutarch, and Curtius are excessively inflated to illustrate overwhelming numerical disadvantage of Alexander's army. Now, why would they do such a thing? Well, it's mainly to make him look a lot braver. Of course, if you're outnumbered 2 to 1, yes, that's very impressive. But 20 to 1? that makes for a better story. Well, there was one Reinhold Bickler in his case study who utilized 20 sources published from 1920 all the way to 2014 to illustrate the varying assessments made by authors regarding the strength of Darius's forces. Some authors argue that the Persians simply had a larger number of soldiers compared to Alexander's army. But on the other hand, Hans Delbruck claims, not complains, do apologize to Mr. Delbruck, claims that the Persian cavalry numbered around 12,000, citing issues with their management. The Persian infantry had a smaller number of soldiers compared to the Greek heavy infantry, although the Greek mercenaries numbered around 8,000. Added to that, differing estimates suggest that the total size of the Persian army was approximately 91,000 according to Worry, reporting in 1998, and even up to 120,000 according to other historians. Now, according to multiple sources, Darius's military force had 40,000 cavalry and, get this, 1 million infantry. Wow. Now that's pretty impressive, isn't it? Arrian states that the number of soldiers was 40,000. Diodorus Siculus claims it was 200,000, and Plutarch estimates it to be 1 million, though interestingly enough, in Plutarch's work, there isn't really a breakdown of the forces. He just smacks you with that number. It's not really believable. Well, Curtius Rufus reports 45,000 cavalry and 200,000 infantry, which is equally as far-fetched. Well, prove him wrong, I suppose. Additionally, Diodorus, Curtius, and Arrian all have the same agreement, that Darius had 200 chariots, although Arrian only mentions 15 war elephants. Darius's infantry consisted of around 2,000 mercenaries too, Greek hoplites at that, so there's something. Well, furthermore, Arrian alleged that the Indian forces were deployed as well. Darius III enlisted the assistance of the Indians living near the Bactrians, as well as the Bactrians and Sogdianians themselves, all led by Bessus, who was the satrap of Bactria. It is probable that these Indians were originally from the Gandhara region. Arrian mentions that there were Indian hill men, as he calls them in the text, who served under satrap Barcentes, who were also part of the Arakotians. These individuals belonged to either the Satagedian or the Hindush ethnic groups. Well, either way, no matter how many there was, we do know that Darius had the larger numbers on his side, but the majority of his troops were of worse quality compared to Alexander's. You see, the sarissa, a 6-meter pike, was one of the weapons used by Alexander's pechatarioi. Now, the pechatarioi and hoplites in Alexander's army possessed superior training and were outfitted with superior gear compared to the regular Persian soldiers. Darius lacked any capable foot soldiers, except from his personal bodyguard, the 10,000 immortals, and his 2,000 Greek hoplites. Now, during the battle, the Greek mercenaries organized in a phalanx formation, because nothing beats the phalanx, engaged in combat with the immortals, who wielded 2-meter-long spears instead of bulky shields. The Armenians, who presumably also fought in a phalanx configuration and were well equipped in the Greek fashion, possessed the most formidable weaponry among the Persian troops. Alexander commanded the Hellenic League, the Macedonian realm, Greek mercenaries, and levies from the dependent people of Paeonia and Thrace. According to Arrian, his armies consisted of 40,000 infantry and 7,000 cavalry. Historiographers generally agree that the Macedonian army had 31,000 heavy infantry, including reserve mercenaries and hoplites from other allied Greek states, as well as 9,000 light infantry, mostly peltasts, with a few archers. The Greek mounted army comprised roughly around 7,000 men, perfect for some flanking. Well, upon the arrival of the Persians on the battlefield, hostilities ensued pretty much straight away. To optimize the effectiveness of his scythed chariots, which is as horrifying as it sounds, Darius cleared the battlefield of vegetation and recruited elite cavalry from his eastern satrapies and related Scythian tribes. Ever wondered why he was doing all that ground flattening? Well, it was to make sure he could wheel the chariots around and cut everybody in half with those terrible scythes on the side of them. Ugh, imagine the screaming. Well, additionally, there were 15 Indian elephants available to him, which were to be harnessed to Indian chariots. However, it seems that these elephants were removed from the battlefield, as they were not mentioned during the combat, and were subsequently seized in the Persian camp. There's a few possible causes, but it was probably fatigue. And here's the thing. Elephants in battle have a tendency of, well, they can go a little bit into a mode of panic. There's been many times where elephants have been used, and they've simply turned straight around and charged into the forces that were trying to use them against the other. Not the ideal situation. Well, Persian emperors, such as Darius, traditionally positioned themselves prominently with their most elite soldiers. Positioned to his right were the Persian horse guards, Greek mercenaries, and Carian cavalry. In the right center, he strategically placed his Persian foot guards, known as apple-bearers or immortals by the Greeks, along with his Indian cavalry and Mardian archers. The cavalry were positioned on both sides. The Bactrians, Dahe, Arcosians, Persians, Susians, Cadusians, and Scythians were positioned on the left wing, under the direction of Bessus. A limited quantity of Bactrians were stationed in front of the chariots. Matthias commanded the cavalry of the Syrian, Median, Mesopotamian, Parthian, Tapurian, Caucasian, Albanian, and Armenian troops on the right wing, among some others. The Cappadocians and Armenians led the assault before the other cavalry divisions, and the Albanian cavalry were instructed to reverse their direction in order to provide help to the Greek left flank. Curtius asserts that each of the archers belonged to the Armadi tribe. The Macedonians were divided into two factions, with Parmenion leading the left side, and Alexander leading the right half. The cavalry of Alexander's companions were involved in the battle too. The Greek and Paeonian light cavalry were in attendance also, and the mercenary cavalry was divided into two groups, the experienced soldiers positioned on the right of the phalanx, and the remaining soldiers positioned in front of the Agrians and Greek archers. Parmenion stood on the left side of the field, among the Thessalians, Greek mercenaries, and Thracian cavalry. Their task was to maintain their position there, while Alexander executed the decisive attack from the right flank, securing victory. Cretan mercenaries were strategically placed in the center-right position. Accompanying them were mercenaries hailing from Achaia, and cavalry under the leadership of Philip of Thessaly. Another group of Greek cavalry, aligned with them, was positioned on their right flank. And thus, the phalanx proceeded forward in a formation consisting of two parallel lines starting from that location. Due to their significant numerical deficit of over 5-1 in the cavalry, and the fact that their line was positioned more than a mile behind, the Greeks were inevitably at the risk of being outflanked by the Persians. In the event of a necessity, the second line was assigned to address the situation, where units were positioned on the sides of the main force. The majority of the personnel in this second regiment were mercenaries. Commencing with the phalanx configuration, Alexander commanded his foot soldiers to progress towards the central point of the adversary's structure. The Macedonians strategically positioned themselves by advancing their wings out at a 45-degree angle, aiming to incite an attack from the Persian cavalry, bait them in. A segment of Darius' equestrian force and standard foot soldiers launched an assault on Parmenion's army from the left flank, while the phalanxes engaged in combat with the Persian infantry. Alexander employed a distinctive strategy in the battle that has been replicated on a few other occasions. Accompanied by his companion cavalry, Alexander advanced to the farthest point of the right flank as the infantry battled the Persian forces in the middle. His plan was to redirect a significant segment of the Persian cavalry towards the flanks, with the aim of disrupting the enemy formation and delivering a devastating strike to Darius at the heart of the battlefield. This required nearly perfect timing and skillful movement, with Alexander assuming the role of leader. As they were about to depart from the well-prepared battleground, he decided to command Darius to initiate an attack. Despite Darius' apprehension about being the first to succumb to a comparable configuration at Issus, and his reluctance to repeat that error, Darius ultimately succumbed and launched an assault due to the overwhelming pressure he experienced. During the initial engagement, the Scythian cavalrymen positioned on the left side of the Persian army attempted to outflank Alexander's far-right position. The subsequent stage was a prolonged and severe clash of cavalry forces between the Persian left and the Macedonian right. The Macedonians, being much outnumbered, consistently experienced intense pressure. Alexander's ultimate attack hinged on the Greeks' capacity to control the Persians, a feat they accomplished by executing disciplined attacks and employing reserves strategically. I'll now read an account of the battle from Arrian. This is directly from the text. Then the Scythian cavalry rode along the line and came into contact with the front men of Alexander's array, but he nevertheless still continued to march towards the right, and almost entirely got beyond the ground, which he had been cleared and leveled by the Persians. And then Darius, fearing that his chariots would become useless if the Macedonians advanced into the uneven ground, ordered the front ranks of his left wing to ride round the right wing of the Macedonians, where Alexander was commanding, to prevent him from marching his wing any further. This being done, Alexander ordered the cavalry of the Grecian mercenaries under the command of Menidas to attack them. But the Scythian cavalry and the Bactrians, who had been drawn up with them, sallied forth against them, and being much more numerous, they put the small body of Greeks to rout. Alexander then ordered Aristo at the head of the Paeonians and the Grecian auxiliaries to attack the Scythians, and the barbarians gave way. But the rest of the Bactrians, drawing near the Paeonians and Grecian auxiliaries, caused their own comrades, who were already in flight, to turn and renew battle, and thus they brought about a general cavalry engagement, in which more of Alexander's men fell, not only being overwhelmed by the multitude of barbarians, but also because the Scythians themselves and their horses were much more completely protected with armor for guarding their bodies. Notwithstanding this, the Macedonians sustained their assaults, and assailing them violently, squadron by squadron, they succeeded in pushing them out of rank. End of the account from Appian. When Arates prodromoi, perhaps serving as the final defensive line in this particular section of the battlefield, launched their assault, the balance of power swung in favor of the Greeks. However, at this juncture, Alexander had already determined the result of the conflict in the center. The Persians, who were circling the flank, were filled with apprehension when Aretes launched a forceful assault against them. During this time, the Persians fled quickly, and the Macedonians went soon after them, cutting them down as they ran away. Darius then launched his chariots at the army led directly by Alexander. However, the companion cavalry and the Agrianians managed to stop several of the chariots by throwing their javelins. The Macedonians, observing that a portion of their chariots had endured the javelin attack, strategically created gaps in their formation to enable the chariots to proceed without being wounded. The remaining survivors were subsequently attacked and slain by the Hypaspists and the grooms of the cavalry. Alexander systematically repositioned his rear guard as the Persians progressively extended their assault towards the sides of the Greek army. He disengaged from his allies and prepared himself for the ultimate attack. They were pursued by the brigade of guards and whatever phalanx battalion he could withdraw from the conflict. Assuming the leadership role, he strategically arranged his units into substantial wedge formation. The Persian soldiers in the center remained in active fight with the phalanxes, hindering their ability to counterattack Alexander's progress. And subsequently, the Persian center was relentlessly assaulted by a colossal formation, resulting in the demise of Darius's elite bodyguards and the Greek hired soldiers. Many individuals in the present era hold the belief that Darius, upon realizing that he was on the verge of being isolated, escaped with the remaining members of his military force. According to Appian's account once again from the text, for a short time there ensued a hand-to-hand fight, but when the Macedonian cavalry, commanded by Alexander himself, pressed on vigorously, thrusting themselves against the Persians and striking their faces with their spears, and when the Macedonian phalanx, in dense array and bristling with long pikes, had also made an attack upon them, all things together appeared full of terror to Darius, who had already long been in a state of fear, so that he was the first to turn and flee. Alexander had the opportunity to pursue Darius in this moment. Conversely, he received urgent messages from Parmenion, which Callisthenes and others would exploit to tarnish Parmenion's reputation later. Amidst a barrage of attacks from several angles, Parmenion's military unit was in a state of chaos, seemingly encircled by the horsemen of the Persian right wing. Alexander was faced with two alternatives. Either he could elect to pursue Darius and eliminate him swiftly, at the potential cost of his own army, or he might choose to go back to the left flank to assist Parmenion and safeguard his troops, so enabling Darius to escape to the neighboring mountains. In the end, he chose to support Parmenion. There was a significant gap that formed between the left and center of the Macedonian phalanx. Simmias's division of the Vegetarioi was under intense pressure and unable to accompany Alexander in his last attack. Darius, leading the Persian and Indian cavalrymen, achieved a breakthrough in the center. However, rather than capturing the phalanx or the rear guard commanded by Parmenion, they chose to engage in simply looting the camp. An attempt was made to rescue Sysigambus, his mother, but she refused to go with them. The rear reserve phalanx successfully repelled the invaders' assaults and dispersed them while they were looting. When Alexander and his allies confronted the Persian right flank cavalry, which included Parthians, Indians, and the most courageous and numerous division of the Persians, their main goal was to break through and escape. Arrian described this event as the most significant clash of the entire fight. As a consequence of the combat, 60 companions perished, while Hephaestion, Coenus, and Menidas sustained wounds. However, Alexander emerged as the winner, and Mazaeus, like Bessus, started to retreat with his army. While Bessus on the left remained cohesive, the Persians, in contrast, rapidly lost their organization, and they were pursued by Thessalian horse soldiers. After the altercation, Alexander and his personal protector chased after Darius, while Parmenion collected the Persian convoy of supplies and equipment. A comparable quantity of wealth was seized, equivalent to the amount captured at Issus, 4,000 talents, together with the war elephants, the king's chariot, and his bow, and a great few trinkets to add to the pile. And thus, with that, Alexander, once again living up to his epithet, the Great, achieved one of the most significant victories, which resulted in a devastating and frankly embarrassing defeat for the Persians. Only a small fraction of Darius's soldiers managed to escape on horseback. Immediately behind them were the Bactrian cavalry, led by Bessus, accompanied by a limited number of surviving members of the royal guard, as well as 2,000 Greek mercenaries. The Persian Empire had previously undergone a division, resulting in the establishment of separate east and west districts that operated autonomously. While making his escape, Darius spoke to the remaining members of his army. Presuming that the Greeks would withdraw to Babylon, his intention was to recommence his journey towards the east and gather a new military force to attack Alexander. At the same time, he corresponded with his satraps in the eastern region, begging them to demonstrate loyalty. However, the satraps had their own plans that somewhat contrasted with Darius's ideas for them. Following the assassination of Darius, Bessus escaped into the east. A comprehensive funeral ritual was conducted for Darius at Persepolis, the former ceremonial capital of the Persian Empire, after Alexander was deeply sorry to witness the death of an adversary with whom he held in high regard, reportedly seeing it as a pretty unfair way to go, poisoned by one of your own people. Well, in the subsequent year, Alexander ardently pursued Bessus, apprehending him, and then carried out his own execution. After that, most of the remaining satraps swore loyalty to Alexander, and were therefore allowed to keep their positions. Upon the death of Darius, it was commonly believed that the Achaemenid Persian Empire had reached its end. Well, thank you very much for listening. Allow me to thank my top-tier patrons. It's Britt, Charles, Stark Factory, JC, Jeffrey, Wendy, Tim, James, Aaron, Scott, Dark, Ben, and Melissa. Thank you very much, and I will see you in the next video. Good night, everyone. Lots of love to you all, as usual.